Hey everybody, Chris Sev here. This video is my whopping 9-hour BeginnerTailwind.com course. In this course, you'll learn how to use Tailwind classes to build out components like cards, buttons, forms, and you'll also use everything you learned from components and classes to build out a production-ready, beautiful-looking website. Also in this course is my system for designing websites. I don't consider myself a designer really, but following these steps, I've been able to make designs that look beautiful and that pop. Now, the thing about this course is it is from 2021 and it's been updated for Tailwind version 3, which as of this recording is the current version, but Tailwind version 4 is coming. So I wanted to get this course out there so that I could work on a new course that has more designs, more modern type styling. And you can find that at beginnertailwind.com. But having said that, this course is still 100% valid. It's still best practices and the best way to learn Tailwind. The team has done a great job at backwards compatibility. So a lot of the things that you'll see in this course are still valid and best practices. All right, so here's the course. I've also got 4 other full-length courses that I'll be uploading here on YouTube. So if you do like this one, please like and subscribe so you get notified for the new courses. And enjoy. Happy tailwinding. My name is Chris on Code. I'm the founder of Scotch.io, a web developer tutorial site. And I'm here to just say welcome to Beginner Tailwind. Tailwind is an amazing CSS framework that I actually didn't like at first, but the more I worked with it, the more I ended up loving it. So I hope I can help you on your journey with learning Tailwind. And we're going to do a lot of fun stuff in this course. We're going to learn all about the Tailwind classes. But this isn't just a Tailwind course. This is a design and how do I use CSS course. So we're going to build out this really great website, beginnertailwind.com. So everything you see here is what we're going to build out. We have a really good hero section. We have our nav, all of the things that you would need to build out your own websites. So here, everything here, we're going to build out with our Tailwind classes and not use a single line of CSS, of custom CSS. So really, really fun stuff. Thank you so much for joining me in this course. I'm so excited to build really cool stuff with Tailwind with you, and hopefully you can take your Tailwind knowledge that you get from this course and build awesome things in the future. Another thing we're going to build in addition to this website is all of these code pens. We have a collection of code pens for components that we'll build out and useful things for your own projects. So thanks again for joining me here. Let's get started. Tailwind is an absolutely amazing tool, and we'll get more into that in this course. But the thing about Tailwind is that it isn't a magic band-aid you can just throw onto your projects and all of a sudden have great-looking designs. I would even argue that you need to know more CSS knowledge to use Tailwind than it would take to use Bootstrap or Bulma or Foundation or any of those other frameworks. So with that in mind, I definitely want to take a look at how I design and use CSS. I wouldn't call myself a designer by any means at all. I just know that when I look at something, I know if it's good looking or if it's not good looking. So I'm trying to do my best here in this course to break that concept down and see what makes a design good looking and not good looking. And I think I've come up with a pretty good format for making good designs pretty quickly with Tailwind. To demonstrate my format for styling things and designing things, I have a pretty set process. Let's create this card in the larger version. So I'm going to right click there, copy image address. Let's go over to a CodePen, CodePen.io, where I do all of my kind of playground experimentation with front end type stuff. I'll create new pen. And we'll do half of this course in CodePen, so this is very good practice here. So to start us off, to make that card, let's have a div. So let me talk about the steps that I use to create all my stuff. I'll do step 1, add the HTML, so like the skeleton of what we're building. Step 2, and let me save this, change view over here, presentation mode, and get a little bit of a larger font for you all. Let's go down to 20. Okay, so add the HTML. Then we're going to, once we have the HTML, lay out the things. So that's kind of just move things around, make sure that everything is kind of in the left, in the right area. Then 3, we are going to make sure that spacing is happening. So make sure that our margins and our paddings are correct. And when I say correct, I just mean giving ourselves enough space around each element. There is no right or fully wrong answer. It's just what looks decent and good to us. 4, let's do our box properties. And this is going to include anything like borders, background, shadow, and rounded corners, which is border radius. And this kind of goes into spacing, right? Because box properties, margin, and padding are part of the box properties, but I kind of like putting spacing first. Then I'll go ahead and do some typography. And this is font size, font weight, font coloring, all that good stuff. And then 6 is what I like to call fun element. I'm a firm believer in thinking that there is one solid element that you can add to any design to make it pop that much more. Now, this fun element is something that can take a good design up to a great design, and it doesn't take too much effort. If we go to beginnertailwind.com, the popping element here is 2 things. 1 is this gradient, and 2 are these nice circles over here. So if I actually did a right-click inspect, let's see, our gradient right here, that's this one. Let's just remove the gradient, and let's just unclick all that stuff, and then say color is, I don't know, black right there. So that's that, and that already doesn't look as good as what we had with the gradient. And then we'll go right-click over here, inspect, and it's this thing right, where are you all? Here. Yes. So let's delete that. And then now if I close this, look how much this design changed without that. Circles up there, and the circles are down here still. But this black text right here is a big difference between this to this. So when I say fun element, I mean small things that kind of make a design pop. And as we go through this course, we'll start to learn and kind of get a library of tools to make these little pop fun elements. And then the last part of it is responsive. So we're going to take this approach in this course. We're going to take all of these 7 steps, and they might be shortened, like the HTML and layout and spacing are pretty much going to combine into a layout step. Then we'll have box properties, typography is styling, and fun and responsive. So to get us started, let's do a couple of the HTML things. We had an image tag. Source is equal to that. We had an H2. Let's say, I think her name was Lynn or something like that. Lynn, cool person. And then let's say there's a P tag for director of marketing or something like that. And let's double check. Oh, product engineer, sorry. And I said Lynn, but it's Lynn Ferd. So that's okay though. Let's go over here. We'll start us out with the HTML. We'll start us out with laying things out. So HTML is here. I'm going to do a class is card here. And this is something you don't have to do with Tailwind. You don't have to write in these classes anymore. You can just write in your Tailwind classes right in the HTML, which saves us this step right here. Class, actually, we don't need a class. We have the image tag. We have an H2, and we have a P tag. So we want these 2 things to sit on the right side. So we're going to wrap them in a div so that they are part of like a content div. Class is content. Okay, so now we have an image, and on the right side, we have content. So let's start spacing these things out. For layout, we have our card. We want things to sit side by side, and a cool way to do that is display is flex. And now they'll sit side by side. And while we're here, let's just do a width of maybe 30. And a height of 30. That might be too small. Yeah, it maybe is. Let's go for 130, 230, no, 130. Okay, that looks good there. So we have our HTML. We've done our layout a little bit. Let's do some spacing. Let's put a body tag for some padding of maybe 50 pixels, just to get it off of the side right there. Okay, now let's talk about our card. We're going to do some spacing. We definitely want some padding around the card, so let's go for padding 15 pixels all the way around. And it's hard to tell right now because of the no background or border. So we'll say card image. Let's do a margin right at maybe 20 pixels, maybe 15. All right, and already this is looking a little bit better, right? This is looking much better than if we just deleted all of this right here and everything was kind of just jumped on top of each other. Next up, we are done with spacing. I think everything is spaced out pretty nicely. Let's do box properties. So on our card, let's make sure we have a border. So let's go for border, 1 pixel, solid, and maybe let's go for a light gray. So let's go for DDD. I'm already forgetting my hex values because I've been using Tailwind so much. Let's go border radius is 10 pixels. And that'll round out our corners. Let's give ourselves a shadow. Box shadow is 1 pixel, 0, 10 pixels. I'm already forgetting my syntax for CSS, 0.2. And that spread is a little too high. So let's go for a 0 on that. And let's up this to like 10 pixels. I think that's the syntax. There we go. Okay, so we have our shadow right there. And I don't really like the border anymore. So let's drop the border down in darkness. Better. And then I don't like this as much as that darkness. So let's go 1. Okay, that's a little bit better. Maybe we can even drop this closer to FE, closer to white. Okay. Now we need to do some more box properties. Let's take our image and let's round it out. Border radius at 10 pixels. All right, so as far as our setup goes, HTML done, layout done, spacing, box properties done. Now we add in our typography. So we can take that H2 card, H2, let's do a color is, let's go for 999. That's a little too light, I think. Yeah, so let's go for 444. That's cool right there. And actually, I like the 444 for everything, but let's do card P. Color is, let's go a little bit lighter, hashtag 777. And then we want that a little smaller, so font size, let's go for maybe 16 pixels. I think 16 is default, so let's go for 14. Okay, there we go. So we're able to build out this card, and it looks pretty decent, and all we had to do was kind of follow these steps. And you might be wondering, okay, well, we know the steps, but how do we know the properties that we should write on these? Well, Tailwind makes it nice for us because it kind of gives us those properties in the classes that Tailwind provides. So we'll do a lot of practice in this course. A lot of this is really repetition from being able to build out so many of these designs that I've kind of committed them to memory. So by the end of this course, you'll have a lot of this stuff in your memory banks so that you can build out these quickly just by using your Tailwind classes. For this Tailwind course, a lot of it is going to be done inside of CodePen. Now, CodePen is a front-end playground where you can actually create some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and share it out with the entire community. CodePen is a really great place to look for inspiration for CSS type stuff. Look at this cute cup. If we click into that, look at those animations. Very cool. And you can also see the HTML and the CSS for making each CodePen. If I go back to the homepage, this is how we're going to be doing a lot of the course, this Tailwind course. So to get us started, I want to show you how I'm going to create our CodePen Tailwind template, and then we'll use that Tailwind template for everything we need to do inside of this course. And once we're done with the CodePen section of the course, we're going to do a whole setup on how to set up VS Code for building with Tailwind. All right, so now that we're in CodePen, let's go over to this button that says create a new pen. And once we create a new pen here, we're going to see our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, the things that we should do, and the only thing we need to do really, is we need Tailwind inside of this CodePen. So if we go look at the Tailwind CSS docs, go down here, and let's scroll up. Here we are under documentation. Installation is right here. This is how you're supposed to install Tailwind via NPM so that we can take advantage of a lot of the Tailwind features. For this course, in the CodePen section, since our goal is to just get familiar with Tailwind and start using it correctly, we can go down here. All of these are really relevant, but down here, using Tailwind via CDN on this right section right here, I'm going to click on that, Using Tailwind via the CDN, there's a lot of downsides to it. You can't customize Tailwind, you can't use the apply directives, and all of this stuff we'll talk about. But since we are here, this is how you would actually use a CSS file using Tailwind. Now, this isn't recommended because the overall file is about 348 kilobytes raw, 27 kilobytes compressed, and that's a large file. We want our CSS that we send to our users and our websites to be smaller than that, definitely. And we'll talk about that at the section of the course where we talk about going beyond just using the CSS file right here. But so we can copy this whole thing, and if you have an HTML file, you can just drop that in. In CodePen, we can do a little bit different. We can go to this little section for here, the settings for CSS. And notice how we have a CSS preprocessor. We actually don't need that, so let's turn that off, none. And down here, add external style sheets and pens. Let's go ahead and type in Tailwind. And this right here, it shows our Tailwind CSS. We click this, and immediately we get the CSS file for Tailwind. So we can save that. And now we have Tailwind inside of this. And just to prove it, let's go for div. Hello, I have Tailwind on this page. Okay, so that's there. Let's go for here, class, and this will be our first Tailwind class, text 4XL. And notice how the font size changed. That's how we know that Tailwind is inside of this CodePen. And that's really all we needed to do to get CodePen to have Tailwind is we clicked the settings button, went down here, typed in Tailwind, and now we have Tailwind. So that's going to be our starter template. Let me show you how we can use it inside of our course. In the course, you're going to get links to a bunch of good stuff. We have a CodePen collection for all of the CodePens that we're going to build in this course. Here, you'll find Tailwind template. So just look through this list and you'll find Tailwind template. You can click into it. And then down here on the right, it'll say use this template. So you can use that template and build out your CodePens. So that's the second way that we can build out our CodePens. One, we actually created ourselves with our little settings and bringing in Tailwind. Two, we're going to use the Tailwind template. And three, underneath each video that you're going to watch, down here, CodePen Template for Tailwind, you just click that and it'll get you a brand new CodePen that you can start writing in. So there's 3 different ways to use our Tailwind template in CodePen. All right, so CodePen is a fantastic tool. I'm excited to use it throughout this course. Since we'll be using CodePen for so much of this course, I'd like to talk a little bit about improving our CodePen setup. Here we are with CodePen, and if you don't already, go ahead and create an account. We'll go over here, and there are pens, projects, and collections that we can create. And we're going to create a pen right now. We have links to the Tailwind setup for all the pens, which is a collection. And you can definitely browse that collection to see all of the CodePens that we'll build in this course. You can go down to your dashboard to see all of your pens that you've created. And here's pens right here, all of the different things that I've made over the time that I've been in CodePen. Here, let's go ahead and create a pen. Now, you'll see that mine might look a little different than yours because if you are starting out a CodePen account or if you haven't customized your CodePen, it will look a little different. Let's start off by talking a little bit about how we can customize CodePen to make it look a little bit different. So here we have our HTML, our CSS, and our JavaScript. What you can do to start us off is to change view. And there's a bunch of different views: editor view, details view, full page view, debug mode, live, collab, professor, and presentation. And some of these are reserved for the pro account, which I'm on, but editor view and full page view are the big ones that we're going to worry about. Another thing that is interesting to note is that you can change your editor layout. You can see that I am on the editors on the left side. I think CodePen starts default editors on the top. And if you want to be a little different, go editors to the right. That's not really my style. I'll keep it to the left. It's all personal preference, whatever you like for your setup. So here's editor view. What I want to talk about now is going into our settings. And you can reach this settings page a couple different ways. You can click settings up here and you can get to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You can also do the same thing with these little settings icons over here, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. They all lead to the same modal. Pen details, privacy, all that good stuff. But what we want to do here is CSS. Notice that I have Sass on by default. That's in the settings. For this course, we don't really care about our CSS preprocessor because we're going to let Tailwind do all of the work, and we don't need any custom CSS, which is really cool. We won't even be using the CSS or the JavaScript boxes right here. So you can actually scroll down, drag and drop that all the way down, and now all we're writing in is the HTML box, and that's kind of the beauty of Tailwind. If you click your icon right here, go down to settings. This is where the fun part happens. This is where you can customize your CodePen editor. Now, mine's a little different. I am on Oceanic Dark, and I want to walk through my settings real quick. Oceanic Dark. I am on Operator Mono is my font. It's kind of my favorite font. One of my other favorite fonts is Cascadia Code, but they don't have that in here. Fira Code, also a really fun alternative, and you can see all of the edits update real time on the right over here, which is cool. So Operator Mono is what I'm going to be working in for this course. Space indentation for spaces, indent width 2. And here's all my defaults, which you can set whatever you need. Emmet is active for us, and we're going to be using Emmet a little bit in this course, and I want to talk about Emmet right after we get done with these settings. Format on save, I think, is important. We're going to let CodePen do the formatting for us, and I actually turn on format on save in VS Code as well. Another thing that I want to talk about is this key binding section. And this is kind of where you'll see a lot of my keyboard shortcuts come from, is this Sublime Text key binding. If you aren't familiar with it, you can enable it, and I'll show you a couple things that it can do, or you can stay on normal, but just realize that some of the keyboard shortcuts I'll call out in this course might not work if you're on the normal key bindings. But it's okay, it's not a big deal. Let's go back to a new CodePen. Let's drag that down, and in here, let's start typing out some stuff. So what's cool is that if we have Emmet installed, which we did in the settings, you can actually use Emmet, div, and watch this. If I do *5, that's the expansion that Emmet will give us. So Emmet is a tool that lets us write HTML using shorthand, and then we can expand this. Watch, I'll press tab, and all of that will start writing out, which is really, really, really cool. I can do div, and then arrow to say children, and I can say p tag times 5, and then inside of that I'll have an a tag, and see how Emmet starts showing what our preview will be of what this is. Another cool thing you can do with Emmet, you can do div p, and then if you do a period, it'll start adding classes, my class, and then if you do a hashtag, it'll do an ID for paragraph. So all in all, Emmet is a very good tool to kind of get familiar with and use. Emmet.io is where you can find the tool, and then they have a really good cheat sheet somewhere on this page for being able to kind of see what's going on here. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where it is. Documentation maybe? So documentation is good, but if you just Google for Emmet cheat sheet, you'll find this really cool page, docs.emmet.io/cheat sheet. And you can kind of see through all of the syntax things that we'll use for Emmet. Now you may see me use this a couple times. If you don't want to use it, feel free to not use it and then just write out the HTML by hand. That's totally fine. Another thing I want to talk about is, since I enabled the Sublime Text keyboard shortcuts, we have one fun thing to do. And multi-cursor edits come by default in CodePen. So if I did div times 10 and I press tab, that would enter. So what I can do here is I can hold command, click into a bunch of different areas, and look, I'm typing in multiple spots. So that's a really cool tool to get used to in CodePen, is if you just hold command or control if you're on Windows. So I'm going to click right here. I'm going to hold command, and I'll click, click, click. I'll let go of command. And what's cool is you can press left arrow. Look, I'm over here. You can press left over here. You can press right and type in
more spots. So this you'll see me use a lot in this course, and I use it a lot in my daily editing process. Another thing we can do, div times 5, is if you have the Sublime Text keyboard shortcuts enabled in your CodePen settings, this is like the one thing that the keyboard shortcuts for Sublime Text will give us. If I wanted to select all of the div words right here, I could click into it, hold Command D, and it would select that word. And then if I hit Command D again, it will select the same word, but the next version of it. So Command D, Command D, Command D, Command D, Command D, Control D if you're on Windows, and I can keep going, and I can change all of this to be like a button. So that's another way to enable multi-cursor editing. And multi-cursor editing is one of my absolute favorite things. I'm going to click here, Command, click, click, and say I'm a button. Or I can go here, highlight this whole thing, Command D to select the next version of it, and say I'm another button. So all in all, that's kind of the fun stuff that I want you to be aware of in CodePen, is definitely multi-cursor editing, definitely moving the view over to the left side if you're comfortable with that, and 100% changing out your color scheme and your font for whatever you feel like is the best look. All right, so once we got that out of the way, CodePen, fantastic tool. We'll be doing the same thing for VS Code later in this course so that you can see how my setup looks and how you can set yours up for development. Now that we're good with that, though, let's start getting into the Tailwind stuff. Before we start diving into all of the Tailwind goodness that we're going to make a lot of cool things, components, site designs, and we're going to learn a lot about Tailwind. I want to start us off by looking at the docs. And I know that sounds kind of boring, but it's such an important process to learn how to use the docs and keep going back to the docs when you're learning Tailwind. And that's the thing about Tailwind, is you're not going to remember every single class that's in Tailwind yet. Being able to remember all of the classes is going to come from repetition, from learning the docs, from typing out all of the classes many times over. So what we're going to do here is, here we have tailwindcss.com, and we have our getting started here. I have our why Tailwind button and our example. Really love their landing page. But what I want to talk about is, here's documentation, and that's kind of like the big place we'll be in. And documentation leads us to this page where it has all of these sections down here, where we have getting started and core concepts. And before I go further, let's talk about the other things in the docs, components. These are some simple examples of alerts, buttons, cards, forms, grids, and navigation. We're going to build all of those in this course. So definitely feel free to look through those, but rest assured we're going to be building some cool stuff in this course. Here's screencasts, definitely fun to watch. Blog section at blog.tailwindcss.com. And resources, another good place to look. But community, also definitely join the community. A lot of great people in there. What I want to focus on is the documentation side of things. So this is really the button that you're going to be pressing most of the time. And as we scroll down, we have getting started. We'll be doing installation in this course. We'll be talking about the preprocessors and controlling file size in this course as well, in IntelliSense. But what I want to talk about is core concepts. Definitely read through those. Very good reading. Customization we'll deal with in this course. Down here is where we actually start getting into the classes. We have layout classes, and if you click into one, you're going to see the class, and then you're also going to see the property that's going to be applied if you use this class, which is really nice. So if we go down here, all of these in their layout are pretty good to know, but the fun ones, I think the Flexbox ones, we're going to do those, are really fun. The grid ones are really fun. And scroll down, this is kind of how the mental model of Tailwind and how they organize their classes. Padding is a really good one to know. So if we use this class P0, then we get padding of 0. If we use P8, we'll get padding of 2 rem all the way around. We'll also talk about the numbering scheme in Tailwind and what this like 8 and rem mean, so that we can kind of mentally see what's going to happen when we start using these classes. Also, let's see, PY of 0, PY of 1 is padding top, padding bottom, and we'll talk about all these classes. But the way that we're going to work in this course is I'm going to have a browser open with CodePen. I'm going to have it split over to the right. I'm going to have this split out to the left. And let's say I stretch this out right here. A lot of cool stuff in CodePen as usual. So what we're going to do is we'll be in a CodePen, and we'll be typing, and then as soon as I want to kind of search for a Tailwind class, I'll jump back over to the docs and see how there's a search bar here. There's press / to focus. So you can click into this, or you can press /, which is what I usually do. And if I zoom in, or if I bring this browser a little bit wider, you'll see there's their modal. Let's say I wanted the with classes. I could say with, and then press down a couple times or up, depending on what you want. Press enter, and now we're on the correct classes that we need. And let's say I need colors, so I'll type in colors, background colors right there, press enter. Let's say I need font size. There we go, press enter, come back over, start typing out our classes. And that's the format that we're going to take. That's the format I think that you should take when you start building out your production ready Tailwind stuff, because you're going to need the docs a lot. So I just wanted to do that quick video, talk about the docs, talk about the workflow that we're going to have, and looking forward to start writing out some Tailwind. To start off this course, now that we've got our Tailwind CodePen template and we've done a little bit of CodePen work, let's start out by doing a little bit of a Tailwind introduction. So this is kind of helpful for my first time when I was learning Tailwind. This is what I had to stumble through to kind of get Tailwind. And here we'll do the same exact thing as we did in the How I Design video, is this card right here. So I want to talk about building out this card with Tailwind, and we'll compare it to how do we build it with Bootstrap. And that will give us a good example of how something like this is going to compare from Tailwind to Bootstrap. So to get us started, we have our Tailwind template here. And at the bottom of every video, there's going to be a link to it so that you can just use it right away. And then if you click into here, there's a little button that says use this template on the bottom right there. Click that. And now we have our template that we can use. So here we are in a Tailwind card, Tailwind intro, we'll call this. And we'll save this. And I'll add it to our Beginner Tailwind collection right here. And then I'll change our view to presentation mode. Okay, so to get us started, we're going to go over here and copy all of this stuff right here and paste this over here. All right, so all of that is going to break, and that's okay. So I'm going to go into each of the classes and kind of just delete all of the classes. We want to write all of these by hand ourselves. So I'm just holding Command and highlighting all of these. I love multi-cursor editing, super helpful. Let's do source, and then let's go back to tailwind.com, right-click on Aaron's face, copy image address, and go over here. And if you want, you can go to like your Twitter and copy your own profile address and throw yourself in here. And these numbers should not even be here. Let's delete all those. There we go. And a thing to note is I have CodePen's auto format on save happening. So if something's like misaligned and you hit save, it'll auto format for you. Really helpful. So let's do this here. And then I'm going to open up another CodePen. Right here, open up a new pen. Now, this doesn't have any of the Tailwind stuff we've been using. We'll go into the settings right here, and we'll search for external style sheets. Let's do Bootstrap. And where's just normal Bootstrap? Is it Twitter Bootstrap? Okay, let's add that one. Save. Okay, so we should have Bootstrap in here. So to start us off, let's go look at the Bootstrap card docs. And we'll go documentation, I believe it is. Let's go for components down here on the left. And then let's go down to card. And this is what their card looks like vertical. I want a horizontal one though. Let's see, do they have a horizontal one? Here we go, horizontal on the right side. So what's interesting is we are already at the mercy of the Bootstrap docs. If they don't have the card that we want to build in their docs, then we're going to have to write some custom CSS. That's not the case with Tailwind. So here, notice how you have a card right here. You have a row, column, so that's how they build out their columns. You have card body, card title, and card text. So already there's new classes we need to memorize. And you might be saying, well, Chris, in Tailwind, we have a ton to memorize. And that's true. But if I learn how to build a card in Tailwind with those utility classes from Tailwind, these classes can apply to any other component I need to build. But in Bootstrap, if I wanted to learn another component, I would have to go find it and then learn a whole new set of classes. Carousel inner, carousel item active, carousel item. So with Tailwind, it's a learn once, use everywhere approach. With Bootstrap, it's kind of a keep coming back to the docs and copying and pasting approach until you memorize all of them. So as far as learning surface, the Tailwind setup has a little bit more to learn, but a little bit less to remember, if that makes sense. So let's go over here. I'm actually just going to go back. Let's go to the horizontal card again. Let's copy all of this and paste that over here. Okay, and our image doesn't work again, so let's try to paste in that image. Right, let's do the... Okay, so now we have a card, but let's say we wanted the card title to be a little bit larger. We would have to go into here and say card title, font size. Let's go for maybe a 28 pixel. And then sometimes you would even have to override the Bootstrap classes with an important. And that's something we want to avoid because it can get to like cascading issues if we have multiple people in our projects or our code in multiple places. And already we had to write a custom CSS line. We had to memorize the class name, all of that stuff right there. So if we go to Tailwind, we don't need to do any of that. Let's give her a width is 130. And then let's give her a height is 130. Okay, to start us off, we need these to sit side by side. So we'll do class is flex. And we'll do a lot more of these in the course of this course. There are card components that we're going to build out. There's a whole website we're going to build out. So here we're going to say flex, and that's just say sit side by side by putting display flex on this element. And then we're going to say items center to get everything vertically centered. Then for the image, let's go ahead and do class. Let's go for rounded on the edges. And I'm getting ahead of myself. We should probably style out the card itself first. So let's go over here. Let's give it a margin of 20 just to get some spacing around it. Let's give it a border. So there's a 1 pixel border now. Let's color the border. So let's say border gray at 100, so super light. And Tailwind classes go from 100 to 900 for the color. So there's gray 100, there's gray 200. And it's really helpful because that gives us 9 shades of color per color, as opposed to Bootstrap, which is only at 1 color each. Okay, so we have border grade 200 there. Let's go for rounded corners and let's add a shadow. Okay, that looks good. Let's add some spacing to the right of this image. So we'll say margin right is maybe 4. And we'll talk about all of these classes more in depth in this course. We'll go over each section of the docs and talk about all that good stuff. Let's add some padding on our card. So let's go for padding of maybe 8. A little bit too much. So let's go for padding 3. And then over here on the H2, let's go for class, font bold, and text 4XL. That might be a little large. Let's go for text 2XL. And then over here, let's go for class, text gray at maybe 700. So that'll cascade all down there. And then let's go to our H2 and give it a text gray of maybe 900 to be a little darker. And then we can click on these 3, command click, command click, command click. Let's go for class is text small. All right, so we were able to build out this card, and it did take a little bit more work than just copying and pasting. But what I want you to remember is that once we learn the Tailwind classes, we don't have to go back to the docs anymore. Pretty much for Bootstrap, you're always going back to the docs. For Tailwind, it is a higher learning curve to start, but once you're past that learning curve, you're able to run to the races with all of the designs you can build out quickly. So I hope that was a good introduction. We're going to get into this course now and start building real things in CodePen, start building out our main website, and we're going to have a lot of fun. This video, I'm going to call the resources video. So if you get stuck or you need to find any of the code for this course, just come back to this resources video and it'll be under here and the getting started, and it'll be the last one in this list. But so if you ever need any of the CodePens or you need the GitHub repo for our website, it's all in there. And I kind of want to talk about the workflow for how I see these videos getting taken. If we are in this typography section right here for this video, here's the video itself. You can scroll down and say create a new CodePen from the Tailwind template. And once you click that, it'll go ahead and fork the template and give you a brand new CodePen, and you can start working immediately. So I'm going to close that. The other thing we can have here is the final CodePen. So if you click on this, it'll show you what the thing that we're going to build in that video looks like. And this is for all of our Tailwind CodePen videos. For the main website videos, that's going to be a different place to look. This course is done in pretty much two parts. The first part is the CodePen section where we go through all of the main concepts. And the second part is the build the website section, and that's all housed in GitHub. And you can build your own GitHub repo for this course. But if you need links to that, here's the other link. We have our CodePen Tailwind template here. And then the other link I'll have in the resources video is the Beginner Tailwind collection. So this is all of the CodePens that are used in this course. And you can kind of click through and see all of the things we're going to build. And even the Tailwind template is in here. So if you needed to use the Tailwind template from here, you could click into this. And then in the bottom right, you could have this use this template button right there. And then for our big website that we're going to build, that will be here under chris-on-code/beginner-tailwind-site. And I'll have this link right here in the resources video down in the description. And you can click through here, go into the source, go into index.html, and see all of the final code for our site. All right, that's going to wrap it up for all of the resources, all of the good CodePen stuff, all of our stuff in our GitHub repo. And if you need, the website is at beginnertailwind.com again. Oh, and one other thing I want to call out is our Discord. Our Discord is a place where you can come and ask for help for any parts of this website, for any parts of this course. And there's me in there. I'm happy to help at any time. And there's also fellow course takers that are in there and happy to help as well. And I'll have a link to that in the description. And let me actually pull up our Discord right here. Here it is. We have a Discord called Better Dev. And all of the intro stuff is here. And then on the left, you see course support right there. There's Make React Apps. And then there's Beginner Tailwind, where you can click in and get as much help as you need for this course. And I'll have a link to that below. So yeah, those are all the good resources to have for you to join this course, for you to learn with this course and learn with me and learn with your fellow course takers. Thanks for joining us again in this course. For this next section of the course, we're going to go over the Tailwind basics. And this is, not to mean basics as in boring or not important. These are the main concepts that you're going to need in every single thing that you build with Tailwind. So over the next few videos, we're going to be building out using a lot of the things that you'll see here. If we go to documentation, right here, core concepts, customization, let's see, layout, Flexbox, grid, spacing. Okay, so in the next few videos, the main concepts we want to talk about are spacing, sizing, typography, backgrounds, borders, tables, effects, transitions and animations, transforms, and I think that'll be it. And that's pretty much 80% of the docs, right? Like that's what 80% of Tailwind does for us, is these main important classes. So over the next few videos, we're going to be looking at this CodePen, and we're going to be building everything in one CodePen. So we kind of have a kitchen sink, if you will, of everything that Tailwind can do in one CodePen. And this is kind of going to be a good place for you to come back and reference when you start working with Tailwind. You can say, okay, let me go back to this CodePen and see how we built that, so that I can kind of copy and paste those classes or see the techniques that we used. So to start us off, we're going to be doing this spacing section. We're going to be doing box properties. We're going to be doing widths and heights and spacing. And here we'll talk about Tailwind's weird numbering system. And it's Not too weird once you get used to it. We'll talk about typography and spacing, line heights, colors, font sizes, all that good stuff. And then down here, we'll talk about the color palette that Tailwind comes with. So all of this looks like simple stuff, but all of it will be very core to your Tailwind toolset. So here I have our Tailwind template, and down here I'm going to click this Use This Template button right here, and you'll be able to see this link to the Tailwind template down below in the description. So here we are. I'm going to drag out the CSS and JS. I'm going to call this Main Concepts or Kitchen Sink. It's always a goofy thing when they call it a kitchen sink in development. So let's hit save. And something that I'll do for this video and pretty much most of my videos, I'm going to go change view presentation mode so that I can get a larger font. And here we are with this font size 26. That might be a little large. Let's go 18. Okay. So let's talk about the sections we're going to be building out in the next few videos. We're going to be building spacing. And here's a CodePen keyboard shortcut that I like using, Command /, and that'll get you a comment. So we'll talk about spacing. We'll talk about box properties, and I'll do Command /, and that's Control / on Windows, if you will. Let me actually increase the font size on this to 20. Let's save that. Okay, so let's go to sizing and numbering is next. Then we're going to talk about typography. Then we're going to talk about colors. And then 3 that we're going to talk about are pseudo classes. I always forget if it's the E before the U or whichever way it is. Pseudo classes, there it is. And that's like hover, focus, active. Let's talk about transitions and transforms. And then we'll talk about animations. And for these 3, there'll be a special case where we actually don't have a section for them. We're going to use these classes on the above sections right here. And as we go along, we're going to talk about spacing. And then when we get to box properties, once we learn about box properties, we'll go back and update our previous section so that it looks cool as well. And that's the case for everything here. Once we learn about sizing and numbering, we'll go back up and update those 2. Once we learn about typography, we'll go back up and update the other ones, and colors as well. So that's our format for this section of the course. Let's get started. In CSS, spacing is going to be one of the most important things that we're going to do in really any application. And one of the most important things in any application is white space. And white space is something that can take a basic looking design and turn it into a much cleaner, more professional looking design. So I think this spacing section is pretty important for any designs we're trying to build out. Let's go ahead and create an H2. So I'm going to type in H2 and I'm going to press tab, and that will be Emmett's way of creating an H2 for us. And then I'm going to say the spacing section right here. And then below this, let's go ahead and create a P tag. I'm going to type P and press tab. Tailwind helps us space things out with margin and padding. So go ahead and feel free to change out any of the text if you like. Once we have our P tag, see how close they sit to each other? We definitely want some spacing between our H2 and our paragraph. Let's break this one out. Let's push this to the right side. I'm going to kind of spread that over there. Let's spread this one over here, and let's open up the Tailwind docs right there. And I'll zoom out a little bit. And here is kind of our format for how we're going to build things. Okay, so that looks good right there. We want to talk about margin so that we can get some spacing between this H2 and this P tag. So I'm going to go over to the Tailwind docs, press / to get to the search bar, find margin. There we go. So M-0, M-1, M2 are going to be ways to get margin all the way around. So let's go type that in. Class is M-3 maybe. Okay, so that gets a spacing on the bottom and the left and the top and the right. And that's because the margin is going to apply to all 4 areas, top, right, bottom, and left. So once we go back to the docs, let's see if we can get margin only on the bottom. So we scroll down here, there's Margin 64 is the greatest number that they give us, which converts to 16 rem. Let's go here. There's even negative margins, which is cool. And X, which is left and right, so that's the X axis. And let's go take a look at that MX3. So that'll be just the left right here and just the right. And if we want to kind of show off that that is working, let's do a star and do border 1 pixel solid and red. Okay, so that's kind of like a little trick in CSS to see where our borders are. Once we learn our border classes, we'll be able to not need these anymore. Okay, here's MX3, so that's the x-axis on the left right there and the right there. Let's see if we can't get the MY to work, and that'll be y-axis, so that's top margin and bottom margin. See how that changed? And now, once we go back to the docs, let's keep scrolling. There's MY, let's scroll down, MX, all the way down here. There's these specific classes for picking a side, MB, ML, TR, and so the one we want here is B, which is bottom. And that'll be margin right for MR, margin top for MT, margin left for ML, and margin bottom for MB. So let's go over here. Margin bottom is 3. There we go. And then let's try to up that maybe like 6 to get a big margin between our H2 and our paragraph. That seems a little large. Let's go back to 4. Not 46. Let's go back to 4. There we go. So feel free to play around with these numbers. You'll see us playing around with a lot of these numbers and kind of figuring out what looks best. And once you start building out with Tailwind more and more, you'll start to learn which numbers look best. All right, so let's add in 2 buttons. So I'm going to say button times 2, and I'll press tab to have Emmett complete that. And let's say learn more is this button, and then I'll press enter right here. And then let's do a sign up is right here. So we definitely want some margin on the bottom of this paragraph. So let's go margin bottom of 4 again. So now we have some spacing between our H2, our paragraph, and our buttons. Let's do a class on this button. We definitely want this button to be spaced away from the button on its right. So let's do margin right of 3. So that gets some good spacing there. Now these buttons, since they are going to be buttons, they don't look the best with this border right here. Let's go ahead and give them some padding. So let's say padding 4. And the cool thing about Tailwind is that the conventions that they are put in place, like M3, M4, and then MB, ML, they apply to the padding as well. So P4 is all the way around. PY is going to be the y-axis, which is top and bottom. So let's do PY is 2, and then PX is 4. So it's kind of not as tall, but it is a little bit wider. And that's kind of a good rule of thumb when you're building out buttons, is to have the y-axis be a number and then have the x-axis be double that number. That's kind of my rule of thumb. And look how good that looks as far as spacing goes. The border doesn't look that great, but the spacing does look good. So let's go down to this button right here. Let's go class. Let's do PY2, PX is 4. And we can even up this, maybe even double that to 8, not 84, 8. And see how that button looks a little bit wider than this one. And that's how easy it is to kind of get spacing on all of these things. Now, next up, let's go and wrap all of this in a div. Let's do div right here. And then I'll close that div right below this, div right there. I'm going to hit save, and CodePen will auto format for us, which is nice. We'll go up here, class. Let's do a padding all the way around of 20. So we get some nice spacing on this section. And then now let's go down here. Let's remove this ugly border. All right, so that's looking good for our spacing. So the important things to note are, if we go down here to spacing, there it is, spacing on the left right there. We have padding and margin and space between, which is something we'll talk about in another video. But padding and margin are going to be core to everything we do in all of our designs in Tailwind. So here we are, padding 20, margin bottom 4, margin bottom 4, margin, and then we set some padding on the buttons. And just like that, we're able to get this a little bit nicer than when we started. Now that we've done some spacing, that's pretty good, but there's a little bit more that needs to happen before this looks like a really good design. This is just kind of some good spacing. Next up is box properties. And in box properties, we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about background. We're going to talk about borders. We're going to talk about rounding, which is border radius in the CSS terms. And we're going to talk about shadows, which is box shadow in CSS terms. All of these can be easily accomplished thanks to the Tailwind classes. So let's write out some HTML first, and then we'll start talking about styling it. Just like the above, we had a parent div to kind of wrap that entire section. Let's go ahead and wrap that entire section. We're going to say div. Inside of that, we're going to have an h2. And then next to that h2, let's throw in another div. Okay, so here, box properties. And then this is going to say, I am a box. All right, so that's what we need for this section. Let's add in our spacing classes, which we're comfortable with now. Class is equal to, let's do some padding all the way around, same as the one above, padding 20. Okay, so that is looking good right there. Next up, let's learn about background. So let's go over to the Tailwind docs right here, / to search for our search box, and then let's search for background. So notice how background has a bunch of different things. We have size, color, position, opacity, and repeat. The thing that we're going to focus on in this section is color, but I highly recommend looking through all of those other ones so you can kind of read through and know which CSS classes you're getting. Here, we have background transparent, current, black, white, and the cool thing about the Tailwind setup is that it has really good looking colors out of the box for us. And another good thing about it, and if we scroll down here in this little box, notice how each color is going to have 9 shades. So there's red, here's orange, here's yellow, green, teal, blue, and notice I'm going to stop here on blue. We have 100, I'll zoom in, 100, 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 100 to 900 of 9 different shades of the same color, and each of them getting a little bit darker the closer we get to 900, and getting lighter the closer we get to 100. So this is really cool because this coloring scheme works for not just background, it works for text, and it works for a bunch of different things like border as well. And we'll talk about the coloring scheme in a future video. But here, these are the backgrounds I want you to be aware of. Let's go back to our CodePen. Let's give ourselves a background here. So let's go background BG-blue at 300. So it's a good light background color. We can actually maybe change that out. So this is where you get to kind of play around and have fun with your designs. What looks good to me might not look the best to you. So feel free to tweak the coloring and numbering that you want. So you can change this out for green 400, green 300. I'm going to do a blue at 400. So it's a little bit darker. There we go. All right, so that's how we do background properties in Tailwind, is you just do BG, blue, and then I would highly encourage you to look at the other background properties, but background coloring is probably the most prominent one that you'll use. Now let's talk about this box right here. Let's style out this box. So I'm going to say padding at 10 all the way around for this box. Let's give it a background now. Let's go for purple at maybe 300. All right, that looks pretty decent. Let's go for a little bit of a darker purple, maybe the 400. Cool. So we've talked about background. Let's talk about borders now. So borders are done in 2 different properties, actually more than that. Let's go to border. So there's style, color, opacity, radius, and width. Now let's go for radius first. This is the one I use the most. We're going to do rounded, is going to get us a border radius, rounded medium, rounded large, rounded full. So you can also round out just certain sections. So top left, top right is rounded -T. Rounded -B is bottom right, bottom left, and then there's L and R as well. So you kind of start to see how the naming scheme in Tailwind kind of applies to more than just one set of classes. the padding right, padding left kind of applies to this rounded right, rounded left, and same for a lot of other stuff we're about to see. So let's go back here. Let's go for rounded dash large. And notice how the edges of this box start to get rounded. You could even try out rounded full. And again, I encourage you to definitely play around with these classes. I'm going to stick with rounded large. I like the look of that. Next up, let's go for a border and a border color. So let's go for border. Border color. Just like background, we had the same classes where it has border dash red, and then we have 100 to 900. So that's really cool, right? Because we can kind of mentally know that we're going to have the word border, and then we just dash color dash shading. So let's go ahead and go back to our Tailwind. We're going to go to border purple at maybe 400. And notice that doesn't actually make a difference because the border is going to be the same color as the box itself. So let's try a darker border, maybe 800. And notice that that doesn't work either. And that's because all we did was set the border color with border purple 800. What we also have to do is set the border width. So let's go to border. And we have border width. We have border 0 is border width 0. Border 2 is width 2, 4, and 8. And if we just do the border class, that gets us 1 pixel. So let's do the border class right here, and let's try that out. So let's add border right here. There we go. So now we have a 1 pixel border at this border purple 800. So let's do border dash 4 so we can see a little bit of a thicker border. There we go. Let's add a class to our H2, margin bottom of 4, so we get a little spacing off of that H2 in that box. All right, so we've done background, borders, rounding, which is, I guess, technically part of the borders classes. Next up, let's do shadows. And if you go look at the shadow docs right here, / shadow, we have box shadow. We can do an outer shadow, inner, focus outline. So let's just click box shadow. And here we have shadow, shadow small, XS, medium, large, XL, and 2XL. We'll go back to our CodePen. Feel free to play around with those. I'm going to go with shadow dash large. And notice how there's a shadow that pops up right there. It might not be the most visible thing on your end, but definitely try the 2XL and see how that goes. And that's a big shadow right there, so that's looking good. All right, those are going to do it for our box properties. We have backgrounds, borders, rounding, and shadows. So box properties plus our spacing properties put together can start to make a good looking design. I know this is starting to look a little goofy with our border. Let's go back down to 1 actually. And then let's make it not so dark. Let's go for maybe 500 so it's 1 shade darker than the background. And that looks better. So just with our box properties and our spacing properties, we're starting to get better looking designs thanks to Tailwind. The next thing we're going to talk about after spacing and box properties, we're going to talk about sizing and numbering. And this is kind of going to get into the numbering scheme that Tailwind uses. So you've seen it with this 20, this 4, the 3, and we're going to talk about how the numbering scheme, how the logic works so that we can kind of make sense of the numbering scheme. It's kind of a little goofy at first, but once you get a hang of it, you start to understand how it works. So sizing and numbering, let's speed this up. Let's go with a div. And then let's type out the class is padding of 20 all the way around. Let's go for a background at orange at 300. There we go. And then inside of it, let's go for 5 buttons. Button times 5. And let's have them all say click me. So I'm actually going to start that over. I'm going to say button times 5, and then open up a curly bracket, and then say click me. And then we hit right one, so we're on the very end of the line, and then hit tab so that Emmet inside of CodePen will autocomplete all of that. All right, that looks good. Let's go into our classes, and I'm going to hit Command D. Oh, that didn't work. So let me do highlight all of that right there, and then do Command D. Okay, so I'm going to press right one, left one, and then hit class. Let's go for padding 4 all the way around. let's give each of these a background green at 400. And then let's go for rounded. And just like that, we're able to create some nice looking buttons using our classes that we already know about, right? Box properties and spacing. Next up, we're in the sizing and numbering section. So let's start to learn how we can use our numbering system so that we can kind of space these out differently. So let's create the width class. We're going to say W8 on this one. And notice how that kind of shrinks it because we're constricting the width to be smaller than the text itself. So normally for buttons like this, you wouldn't want to specify the width. You would want the contents to just be the size that it wants to be. But for this example, we're going to be using classes all the way across. So we're going to go with width 12. Let's go down here. Let's go for width at 20. Let's go for width at 32 and width at 48. So the numbering scheme in Tailwind is interesting and it's kind of cool. So let's go to the Tailwind docs right here. I'm going to scroll down and under the Getting Started section, Core Concepts, under Customization right here, there's a spacing item. Let's click that spacing item. And then over here on the right, we can customize spacing. We're not doing that. We want to talk about the default spacing scale. So this is at the bottom of the page, or you can click this nav item right here. By default, Tailwind includes a generous and comprehensive numeric spacing scale. The values are proportional, so 16 is twice as much spacing as 8. So every time we go up in the numbers, it's going to double in size. And the cool thing is that 1 unit is going to equal 0.25 rems, which equals 4 pixels. So down here, if we do like margin 4 or width 4, that will equal 16 pixels. So that's 4 times the 4 pixels, and that's 16. So as we go up, you can see this scale going all the way across. And 64 is the number, kind of the largest that we're getting at 256 pixels or 16 rem. So that's something to keep in mind is the spacing scale when we get back over to our Tailwind CodePen. With 48 right here, we can also set the height at 48. And notice how this gets bigger right there. So these are classes that I don't think we'll use too often, but they are important to note is that the width and height scale that we're going to use and the numbering scheme there is the same numbering scheme that we can use for padding and for margin. So to demonstrate that, let's go over here. Instead of padding 20 all the way around, let's go with padding Y of 20. So that's top and bottom. And let's go for padding X of 10. So that's left and right at space 10. So that's 10. It should be 40 pixels on the left and it should be 80 pixels top and bottom. So let's go down here, right click, inspect. We're opening up our Chrome DevTools. And right here, we have highlighted this div. We can space this out. Let's go to computed. And notice 80 top and bottom and 40 left and right. And if we scroll down, we should be able to see it. There we go. So that's the conversion that I like to keep in mind is that just multiply whatever number it is by 4, and that's kind of the spacing that you're going to get. All right, we've got spacing done. We've got box properties done. We've got some sizing and numbering stuff done. Down here in the typography section, this is a really important section because a lot of the stuff we do here is going to help us make our designs that much better. And typography is such an important part. And Tailwind makes it really nice to create some good looking designs. To get us started, see how CodePen, every time you update a CodePen now, it kind of jumps to the top. So if we're like down here and I start typing, it'll jump to the top every time it refreshes. We can avoid that real quick. Let's go over here, highlight all this, and we'll comment it out. So I will do command /, or you can just do an HTML comment to wrap all that. I'll do the same thing for the box properties section. And we can keep the sizing and numbering for now. Maybe we'll comment it out in a future video. But the thing we want to focus on now is this typography section. So let's get it started. We'll start out with our HTML. Let's go with a div. Let's go for an H2, and I'll press tab to have Emmett create that H2 element. We'll say learning Tailwind is fun. And then let's go for an H3. Let's say something like more fun than I expected. All right, let's do 3 p tags right here, p times 3, and I'll press tab to auto-complete that. Here, a fun snippet we can use in CodePen is lorem, and then press tab, and that will create some lorem ipsum for us. Just some filler text that's good to use in mockups. We can also go to something cupcake ipsum. And there's a lot of like lorem ipsum type generators online. Cupcake ipsum is one of the ones that I often go to. So we'll go for 5 paragraphs. Let's go for the medium-sized paragraphs, and let's start it with cupcake ipsum dolor sit amet, whatever that means, and let's generate. So I'll grab this first paragraph, copy that, go back into our CodePen, paste that there. Let's go grab a second and third paragraph. There's that. Right there for our second paragraph, and then let's go down here for our third paragraph. Okay, so now that we have content here, let's get some spacing going so that this isn't bumped up to the edge of our browser. So this is the classes we've already learned in the spacing section. We'll say class right here. Let's go for padding 20 all the way around. Okay, so that's good right there. Let's go ahead and add some spacing between the H2 and the H3 and the paragraphs. So for the H2, let's go class is margin bottom 4. And the H3, we want a little bit more spacing since the headers should have some more spacing off of the paragraphs themselves. Let's go for a margin bottom of 10. And I kind of want the headers to kind of sit closer together, so let's go down to 2 on that one. And I know I said we'd do it in a future video, but let's go ahead and comment out this section as well. I'm going to highlight all that, command / to comment that out. Okay, so here's our typography section. We need spacing between the paragraphs, and that's what's cool about Tailwind is that it doesn't really assume anything about our typography. Everything is styled the same, and then we bring in our padding, we bring in our margins, we bring in our font size and all that good stuff. So here, let's go for a class is margin bottom at 10, and we'll do the same exact thing for, I'll copy that, command click into the other one and do the same thing. So now we're getting some spacing on our paragraphs. And that 10 might be a little big. Let's drop that to 8. Okay, so now let's start talking about the Tailwind typography classes. If we go back to the docs, let's scroll down and try to find the typography section right here. So there's a lot we can do with Tailwind's typography. Family, size, smoothing, style, weight. The ones that I want to call out that are pretty much the most used ones are going to be font size. And this is the one we're going to use the most. Text XL, 2XL, and it kind of corresponds to font sizes for REMs over here. And we go all the way up to 6XL. The next one we're going to use the most is text color. And here you just do text gray 100 to 900. And same goes for all of the other colors inside of Tailwind. Here's red 100 to 900. So similar to the background color classes, which is nice. The other two that I often use are letter spacing. And you don't use this too much, probably just on headers when you want the headers to be a little bit spaced differently. And this is letter spacing, and the class for it is tracking. And then also line height is very often used when we want to kind of bring in some spacing for our paragraphs. So here's leading none, leading tight, and I usually don't reach for the number ones. I usually reach for these. So tight, snug, normal, relaxed. With all of these in mind, let's go back to our CodePen. Let's say, for this one, let's go for a text 6XL. Okay, that's cool right there. Maybe a little too big. Let's go for a 4, and then for the class for the H3, let's go for a text 2XL. All right, that's looking good. Let's go ahead and keep the font size for the paragraphs. Now let's talk about coloring these headers. So we want this to be a little bit less than the black. So by default, these are just black colored text. Usually you don't want this pure black. You want something a little softer to the eye. So let's go for a text gray at 700. And let's go for a text gray at 500. So it's a little bit offset from each other. And the H2 is going to get more precedence because it's darker. We also want to style out our paragraph text. That darkness is a little bit too much. So we can go down here to each one and do text gray, maybe 800. So that looks good. And then we could do text gray 800, text gray 800. But the cool thing about CSS is that it cascades down to any child elements. So we can just do text gray 800 on the parent, and it cascades down to everything underneath it. Some other styles we can use here are font weight. So there's font thin, font normal, bold. Let's do a bold on our headers. So I'll go back here. Let's do a font bold. And this is where you kind of have to go back to the docs a few times because it can be confusing that some of the typography classes are text, where they start with text, and some start with font. So it is a little interesting, but it is important to just keep going back to the docs and learning about that. Let's go ahead and change out our line height for these. I'd like usually our paragraphs to have a little bit bigger line height. So let's go for a leading at, well, let's go back and look at the docs. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go line height. So here is normal. That's where we're at normally, 1.5. Let's go for relaxed, which is 1.625. So let's go leading dash relaxed. And you'll see that kind of increase. Just a slight amount, but good enough. And if you go down here, let's look at what leading tight does for us. Leading tight. And you'll see these lines shrink a little bit. Right, so let's keep it at leading relaxed. And actually, we want to do that for all the paragraphs. But we could also just push this to our parent, and that will be good enough there. So that looks pretty good. And all we had to do was a couple different classes, one for font sizing, one for color, and then one for line height. And also, let's actually change out the tracking, the letter spacing for this. So let's go tracking wide. Get a little bit more spacing. You could do widest and play around with that. But I think that's a little too wide. So let's keep it at wide. And maybe drop this margin bottom a little bit so that these two are closer. And that looks pretty good for our typography. Look how different that is if we are using Tailwind versus not using Tailwind. And it was pretty good because all we had to do was just like 5 classes, one for spacing, one for font size, one for color, one for font style, one for letter spacing, and then one for line height. So once you start to learn that kind of 5 different types of classes, you'll start to be able to build out these really good looking typography sites quickly. We have our typography section done, and I think that actually turned out pretty good. Something else we can do, this could be a little bit small, so we could go to the top parent and do text large right there, so it's a little bit larger font. There we go. So that's looking good. Maybe drop this margin down just a little bit, maybe an 8. Okay, so let's go ahead and comment this whole section out right here, just so we can start our final section where we start typing. And here, under colors is going to be our final section, and then all of these 3, they don't get their own sections. We're just going to use the pseudo classes on all of the above. And we're going to use transitions and transforms on all of the above, and also the animations on all of the above. So let's finish out with our colors. So we've touched on colors a little bit in the past videos, but I definitely want to take a little bit of a deeper dive here. Let's do a div, and then inside of that div, let's do 10 other divs. And I'll press tab right there. Okay. Actually, let's undo that. And then while we're here, let's do the curly brace and say, I am a box, so that we get a little bit of text. Press right. And then here, I'm going to press tab at the end of the line. There we go. All right. So let's get some spacing on our parent div. Let's go class P20. Let's go for a background gray at maybe 800. Okay, that looks good. Now for each of these, let's actually, I'm going to highlight this whole thing and then Command D all the way down, right, left, and then go class. Let's add a padding to these so that they have a little bit of some spacing. Let's go for padding 4. And let's go for rounded large. If you are interested in looking at the default Tailwind color palette, we'll go over to the Tailwind docs. And you can search for color palette. And here, the third one, default color palette, you can click. And if you want to kind of find it without the search box, it's kind of weird to find. You scroll down under customization, it's under colors, and then at the very bottom of the colors page. So here we are in the default color palette. Here's black and white, where you can do BG black or text white, BG black. And the cool thing is all of these work with all of the different parts of Tailwind. So you kind of just have to learn the names and the numbering system, and you can use it around your applications. So here's gray, here's red. And these are just really fun to look through. I think it's such a pretty color palette compared to if you're using Bootstrap, you just get red or you just get blue. Here in Tailwind, you get 9 shades of a single color, which is really nice. Here's orange, yellow, green, teal, and blue. And indigo and purple. Yeah, it keeps going. The cool thing too is that we can customize all of these colors, so we can change out a base color. Like let's say we want pink to be a little bit of a different shade, and then Tailwind can auto-generate the other 9 shades for you. So let's go back to our div right here. I'm going to press space here, and let's do a background red at 100. And then to test this out, let's go 200, 300, 400, 500, all the way up to the 9, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and we have one extra. Let's just throw a blue in there for fun. And then let's change that out to a 500 or 600. There we go. Definitely feel free to play around with these colors and mess around with changing out these for blue or green, like let's say green right here. Or let's keep it at red. And something I want to talk about is how we can mix and match the background with the text color. Because right now, all of these are going to be black colored text. A good tactic in Tailwind is kind of to match the shading with the text. So let's say if I'm in background red 900, you would want the text to be red also at maybe 200. And now the text looks like it belongs in this box. It's not just a black text inside of a box, right? It's red text on a red background. And that kind of color palette, that small change is what makes the Tailwind apps look a little bit better, is that they kind of match up their color schemes. So here, let's go for text red 200 can probably work. Here on the 700, let's go for text red maybe out of 100. And then text red at a 100. So the thing is I try to not go too many shades off of each other. So if the background is 600, then the text can be 100. If the background is 900, then maybe we should bump this up a little higher to the 300. So that looks good right there. But we definitely don't want to take shades and go too far off, because then things will be a little bit jarring. And that's kind of the tactic here. So let's go text red at maybe 700 or 800. And that's a little too red, I think. So let's bring it up to the 800, which it still has a shade of red, but it isn't fully red. So that looks good right there. Feel free to play around with these. See how the black now on this blue kind of looks a little bit jarring. It's a little bit too much of a difference between the background and the front. So we can do right here, text blue at 200. And that looks really good. We can also bring in our borders. So let's go for border, and then let's go border blue at maybe 500. So notice how the border is only one shade off of the background. And maybe we wanted it darker. There's blue 700 right there. So if you can keep things to pretty close in the shading category, if you want things to be a little bit more subtle, that works. Or if you want things to be a little bit more of a contrast, definitely bring this up to the 900. But it's good to keep things in the same color family, which is nice. All right, that's all I got for the colors section. Definitely play around with the colors and see what looks good. And actually, maybe if we did this, let me highlight all these P4s. And you could do margin bottom of 2 so that we get some spacing. Another thing we could do, though, is go up here and space Y at maybe 3. So that's a really cool utility class that Tailwind provides us. Instead of doing a margin inside of each of these divs, you can just do space Y on the parent, and it'll go ahead and space out all the siblings right there. The coloring scheme in Tailwind is really, really awesome, and I love how many customization things and how cool we can make our color schemes. So definitely play around, and we'll use it a lot more in this course. All right, we've been able to get some spacing, box properties, sizing and numbering, typography, and colors down, and a lot of those put together are going to help us build out any Tailwind app that we need to build out. But something that we haven't dealt with yet are, let's say we wanted to have a button and hover on a button. We haven't been able to see how Tailwind handles pseudo classes like hover, active, or focus. Now, if you were doing this in CSS, you would do something like button colon hover, and then you would style out the button that way when you hovered it. But how do we do this in Tailwind? Well, Tailwind CSS has a bunch of different utility classes for our pseudo class variants right here under core concepts, pseudo class variants, and you can find this by just typing in pseudo right there and then clicking in pseudo class variants. Now, the important ones to note are the first 3 right here. Hover is going to be hover colon. So anytime you want to apply a class on hover, you just prefix it with hover colon, and Tailwind will go ahead and apply that class. And I think that is one of the coolest things about Tailwind is how easy it is to add these pseudo classes with a simple prefix for hover. And if you look at focus, it's focus colon. So let's demonstrate. If I hover over this button, it'll hover there. Let's go back to our main concepts CodePen, and then let's say this first one right here, I am a box on background red 100, text red 900. Let's invert that. So on hover, let's say we want the background to turn into red 900, and on hover, we want the text to turn to red 100. So that reverses the coloring scheme. And on hover, notice how that changes. And that's really cool because that was a really quick thing to add these hover classes, and still we haven't written a line of custom CSS. So let's go back and try to change this out. We could even change this out for blue and watch this change now. There we go. On the hover, it changes out to the blue. So that's pretty cool. In the next video, we'll also talk about transitioning between one state to the next so that it doesn't just jump between colors. We'll make it change so that it kind of transitions between one to the other. And that'll be the next video. The other pseudo class variants I want to talk about are group, hover, focus. These are really cool in saying that anytime any part of the group is hovered, then you can change the styles of each of the children. But this only works if we're using Tailwind with an NPM package. Right now, since we're using it from a .css file and we're including it with a link rel style sheet in our HTML, that doesn't really work for us, but it's good to note when we build out our larger scale applications. And I would highly recommend you to read through these. Focus within, focus visible are cool. The other one I want to point out and talk about is the first child, last child, odd, and even. These are really cool. So we can click on this and first child right here. So here they're saying, let's not round out the top border. Let's go for last child. That kind of does the same thing. Even child is fun because we can style out each of the even children. So that wouldn't be the first one. That would be second, fourth, and sixth all the way down. So these are just really good to be aware of. And we'll use these a lot throughout the course, especially the hover focus ones. But definitely keep them in mind when you're building out your applications. This next section is actually one of my favorites because there are such cool things that you can do with transitions and transforms. Transitions and transforms are where we're going to take our designs up to that very next level, because right now we are here. Let's say we have this box where we hover it and it just turns into this blue with this blue text. Well, that's not the best looking because it kind of just jumps between this light red to the blue. All we have to do is add two classes to this. We can add a transition class right there. And by itself, that won't be enough to transition this from our background red to our background blue 900. So we actually have to add in a duration. So let's say duration 500. And now watch this kind of slowly fade from one color to the next. There's also faster durations like 300. And I'll let that reload, hover, and there it is a little bit faster. So transitions are a good way to kind of go from one state, which is a background, and then they're especially used when we do hovers or the focus pseudo classes. So if we go back to the docs, let's go up here, let's search for transition. There's transition property, duration, timing function, and delay. So property right here is the main one we're going to look at. You can add the transition class, which will transition background color, border color, color itself, fill, stroke, opacity, box shadow, and transform. So normally for the most performant applications, we would pick out the transition for just the one that we want. Since all we're transitioning here is the background color, we can do transition-colors. And if we go back over here, transition-colors right there will be good. There we go. I don't know where our spacing went here, so let's bring that back, space Y at 3. Okay, that looks good right there. If we go back to transition properties, there's transition property. Let's search for transition again. We have duration, which is the second thing that we're using. And this is the milliseconds that it will take to go from one state to the next. So here we had the 300, and 300 is good. A nice like average time because it's not too long and it's not too short. So we can actually test this out. Let's try out 1000 over here. We'll put in the 1000. Okay, so really slow. It takes 1 second to go between the first state and the second state and the hover state. So let's go do the 75 now. Let's try that out. 75. Let's let CodePen reload for us. Okay, now let's try it out. And that's so fast that I don't even see the transition anymore. It kind of feels like there is no transition. So let's go back here. The other thing we can do is transition timing function. Now the timing function, ease linear, ease in, ease out, and ease in out kind of just changes the way that the transition works. So there is ease in, here's ease out. It just kind of changes it a little bit in your viewing. So those are fun to have if you want to kind of mess around with how the animation works, the timing and the transition works. But the other fun part about this is we just did transitions, right? So we have transitions, we have transition duration. The other really fun part is transforms. Not text transform, actually. Let's go for transform. Let's go for translate, skew, scale, and rotate. So let's read through these real quick. Translate is probably the most popular one that you're going to use. You can kind of move an element using this translate property. So translate, translate, all that good stuff right there. Same numbering scheme that we normally see from Tailwind. Let's go for rotate. And you can rotate 45 degrees, 90, 180, negative 180. And notice how there's that minus in front of it. Let's search for transform one more time. Okay, so that looks good right there. Let's go ahead and go to our element right here. So on hover, let's bring this back to 500. I want this to also transform right. So let's say hover, transform X at maybe 4. So that doesn't work yet because we actually have to add in another class. Notice how we added transition colors so that we brought in the transition CSS property. We also have to add in transform right here so we can say, okay, this element will be transformed. And that still doesn't seem to work. And I think because I named this one wrong, that's actually translate right there, translate X4. There we go. So as soon as I hover it, it translates over to the right side by 4. And I could actually increase that by 10. Okay, reload CodePen. And there we go. It hovers over that way. And you might be wondering, okay, well, Chris, it's not really transitioning between 1 to 2 states. That's because right now we only have transition colors on. If we delete that, just do transition all properties. So it's transitioning the transform and the background. There we go. So now we get this cool hover effect right there. 10 seems a little large. Let's go for 4. Okay, that's cool right there. So with transforms and transition, we can start to do some really fun things. On hover, we can say, let's do rotate 45. So while this might not be the most practical thing, you can start to see that there's some fun stuff that we can do with transitions and transforms. So I definitely recommend you playing around with them. There's a lot more boxes here you can transition and transform. Definitely look at the docs for scale is also another one. If we search for transform, you'll see translate, skew, scale, and rotate. So scale is a fun one we can use. Let's go for scale at 150, which is 1.5. So let's go for on hover. I want your scale to be 150. And we have the transform class in there. We have the transition class, so it should, there we go. So it increases up to 1.5 times its normal size. So let's see what else we can do there. 110 is probably, 105 is probably the best, like subtle one we can use. So that's a nice subtle hover. We can actually bring this down to 200 for the duration. And that looks good right there. So we're going to use these a lot in the rest of this course. Just be noticing that transition and transform go hand in hand to take our designs to that next level. The next feature we'll talk about is something that has been added to Tailwind a little bit recently, and this is animations. So if we go over to the Tailwind docs and we look at the animation docs up here, recently added it in 1.6, and we are at V162 at the time of this video. So here we are going to be able to use these, but I don't know if I'd use them too much in my own application since they're not very customizable to start. I feel like they're going to add a little bit more customization as time goes on, but it is fun to see them already in the code base. We have animate spin, animate ping, animate pulse, animate bounce. So these are animations which are a little bit more complex than transforms. So if we go over to our code right here, let's just do animate dash spin. And all of a sudden our box starts spinning, and you can still see the transform is happening on the first one. Let's go back to animation Tailwind CSS docs. So we have spin, ping, pulse, bounce. So let's try all those. Animate spin, animate ping, animate pulse, and animate, kind of fun, animate bounce. So this is something that you wouldn't really use on the overall div itself. This is something that if you look at the docs, they do a good example of like using them on icons to show spinning. They use a good example to do a ping on like this little notification icon. This pulse for maybe the loader cards. So it's not really recommended to use them for the big boxes, kind of like we're doing on these divs, since they aren't the most user-friendly. But they are fun for small elements around your application. Let's see how they use bounce. Nice. Using this little down arrow. So it's just something to be aware of so that we can use it in our applications. And definitely just remember that they're there in case you ever want to use them. When we started recording this course, we were on Tailwind 1.6 for the version. Since then, Tailwind has released 1.7, which brought to us a really cool new feature called background gradients. So background image is the CSS property that's used to handle background gradients. And you can see this linear gradient right here. It goes from orange to pink in the middle, or sorry, to red in the middle, and then over to pink on the right side. So I want to definitely keep this course updated to whatever cool new things Tailwind is doing. And here we are with a video on gradients. So this is something that you'll probably use lightly in your applications, but if you use them correctly and subtly, I think gradients can really bring out a design. So let's go over to a CodePen, brand new. We're going to start up with a div right here. And I'm going to close this div. And then inside of this div, I'm going to do a class. Let's set the min height to screen. And then I want to put some content in the very middle of it. So we're going to go flex and center it vertically. Items center and center it horizontally. Justify center. All right, now let's give this an H1 and we're going to say, whoa, gradients. Okay, so now let's go ahead and style this as we normally would class. Let's do a font size real quick, text 6XL. Let's do font bold. And I think that'll be good enough right there. So I want to talk about the API of doing gradients before we actually do the gradients. There's going to be a couple different things. One, we have to set a class for the gradient. And this is basically saying which direction the gradient is going to go. Two, we have to set a starting color. Three, set a final or end color. And then four, which is optional, set a middle color. So let's comment that out so it doesn't take up our HTML here. And now let's do all of the 4 steps right here. So 1, let's go for BG gradient dash 2. And then this is where the fun starts. You can either say to left, to right, to bottom right, to top left, to top right. So all of that stuff can be seen if you search for background image here, to top right, to the top. So that's kind of where it starts and where it ends. So if I said to right here, it would go from left to right. And then you would do step 2, set a starting color from blue 100. Okay, so now we see a little bit of blue. Actually, let me make that a little bit stronger so we can see the differences here. And then we'll say to purple 400. So check that out. We have a gradient in our background using CSS's background image property. And if we wanted to add a middle color, right between from and to, you would say via, and then you would just give it a color and a shade like we normally do for Tailwind colors. So let's go with red 400. So when I said earlier that this gradients is a feature that could be overused, this is what I meant right here. You have a blue to red to purple gradient, not the strongest. It's a little bit strong, right? So if we do to bottom right here, let's clean this up a little bit and make it a little bit more subtle and make it better. So if I did to bottom right, now the gradient turns from a diagonal. So let's go from blue 100. Let's get rid of the via, so the middle color we'll get rid of. And let's go to purple, maybe 200. So now really subtle, but it gives a pop off of the background, which if we didn't have any of this, so let's delete all that, it just turns into a white background. So a subtle gradient used correctly can be a really strong thing to add to your styles. All right, the next thing we should do is add a gradient to this text. So we are able to get a gradient to our backgrounds. Let's do text. So let's go here. We're going to do the same exact classes, background, gradient, to bottom right. Let's start with a from blue 600, and let's go to purple at 800. Okay, so that's giving a background to the entire H1, which is a square, not the text itself. So the class that we have to add is going to be called background clip-text right there. And that's able to say, hey, CSS, make sure that the background only is applied to this text area. And you might be wondering, okay, well, the background gradient isn't really showing on the text just yet. There is one last thing we need to do. The font color on this is black. So we need to say text is transparent. So the text color has no color, and the background can shine through the text, thanks to background clip text and our gradient right here. So if we do this right here, we have, whoa, gradients. That looks a lot better than if it was just black on white text or on a white background. So just be aware of gradients. They are very helpful. We'll use them in the later part of this course to build out our main site. But very subtle uses can make a design pop, and a little bit over usage can make a design kind of flop. So be aware of that. And yeah, that's gradients. We're about to wrap up our main concepts section, but before we do, I kind of want to go back through the entire list of things we've built and just redo some of the things, because we now know a lot more about Tailwind at the bottom of this CodePen than we did at the beginning of the CodePen. So let's start off by deleting all of these animates. And if you want to keep them in, that's all good. Just go ahead and do it. But I'm going to remove them since they were a little jarring there. So what we're going to do, we're going to go up through the CodePen, and one by one, we'll uncomment. So I'll delete these comments right here. Scroll up a little bit more. So here we are in our typography section. We have learning Tailwind is fun, more fun than I expected. I think we can change this out for a blue. So that's kind of fun right there. I would like to drop the margin bottom on this a little bit less. So let's drop that. Get those a little bit closer. That looks good there. We have text large as our base, and we have margin bottom 8 of all of these. And I think that section actually looks really, really good. Maybe we could even up this to the 5XL, and that looks good right there. So we'll keep this section as is. The typography section already looks good. Let's move up to our sizing and numbering section. So I'll delete these comments right there. Bring that in, and it should show at the top now. While this isn't the prettiest section, it definitely looks decent. Let's change out the orange for the green. There we go. Kind of makes them look a little bit better. And now that we know a little bit about text coloring, we can change this to text orange at maybe 200. Right now the text was black. We can actually change that to 300, get it a little closer to that orange. And we'll leave it at that. This definitely isn't the prettiest looking section that we've built so far. We'll go up. Let's drop the box properties comment right there and right there. I'm box properties. We now know about our typography classes. So let's update this. Let's go for text 4XL. Let's change out the dark black color on this. So let's go for text blue at maybe 700. So it's still blue because it pops off the background, but now it's a little bit not as jarring as the black was. Maybe even darker for the 800 if you like that. We can definitely change out the coloring for the I am a box. We have background purple at 400. Let's go ahead and grab a background text at purple at maybe 500. So it's a little bit of a shade darker. Maybe that's not enough contrast. Let's go for 700. Let's go for text. Oh, wrong spot there. So we'll keep that at 700. Let's go over and say text center. Let's go for font bold. And then let's go for the uppercase class, which we haven't used. We can also space out the letters with some letter spacing, so that's tracking-y dist. And you might be wondering, okay, this is a lot of classes to kind of memorize, and this just comes with time working with Tailwind. Because I've worked with Tailwind so long, I am starting to remember all of these classes and how they can come together to make a really good looking UI. And by the end of this course, we'll have a lot of these skill sets because we're doing a lot of this repetition so that we do learn all of the Tailwind classes put together. All right, we'll keep that one there. Let's go up to our first section. Let's drop the comments on this. This is the most basic section since all we had here when we started was spacing. So let's go ahead and add a background here. Let's go for background, maybe for the green at 700. Kind of a little dark there. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go text 5XL. Let's make that a font bold. let's change out the black because the black is a little bit too much on the green background. So let's go for text green at 200. That looks good right there. And then let's change out the text for our paragraph right here. Let's go for text green at 100. And maybe we want our header to go for the 100 and then our text to go for the 200. There we go. So the header has a little bit more prominence because it's lighter. Let's go for text extra large. Okay, so that looks decent right there. Let's drop the margin bottom 4 so we can get the paragraph and the header to be closer. So let's change that out to a 2. All right, so now let's do our buttons. First, we need to add a background to this button. So let's go for background. Let's go for purple on this one at 400. And then let's change out the text for purple at 100. But let's also make this a little bit darker. Let's go for 700 on the purple background. Maybe a little bit lighter than that, 600. And again, you'll see me playing around with colors a lot in this course. And that's what's fun about Tailwind. We just have to change out some shading for 100 to 900, and we are able to kind of get a good looking set of buttons. We definitely want to round this out, so let's go for rounded. And there we go, that's good enough. So let's go for the sign up button now. Let's do a background color, a text color, and then round out the button as well. So we'll go for background yellow at 400. Let's go for text yellow at 700 or 800. Maybe 900 to get a little bit darker on that yellow. And then let's round out that button. Okay, so now we have background purple at 600. Let's add in a hover for background purple at 500. And then for this one, let's do a hover for background yellow at 300. So when we hover, it gets a little bit lighter for each. We would like to add a little bit of a transition to this. So let's go here and say transition. And we'll give it a duration of 300. So now there's a nice fade in all of those. Let's give our padding for our paragraph a little bit bigger. So our margin, let's go to 6 for that one. And then we probably want people to use the sign up button more. So let's add a shadow large to that one. So now the sign up button is a little bit more prominent than the learn more button. And there's a transition so that the hover changes the color. We have a good green text and a good green text here. So that looks nice and uniform with our background. And overall, I think our overall CodePen is looking pretty good. So notice how before all of this, we weren't able to do any of this with our Tailwind classes. Now that we've learned all of the main concepts of Tailwind, we can build out these good looking sections. So let's keep going further. We're going to learn more about Tailwind. We're going to start building more real world things. And that will round out this section under main concepts. Now that we've got a lot of the main concepts out of the way between box properties, sizing, spacing, typography, colors, transitions and transforms, that sounds like a lot. But after all of that, I definitely want to move into sort of the layout section of the docs. So in this video, I want to talk about this container class, and we'll kind of browse through all of these. I definitely want you to give all of these a read because it's not something we should really dive through and read on video. These are kind of things that you'll need in parts of your application, but they won't be too overwhelmingly important. They'll just be useful on your journey. So the ones I want to deal with are container, which is a way to kind of fix the width of your content. So let's start out here. Let's give ourselves a div and let's go py20. Minimum height is screen, so we get the full height. And let's do background gray at 200. Okay, so we have a basic div right here. Let's do a div, and then inside of that, a p tag. And then now let's do a lorem, press tab, and now we get some nice lorem ipsum text right here. So as it stands right now, our text is going to flow through the entire width of this div, of our entire page. So if I scroll a little bit wider, notice how the text goes all the way across. So when you're reading online, you definitely don't want this experience. I believe when you're reading online, the perfect or ideal character width of a line is about 85 characters. And that's kind of what we did on Scotch.io when we built out that reading experience. So here, let's talk about the container class. If I wrap all of this right here in a div class container, right here, and then we'll close that div outside of everything else, we'll see that the content is kind of limited to a certain width. And the width is based on the container class, based on the responsiveness, so the size of the viewport. And so we can see this. Let me do a border on this. So we'll say border, and I'll want a border red at 400. So now we can really see the outline of this. So the container limits the width, but notice how it's not really centered on our page. So to do that, we're going to set margin left auto and margin right auto. So you could do ML auto and MR auto, but there's also MX auto, which is left and right. So the X axis. And now that's centered, and it's going to be a good width for our overall site. So I want you to be aware of this container class. And the reason I didn't put it on the parent is because we have a background on that. So we didn't want the background to only be the container's width. We wanted the background to be the full width of the page, and then the container can sit right here. Okay, so that's the container class, and I'm going to use that a ton in the site we're going to build in this course. The next thing I want to talk about of the container classes, there's box sizing, display, floats, clearer, all that good stuff right here. Overflow, definitely useful, but position is probably the second most used out of this layout list right here. So if we go to position, there's static, fixed, absolute, and relative are the ones I want to focus on. There's a lot of times we're going to absolutely position something on a page. So let's go over here. We're going to give this div right here a class. Background is white. Okay, that looks good there. Let's do padding of 10 all the way around. Let's do rounded large and shadow large. And that's just for styling so that it doesn't look so ugly. So, okay, we have that. Let's remove the border right here. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so that looks decent right there. Let's say we wanted to have this card have like a little label in the top right. And let's say we wanted it to say brand new or something like that. So what we would do here is we would create an absolutely positioned item, absolutely positioned label. And I'm going to say div, brand new, right there. So the first thing we can do here is say class is absolute. And now it's going to absolutely position itself, which means it's going to take itself out of the flow of the document. And that means that paragraph right there kind of took over the spot where that div used to be. So next up, we need to tell it where to sit. We can say top is 0. So it'll go all the way to the top. And we can say left is 0. And it'll go all the way to the left. And this is how we position absolute items, is we kind of say, hey, you want top 0 and right 0. And if we did right, it would pop itself over to the right over there. And there it is right there. So we definitely want it to be top right if we want it in this area right here. But notice how it's on the body, so the entire page, not just this card. So to do that, an absolutely positioned item is going to go to, it's going to position itself based on the first parent that is a relative parent. So by default, that's the overall page. So if we want it to position itself within this white background here, we would say relative right here. And there we go. So any absolute positioned items inside of this relative will be where this top 0 and right 0 gets taken in. So that's looking good there. Let's give it a little bit more styling. We want a background red at maybe 500, text red at 100. Let's go for rounded, and let's give it a padding Y of 2, padding X of 4. Okay, now we don't want it really right there inside of the circle, or inside of the card. Maybe we do. It doesn't look that bad there, but we can also say transform, and we can offset the x-axis. So we're going to say translate x 2. So kind of push yourself over to the right 2. And then minus, so negative translate y 2. So push yourself up a little bit. And there we go. We have a absolutely positioned label off to the side right there, and that looks good. If we wanted, we could probably bring down the text size there. So let's say text small. And maybe bring down the padding right there. So it gets like a little bit of a smaller, there we go. And maybe extra small on the text. There we go. So that's a way to absolutely position things relatively inside of a relative div, and also a container to kind of limit the overall width. And we're going to use both of these a lot in the course in the site that we build. So just keep those handy and make sure to look through the docs for the other layout options. Responsive design is one of the toughest things to do in front end. To make a website or app look good on mobile, tablets, and desktops is really, really tough stuff. So the cool thing about Tailwind is that it gives us utility classes, just like our normal Tailwind utility classes, to do responsive design quickly. And I absolutely love how Tailwind has handled responsive design, and it helps making mobile and desktop sized apps really quick. So it's such an important part of Tailwind. If you look under the Tailwind docs on the left side, core concepts, utility first, which is the utility classes, is number 1. And it's so important to Tailwind that responsive design is number 2 on this list. So let's talk about the breakpoints. We have a 640 pixels, which is the small. So anything below this is considered a small phone. Anything below medium is considered kind of a bigger phone or tablet. Same goes for large. This starts to get into the desktop areas, and this is like super big desktops. So that's kind of how the breakdown works. And the cool thing about Tailwind is that it is mobile first. So all of these kind of go up, and we'll take a look at a CodePen when we start doing this. But basically, the biggest part that you need to know about the responsive classes is it's all of the Tailwind classes we've already learned about. We just have to say, if we want a specific Tailwind class to only work on desktops, then we just prefix it with large colon. And that same goes for small colon right here, medium colon, large colon, or extra large colon. And we can prefix that for any of the Tailwind classes, and that means that class will only work for that device. So let me demonstrate exactly what that means. Let's do a div min height is screen. Let's go for background blue at 200, and let's give ourselves padding of 20 all the way around, just to set us up for a good space to code. All right, so let's start with an H2. And let's give this a class of text 6XL just so we can get some sizing on it so we can see it while we're coding. And let's give this mobile first designs. So we'll say mobile first there. I'll hit save. So anything that we do in Tailwind is considered a class that is going to apply to mobile and tablets and desktops. Pretty much all of the breakpoints is what 6XL is going to apply to. So if I go down to mobile sizes, it's still 6XL. If I go up to desktop sizes, still 6XL. So what if we wanted to say, okay, well, on mobile, we kind of want it to be a black color, and then as we get bigger, we'll change out the color. And this is a good way to demonstrate the Tailwind responsive classes. So let's go for text is black, and that means at all times the text is black. And it starts on mobile first, so on mobile, it's black, desktop and tablet black as well. So if we go, okay, hey, on medium devices, I want the text to be red 600. So that basically says on mobile, text is black. Anything on medium and above is red 600. So if I go a little bit bigger, there is the medium breakpoint right there. So anything below that is considered the small version. Anything above this right there is the medium. And then we can go a step further on large. Let's go text yellow at 600. So right here, we're at medium, and I'm going to spread this a little bit further. There's yellow right there. So you can kind of see the different breakpoints thanks to the responsive classes right here. And then let me zoom out a little bit further, and we can even do an extra large class for text is white. Okay, let's keep going, see if we can't get there. There we go. I had to zoom out a little bit because the extra large is really, really large. So there we go. White, yellow, red, and black. And notice how it's all of the Tailwind classes we know about. We just had to add the prefix for the responsiveness to it. So here's showing colors as responsive. Let's do a little bit further. Let's do another H2, different sizes per device. So another thing that we're going to want to do is say, okay, well, this is already gigantic on mobile devices. Like if I'm on my phone and it's overflowing like this, I don't really like that. So what we can do here is say class text 6XL. And okay, check that out. It's way too large on this mobile device. So we can say on normal devices, and this is what I mean by Tailwind is mobile first. We say text 3XL. So that's the mobile friendly size. And then we do large text 6XL. So on this mobile device 3XL, as I start to grow the mobile viewport right there. As soon as it hits that large breakpoint, it gets larger. And you could do a medium for text 4XL. So as your screen gets bigger, your text gets bigger. And that's how we can do responsive text sizes. And one thing I'm noticing is that as we go down, there's a lot of padding around this. So let's say, okay, on large, we want that padding to be 20. And watch this go down to the sides. Yep, that works. But on normal, we want it to be padding, let's say 4. So we get a little bit of spacing on mobile devices. As we get to bigger sizes, we get that padding 20. So Tailwind's responsive classes are very, very helpful. And it's cool because now you only added small colon, medium colon, large colon, extra large colon. We've only added 4 things to our knowledge of Tailwind, and we are able to do responsive design, which is awesome. All right, let's do a little bit more. Let's do stacking versus side by side. And this is something we're going to do a lot in our apps. Is on mobile, we want some things to stack. On desktop, we want some things to sit side by side. So let's do this. I'm going to do a div. And then I'm going to do a div right here. On mobile, we stack. Div right here. On desktop, we are side by side. Okay, so that's that. Let's give each of these a little bit of background so we can get a little bit nicer spacing. Class, let's go for a padding of 10. Let's go for background white. And then they're kind of a little bit close to each other, so let's do margin top of 10. Okay, so now on mobile, they're stacked on top of each other as we'd expect. But let's say on desktop, we wanted them to sit side by side. We're going to do class is flex. And Flexbox by default has things sit side by side. Okay, but notice how on mobile, we don't want them to sit side by side. So we only want flex to take effect on large devices. There we go. So now they are stacking. And then when we get to desktop, they are side by side. Now we want to take this a step further. We want each to be half of the width. So actually, let's change this to medium since I'm so zoomed in while I record these screencasts. Let's do medium as flex. And then let's do on medium, we want the width to be 1/2. There we go. So now on medium sizes and larger, it's 1/2 and they sit side by side. As I scroll down, they're going to stack and the width goes back to 100% since div is by default the full width, 100%. So I hope that helps kind of showcase the power of the responsive tools in Tailwind. We just have to prefix things, and we'll do a lot of practice with these responsive classes in this course so that you can get these down to repetition and in your toolbox. Another thing we want to do, the last thing in this video, is as I scroll here, notice how they kind of don't have some spacing. We can say, okay, well, on medium, we want space X to be 8, and that's the space between these two. And there we go. So now we have a really good stacking on mobile and not stacking on desktop, all with a few of these medium colon classes. Really, really cool stuff. I really love Tailwind's responsive classes. In this video, we'll be talking about one of my absolute favorite things to come to CSS, and that's Flexbox. So in the Tailwind display classes, down here under layout, you see container here, there's display right here. We have block, which is what divs are by default. We also have flex. So display flex is a really, really cool tool in CSS that helps us do so many amazing things that were really difficult to do before Flexbox. And we'll demonstrate a lot of those in this video. So if you want to get more familiar with Flexbox and why I absolutely love Flexbox, here's a really good game to play online to learn it, flexboxfroggy.com. Here you can learn all about the main Flexbox classes, and I think it's really important to learn these before jumping into Tailwind, because Tailwind classes are great, but they don't really work unless you know the Tailwind, the Flexbox, how it works. So really good tool to play around with, flexboxfroggy.com. We'll come into our CodePen, and here I'm going to have 4 sections here. So one is going to be centering. Let me zoom in a little bit. So we'll have centering. We'll have another one for building out a navigation. And I want to demonstrate the different ways that Flexbox is used in our day-to-day CSS. We'll talk about creating a columns section. We'll talk about building out a sidebar section as well. And all of these can be easily done with Flexbox. So let's get started. So each of these is going to have its own div. And for this one, let's just give it a background color and a height so that we can get started. Let's go background green at 700 and H64, which is the highest of the height classes. And I'll press tab, let that autocomplete. Let's do an H2 inside of here. Let's do for text 4XL, and the text here will be centered. Okay, so it's not really centered yet. I just typed in the word centered. To get this centered, before we used to have to do some kind of margin offset where we would push this margin left a lot, margin top a lot, but then it wouldn't really be fully, truly centered. In Flexbox, there's a different way to do it. So when we're doing CSS, you would type in the div and you would say 3 things. Display is flex, align items is center, and justify content is center. And with those 3 things, you would be able to center the contents of a div. And that's amazing. 3 lines to center something in CSS is fantastic. So let's break this down. Display flex is setting the div to be display flex. Justify content is basically going to center along the main axis. And when we're starting, that means the x-axis. So this right here, it's going to center it. And if I remove the align items, watch this, it'll get pushed to the top. So what we can do here is bring this align items in, remove the justify content, and kind of see what that looks like. Okay, that looks good right there. So align items is the y-axis, justify content is the x-axis, or the main axis. And I say main because sometimes it flips, which we will talk about also. But let's bring that back down. So how do we do this in Tailwind? We don't want to write any custom CSS. Well, we'll do 3 things. Flex, to get it to be Flexbox. And then we'll say justify center, which is justify content center, right there. And then we'll do items center. And that will center right there. And this is something that you'll do a ton in your CSS journey with Tailwind, is centering things. So those 3 classes put together are very, very powerful. All right, so let's take this a step further. I actually want to change out the color on that. It's a little too jarring. Just text green 100. Make it look a little bit better. Cool. let's see how we would build out a navigation now. So let's do div right here. We'll do background gray at 300 and give it a padding of 10. So no Flexbox just yet. But when we're doing navigations, we'll usually have like a div right here for a logo or something. And then we'll also have a div for a navigation. And right now they're going to sit one on top of the other. And the cool thing about Flexbox is as soon as you type in flex, they will sit side by side. There we go. So now the next thing here is that usually the logo is on the left, the navigation is on the far right. You could do this by like absolutely positioning this thing right here, but Flexbox makes this really easy. We have justify here for center. So if we did justify center, that would center everything right there. But we also have a different class, justify between. So that's basically saying, hey, all of the space in between these two take up so that the first div goes far left, the second div goes far right, which is really nice. And that's going to be it for our navigation. And once we have that down, we have a navigation bar, which we are going to build in this course later on when we build out our main site. All right, let's talk about the column section. We're going to have a div. Let's go background yellow at 500 and a padding of 10. And then inside of this, let's do 3 divs. We'll say hello for each one, and we'll do 3 of them. And just to get a little bit more sizing on here, let's go class, background white, and padding of 2. Okay, so now we have the divs, which are white backgrounds right here and stacked as divs should be because they're display block by default. To get these to sit side by side, we'll say flex. Okay, and by default, they're going to sit flex, which is side by side with each other, but they won't be taking up the full size of their container, which is totally fine. So to get Flexbox children, which are these div, div, and div, to be the full width and kind of take up space, we'll add a new class to each of these called Flex Grow. That is basically saying, hey, all of you children here kind of just grow to the space that is allotted to you that you have available. And there's also Flex Shrink to say, okay, one of these divs should not be growing beyond the contents of itself. So that'll be just that right there. And then the other two will grow to the space available. Let's take this a step further. When we go to mobile, which is right here, we probably want this to not be not be sitting side by side. And we learned that in the responsive video. If we wanted flex to only apply to large screens, we just say large flex, and everything else on mobile is block. So that works out nicely. Let's change that to medium so we can not have to expand so wide. There we go. So one thing we can do here is get space X of 8 so that there's spacing in between each of these. And that looks good right there. But we only want that to happen on the larger screen. So we'll say medium for that one as well. Next up, we want these to have spacing on mobile. So let's go ahead and say space Y is 4. And I'm just picking out random numbers to get a little spacing here. You could do margin bottom, or margin top right there. But I like doing it on the parent element so that you don't really have to worry about each of the children. You just add it to the parent and it cascades down to its children. But the other thing on this is that we don't want this space Y4 on larger devices. So we're going to say on medium devices, we're going to reset that space Y is 0. And there we go. We now have a grid area. So that's cool right there. So stacking on mobile and grid sections on desktop. So that's a good way to use Flexbox there. So these 3 scenarios, really, really important ways to use Flexbox in the wild. We have one more here for the sidebar. Let's do div bg teal at 700 and a height of 64. And then in here, let's do a div. And let's say we had a sidebar, div for sidebar, and a div for content. So normally we would want these to sit side by side. Let's give these a class is background orange at 500 and a padding of 10 just to get some nice styling in there. Well, decently styling in there. Let's do BG teal at 500 and a padding of 10 around that as well. And it keeps scrolling us up to the top. So we have a sidebar and content sitting on top of each other. To get them to sit side by side, class is flex on the parent. There we go. So that's looking good. And if we need them to grow to the height of their div parent, so sidebar and content aren't the full height of this right here, we can say items. And remember, items is the y-axis in this case. So we can say items center, and that will kind of push them to the center of all of this. But that didn't work because the div, this one right here, if we did a border, and this is kind of how you debug in CSS, right? You do border red at 100. So let's give it a little border, see what this is at. So this Flexbox item right here isn't the full height of this. So we need to say, hey, you go to the full height of your parent. And now item center actually works. So to get now the children to be the same height as the parent, we say items stretch. And sorry, this keeps jumping. We're almost done with this one. So item stretch, let's remove the border now. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so two more things. This is kind of getting in the way. Let's comment one of these out real quick. There we go. That's better. So another thing we can do is set a width on one of the children right here. So we'll say width is 1/5. So that'll be about 20%. And then the other one, we kind of want this to take up the rest of the content. And we learned this class over here, right here, flex grow. So we'll type that in there, flex grow. So you, the content, take up the rest of the space you're allowed. And the sidebar, just take up this width 1/5. And we'll do a little bit more of our responsive styling. Since we don't want the sidebar and the content on mobile, let's do on medium, flex, and on medium right there, and also on medium right here. So those three classes will prefix with the medium responsive class, and now on mobile, we're stacking. And then on medium sizes, we have our sidebar back again. If you didn't want the sidebar there, you could also just say, hey, on normal screens, hidden, and then on medium, display block. So now it's hidden on mobile. There we go. And as we stretch, it shows up again. So that's a good way to hide it and show it based on responsive classes. So let me uncomment this one right here. And all of these four, I believe, all of these four scenarios are really good to learn Flexbox for centering, for splitting things left and right, for creating columns, and for creating like a sidebar and content area. So all of these four scenarios really helpful for Flexbox, and absolutely enjoy Flexbox. Try out flexboxfroggy.com, and we'll be using a ton of Flexbox later in this course. The next concept we're going to deal with in the layout section of this course is going to be display grid. So grid came a little bit after Flexbox, and a lot of people are kind of thinking that grid replaces Flexbox. Well, I'm here to say that grid is actually a great complement to Flexbox. Using both together, which we do a lot in this course, is an amazing tool set. So here under the display properties under layout, we scroll down, we have grid. And grid is a little bit harder to kind of grasp because there are more classes to use in grid. And I thought to myself, okay, well, Tailwind has grid classes. No way they make CSS grid super easy to work with. But actually, what they've done is made some amazing grid classes that I think are fantastic to use. So grid template columns is what we'll be using a lot. Grid template rows also are kind of what we'll be using. And then we have column start and end and row start and end. So these four sections right here are pretty much the core that you're going to need to know to work with CSS grid. And to talk about the differentiating factor between grid and Flexbox, Flexbox is more if you need like one axis, so let's say left to right or top to bottom. And then grid is really useful for when you start to have like multiple rows and multiple columns. And the cool thing about this is that you can have multiple rows, multiple columns, so this whole thing is a grid, but inside of each of these is Flexbox. So both of them put together are fantastic. Let's go into a grid CodePen right now. Let's create 3 sections. Let's go padding is 20. Let's go background green at 200. Let's go for text green at 800. And we'll do 3 sections here. And I'll hit tab to autocomplete that. Okay, so let's do that, that, and that, and I'll space those out right here. So we have green for one. Let's go for teal for the next one. And then let's go for orange on this one. Okay, so we've built out our sections. I think that's a good starting point. So let's say we have a grid of, well, let's say we have 6 cards here. So I'm going to say div, and let's go for background green at 100. And let's go for rounded and padding 5. And we're going to open up our little thing here for our text. We'll say card, and then we'll do the $, which is going to create numbers, automated numbers, and then we'll say times, actually, let's go for 6. Okay, so background green 100, rounded, padding of 5, card number, and then times 6, tab there, cool. Now let me shrink these so we have a little bit more room. Okay, so we have 6 cards here, and let's say we have, a blog post or a blog website where we want a lot of these cards to become a grid. Well, all we have to do here is say grid on the parent, which this right here is the parent. But grid doesn't really work if you just set things to display grid. You have to actually create the columns to have the grid take place. So up here, we'll say grid, columns, and let's say 2. So now CSS Grid goes ahead and creates 2 columns, 1 and 2, and then it automatically distributes all of the cards into those columns. And we can do columns 3. We can do columns 5. So that's really, really strong to build out these layouts really quickly just by adding 2 classes. And we'll keep it at 3 right here for 3 columns. So what's interesting to note is that you have to set the columns. The rows are just going to auto fill themselves. So right here we have 2 rows, but we didn't have to define grid rows of 2. And something to note about CSS Grid, even if we did grid rows of 1, it would still overflow into the second grid, even though we didn't define it. And that's just because there's enough cards to fill up a second row. All right, so that's how you do grid and grid columns. And notice we didn't have to touch the children elements, right? So all of the child elements are just worried about styling themselves. They're not worried about their layout or place in the overall scheme of things. And we'll talk about that in a second too. The other thing is that we need some spacing between these. So normally you would think, okay, well, let's do margin right of 2. And then we'll do that for each of these cards, right? Well, Grid has a really cool thing called gap, where you can say gap is 2. And it will fill all of the spaces between all of the grid with this spacing right here. And if we go back to the Tailwind docs, we go to gap right here. It goes all the way up to 64, which is a giant gap. Yeah, that's giant. So let's go back down to 2. And that's going to be it to build out our first grid. So let's talk about a little bit more of why CSS Grid is so amazing and what it can do for us. So here, let's build out 6 new cards. Div, we're going to say dot background is teal at 100. We're going to say rounded is our class. Padding 5. Card $, for the number. And then we'll say times 6. I'll press tab now. And we have our 6 right here. So let's go ahead and do the same exact thing. Grid columns at 3. And let's give this a gap of 3, just a little bit bigger of a gap than this one did. Now, the next step here is I want to show you what's really cool about the other Tailwind classes for grid. There's grid column start and end, grid row start and end. And if we click into this, there is column span 1, column span 2. So basically we can say, hey, you as a child element will span 2 columns. And the same goes for rows. So here, if we wanted this second card to go top and bottom for 2 rows, this second card right here, card 2, we would be able to say row span 2. So now it's taken up 2 rows. And look how easy that was to start building out this really cool design. And then let's say 3, 4. Let's have 4 also span 2 rows. So we'll say row span 2 right there. And now that one is like that. And then now let's have card 5 span the 2 rows as well. So card 5 right here, row span of 2. But notice how it's not really taking shape. We have to define the rows if we want to span across rows. So we'll say grid rows of 3. And there we go. We have a really cool grid. And all we had to do was add a couple more classes to our overall styling right here. What's cool also is you can have each of these span multiple columns. So you could say row span. Let's have card number 2 span across these 2 columns. So card number 2, where are you? We'll say column span 2. And that should have this go across 2 and full of that right there. So very, very cool stuff. Let's talk about a third one that we can do. I'm going to drop that column span 2 and we'll have this nice looking grid right here. So let's go back down here. I'm going to do something different. Let's say we're building out a card and we have different sections of a card. So we would have, let's say, a div image. Let's have, if I could spell image, would have a div for content. We'd have a div for something else, like on a call to action button or something like that, and then a div for a footer. Okay, so now we have just divs stacked on top of each other. Let's go ahead and define our grid now so that we can actually style this a little bit better. Well, let's actually go into each of these divs and give it some styling just like we did above. Class is background orange at 100, rounded, and padding of 5. Okay, so let's do grid and grid columns of 4. Okay, so everything is 4 now. And then let's do grid for grid rows of 3. And let's also give this a gap of 3 to get a little bit of spacing in there. Cool. So let's say the image is going to sit right here. That's good and well. Let's say that the content is going to sit 2 across. So let's have the content column span 2. Let's say we want the content also span 2 rows also. So we'll say row span of 2. So now the content is spanning 2 rows right there. And then we want the footer to start on row 3. So here's something else that's cool that we can do with grid is we can say where we want the column to start at and what we want row for each element to start at. So normally it just kind of goes with the flow of how it's laid out. But you can say, hey, footer, I want you row start 3. So here's row 1, here's row 2, and then, hey, footer, you're going to start on row 3. You can even say column start at 2, and now it's going to shoot over to the middle area right here. So by using 3 different classes, we have grid, and then we're able to define our columns and our rows. We're able to define the gap with gap. We're able to define how many columns or rows a certain child element will take up. And we're also able to dictate where a child element should be placed in the grid thanks to row start or column start. So we have grid, grid columns, grid rows, and gap. And then we have span and start classes. So with all of those put together, we can start to make out some really, really cool things. Let's have the column start 2. Let's have the footer go column span of 3. So that's cool. And then let's have the image go row span of 3. So it's the full height. And that looks cool. So just like that, we're able to use these classes to move things around. So it's really, really helpful to know these grid classes. And even then, we can use flex inside of this. Like let's say we had this content, we wanted it right in the middle. We could say flex, items center, justify center. And there we go. Now it's in the middle. So Flexbox plus grid put together, really, really awesome. We'll be using both in this course. So when we start building out our websites, a big thing that we're going to want to do is start building out components. A card component is very common, just as you see it on the Tailwind homepage. Even if you go down here under the component section, under cards right here, you'll get some examples from Tailwind itself on how to build out some cards, and they even give you the code here. So that's a good looking stacked card. That's a good looking horizontal card. We're going to go ahead and build out our own cards from scratch, which is going to give us some good practice instead of just copying and pasting all of the Tailwind code itself. We're going to go ahead and build out these 3 types of cards. A card with no image, and this is going to get us our base knowledge for building out Tailwind cards. A card with a giant image, which we'll do, and then also a horizontal card. So this is one of the very first things you're going to want to do in Tailwind. Let's jump into it. Here we have our CodePen, and I've forked out our Tailwind template from CodePen. Let's go ahead and call this cards for Tailwind. All right. Now let's go up here, and we're going to have a new card. So we usually start these out with a div right here. And let me see if I can't change out the view. Well, let's save this first. And then I'll change out the view for presentation mode to get a little bit bigger font. And we'll up that to 18. There we go. So we're going to have a card here, and then we're going to do an H2 card with no image. And that'll be our card. And while we're here, let's do some comments so that we know what we're building out in this video. We're going to have card with no image. And let's go down. We're going to have a card with an image, and this is going to be a stacked one. And then we're going to have a horizontal card. So here we have the div H2, and inside of that H2, we're going to have a P right next to it. This is my cool new card. All right, now that we have our card contents, and this is how we're going to start everything in Tailwind. We're going to do the HTML first, and then we're going to start tacking on our CSS classes so that we can get the styling. If we go up here, we're going to say class. So the first thing that you're going to want to do when you build out your cards is usually get a background. So let's say background white. And this won't really show since the background of the entire page is white. So what I'm going to do here, and this isn't really necessary for your applications, but it'll be a cool effect if you can see our ones that we built out here. There's a background behind each card. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to wrap our card in its own div. And then let's finish wrapping that div right there. And make sure you keep saving so that we don't lose any data here. I'm going to say class. And this is going to be the container for our card. We're definitely going to want a padding on this. So we can get padding 20. And that'll be padding of 20 all the way around. And then so we can see what's going on, we're going to say background blue at 100. And remember, shades of colors in Tailwind go from 100 to 900 in increments of 100. So 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. All right. We have our container for our card now. We have the background for our card, but this doesn't really look like a card yet. All cards usually have some sort of padding all the way around because you don't want this text bumped up right to the edge there, right? So we're going to say background is white. Next up, we're going to go padding of 6 all the way around. And that's padding 6 top, padding 6 right, padding 6 bottom, padding 6 left. Then we're going to say, okay, well, the edges are a little harsh because they're just straight edges. Let's go and use a border radius class that Tailwind has called rounded. And remember, when you're building these out for the first time, it is a very good practice to keep going back to the docs. So I'll have the docs here. We'll go to the search. And we're going to say border radius. And then press enter. And then read through the classes that we have so that we can use each of these classes. So you could want a border rounded large, which gets you a border radius 0.5 rems, rounded medium, which is 0.375. So just be sure to keep going back to the docs and checking and searching for what classes you want. And the longer you do this, which hopefully you get a hang of it after this course, you'll start to memorize the classes so that you don't have to keep going back to the docs. So let's go back to our CodePen here. We have rounded, and if we do dash large, you'll see how the borders kind of got a little bit more rounded. And this is kind of a fun practice, is especially in CodePen, to just change out your classes so that you can see what the effect is. We want a shadow on this thing, so we go shadow. And the shadow here is a little tiny for my taste, so let's go dash large. There we go. So it gets a little bit bigger. We can go back to the docs, type in shadow for box shadow. And there's also a 2XL and an XL, which could be gigantic. So let's try those. Here's large. Let's go for XL. And 2XL here. So those are gigantic. Let's keep the large going. So we have shadow large, rounded large, and that gets us pretty much the sizing of our card for our padding. So I really like to start with the contents. Then I like to start with the box properties. And what I mean by box properties is the padding, the margin, the rounded edges, and the shadow. So once I go for the box properties, then next, I really like to jump into the text. So let's start with H2 right here. We're going to go class right here. And the H2 should be larger. The cool thing about Tailwind is that they are not opinionated about your text for your H2s, for your P tags, for anything, right? They let you decide all the styles for your fonts. So let's go ahead and say font is bold. Headings are usually bold. All right, that looks good. Let's go for a margin bottom of 2 because we want a little bit of spacing between the heading and the paragraph below it. And then let's go ahead and increase the size of this with text to XL. And there's large, XL, 2XL, 3XL, and I believe it goes up to 6XL. But if we double check, which we always should, let's go to font size right here. There is all the way up to 6XL, which gets you a font size of 4 rems. All right, so that's good right there. I like that. Okay, and then let's style our paragraph now. Let's go for a little bit lighter than the color here because we don't want it to clash too much with the heading. So we're going to go here on this H2. Let's make sure we have text gray at 800. And remember, the closer we get to 900, the darker it is. And the closer we get to 100, the lighter it is. So let's go to our P tag. Class is text gray at 700. So it's just a shade lighter, but it has this cool effect where the P tag doesn't have as much precedence as the header. And it doesn't have as much precedence because of the font size also, but also because of the color. So those two things put together makes for a good looking card. All right, so to round out this first card with no image, let's just put a label above this so that we get a nice labeling system just like we do in our example here, card with no image. And then that will wrap it up for this video. So let's go background white. Right above our card is where we want this. We want to say H2. Actually, let's do a smaller one, H3, since the H2 is inside of the card itself. Let's go for a 1 card with no image. All right, so let's go to our class right here. And then we definitely want this to be a blue so that it kind of pops off the background but doesn't clash too much with the card itself. And the best way to do that is to match the color of the text with the background that it's on. So we're going to say text blue. Now the background is 100, so we probably want this to be a couple shades darker. And let's go for 300. So that looks pretty good. You could actually play around with this, maybe 200. It could be too close to the background image where it'd be hard to read a little bit. But go ahead for your discretion, whichever you think is best. Text blue 300. We definitely want some spacing between this and the card below it. So we're going to say margin bottom of 2. And remember, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So whatever you feel is best. We definitely want this to be a little smaller. So let's go for text small. And then maybe we put a little bit of font bold on it so it stands out a little bit more on that background. Cool. And then maybe even get a bigger margin, since I think that's too close to the card. We want the card to kind of stand out a little bit more. There we go. So that is a really cool card, and be free to change out any of these classes that you want and play around with them. Definitely keep going back to the docs when you're building out your components. But that's going to do it for this card. In the next videos, we're going to go ahead and build out our card with an image, and we'll have a link in this one as well. And then down here, we're going to build out our horizontal card as well. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. All right, now that we're done with our card with no image, let's get started with our card with an image. To start us off, let's get a section here. So we're going to say card. Sorry, we're going to say div. I'm thinking cards in my head. So we're going to say div there. And let's get this a wrapper so that we can style the wrapper. Class is padding 20 all the way around again. And then BG, let's go with the purple for this one. Purple at 100. All right, that's looking good. Now let's start our card. And we'll do the same as we did earlier. We're going to say a div right here. And we're always going to start with just the HTML first, and then we're going to bring in our Tailwind classes. We're going to do an H2, card with an image. And then let's do a P tag. This is a little bit better of a card. We can also add a little bit more. Something that you'll typically see in a card is an A for a read more or something like that. So we're going to say A. Href is going to go to nowhere since we don't have a link, or you could throw in your own link if you wanted. Let's close that out. We're going to say read more. And then let's throw in an emoji here. I'm going to say point, and we're going to say point right, which is kind of typical of the read more button. There we go. So we have our A tag there. All right. So we could just go ahead and copy all of the classes from our card above, and feel free to do that if you wish. I like, especially when you're learning Tailwind, to keep writing the classes over and over. That repetition is going to drill it into your mind of how to use the Tailwind classes, especially how to memorize the Tailwind classes that you'll need. So let's go here. We're going to say class is equal to, we definitely want the background still, background white. There's our background. Here we go. We definitely want the padding still, but maybe not the padding yet, because if we go look at our card, notice that the image is all the way up against the card. So if we did a padding on the card, then our image would kind of be have some white space around it. So you can do this two ways. You can actually write that in, and then we'll figure it out later. So there's our padding. Let's add in our rounded, and let's go with a large here as well. Okay, there's our rounded came in. It's a little hard to see on that purple background. Let's do another thing for our shadow large. And that will be good for the container of our card. So usually what I like to think of card is 4 different classes. It's usually the background, a padding, a border radius, and then a shadow. So that's kind of how I like to start out my cards, and then I'll keep building and then add as much as I need to after the fact. All right, so let's go back to our H2. Let's go for a class. Font is bold because we want our H2 to be a little bit bolder. We want a little bit more spacing on this, so let's do margin bottom of 2. We definitely want a larger font size, so let's do text 2XL. And then we can do a little bit of a switch up. Instead of that text gray, we can actually say text purple at maybe 800. So it's still dark, but it matches the purple background that we have. So it has a little bit more personality to it than the card up here, because this one is just a gray, this one is a purple. So it could be kind of what you want for your application. It all depends on what kind of style you're going for. We're going to keep the purple. I think it looks cool. Let's go to the class right here for our P tag. We definitely want the text gray at 700. So it's a little bit lighter, but let's try out the purple and see if it's a little too much purple. Purple. That looks kind of fun. It all depends on your application. If this is more of a reading card where you have a lot of text, maybe you want to stick to that gray. But since we're having fun here, we'll keep it at the purple. All right, so let's do a margin bottom of this at 2 as well, so that we get spacing on that button. All right, so now we need to style out our read more link. So we're going to say class right here. We're going to have text at purple at maybe a 600 or 700. Let's do 600. All right, and then let's make sure that people know that this is underlineable. So we're going to say underline. Sorry, I meant to say linkable there. And then let's shrink the size a little bit. Let's go for text small. And that right there is a good link. But we kind of want links to usually have an indicator that they are clickable. So after text purple, I'm going to say hover, and we're going to use the colon there so that we can get a little bit of styling on the hover, and that's how we use our pseudo classes in Tailwind. We're going to say text is purple at maybe 500, so it goes lighter. So you can kind of see that get a little bit lighter. That's a good effect right there. We could style that a little bit better, maybe make it look like more of a button. And buttons are the next components we're going to tackle after these cards, so maybe you can come back later and add a different styling for your button, which would be a lot of fun. All right, so we need an image here. You can go to unsplash.com, and here you can search for whatever image. You can find an image right here, and then right-click, copy image address. And since we're only doing this as a test, I'm going to copy the image address from Unsplash and use it. If you were using this for your own applications in production, you would definitely want to download the image, source and reference the owner of the image, and then also host it on your own CDN or wherever you're hosting your images. But here, since we're just testing it out, right above the H2 right here, I'm going to add an image tag. Source is going to be that image we just took down, and then an alt, because we definitely want to try to be as accessible as possible. We're going to say desert image. Desert, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. We'll just say desert. All right, so remember what we talked about earlier. The rounded edges right here and the padding is going to wrap around the image. And since that's wrapping around the image, we don't get that edge to edge look that we want. To do that, we're going to get rid of the padding on this right here. So if we get rid of the padding on the overall card, then everything is going to be pushed up to the edge. All right, so now if we don't want that, we definitely want the H2 and the P tag to have the padding right around here. So we're going to wrap all of that in a div right there, and then close it after the A. And then I'm going to hit a class right here and say P6 right there. Now, as this gets longer, you may see a little bit of jumping in CodePen because every time it saves and reloads, it jumps us to the top. That's okay. We'll just scroll down. And now, see how the padding happens on our content right here, and the image gets that edge-to-edge look, which is really nice. But the image doesn't take the rounded corners of our card, so we have to go in and add the roundedness to the image itself. So we're going to say class right here. And we are using rounded large for the overall card, but that's because we want all 4 corners to be rounded. If we only want the top 2 corners to be rounded, and I'll show you this actually. So let's say rounded dash large right here. Notice how the bottom 2 corners are also rounded. We definitely don't want that. We only want the top to be rounded. Tailwind gives us a really cool utility for that, where instead of just saying rounded large, which is all the way around, you say rounded dash T dash large. So that'll be rounded for the top only. So that's top left and top right only. Bottom left, bottom right are not rounded, which is really nice. And again, if you need the reference, go to Tailwind Docs, say rounded corners right there for border radius. And you can see rounded large is right here, rounded medium, rounded. And as we scroll down, we get rounded top, and that'll be top left radius, top right radius at none. And then if we go down, rounded top, is top left radius, top right radius, and then the one we're using is the large one. Rounded, where are you? Top, large. This is the one we're using, and that's the one that happens on our card right here, which is really nice. So that's looking like a good card. One of the things that we can do also is that we can restrict the width of this card so that we can get a little bit more spacing in our CodePen. CodePen may run out of room for us a little bit, so we can say width is 1/2 right there. And the width classes are really cool in Tailwind. I definitely recommend you go look at the docs for these because there's so many. Width right here. There's widths that you can specify with the numbers. It's the numbering scheme of Tailwind. But what we can do further than that is if we go down, there's these fractions, which are actually really cool classes. A little weird, I admit, but very cool, very useful because they are easy to understand what they do. Width 1/2 is 50%, which is what we're using. You have 1/4 right here, and then they go all the way down. You can even go in increments of 12ths. So definitely check out the docs on this so that you can commit this to memory. If we go back to our card, we have width at 1/2 here. And then what we can also do is bring in our responsive classes. So we can say, oh, usually I want you to be width full, but on larger devices, let's say you can be width 1/2. And maybe we change out to medium devices. Okay, so there we go. Medium devices, you get 1/2. So anything like this or larger, you get 1/2 of the size. And then as we go to the smaller devices, you are full size. There we go. So that's a way that we can use one of the other pseudo classes in Tailwind, which is the responsive classes, medium right there. So anything above medium is width 1/2. Anything other than medium devices gets the full width, which is going to be mobile devices. All right, to round this one out, let's add our H3 right here. So our label, our legend pretty much, H3. This is going to be number 2 card with image, H3 right there. And then let's say class right here is going to be text purple at the 300. So it gets a little bit of a pop off that background. We're going to say font bold. And let's give it a margin bottom of 4 as well. And that will be good enough for part 2 of our card components. So I hope that building these out by hand and not really copying and pasting from anywhere is giving you some good repetition, some good learning experience. And the next one we'll build out is a horizontal card. Now that we have our card with no image and our card with an image, let's start working on our horizontal card. All right, so what is happening here is our CodePen is getting a little large. So I'm going to go ahead and comment out this first section and this second section so that we have a nice clean slate and we don't get CodePen jumping all over the place every time it refreshes. I'm going to highlight all of this right here. And a really quick way to comment something out in CodePen is to do Command / right there. Or if you are in Windows, Control / will get the job done. We'll go down here and then we will do the same highlights all the way up to here. Command / and now all that's blocked out. Let's start with our horizontal card now. So we're going to say div right here. All right. And then we're going to actually build the card. No classes yet. We're going to do the styling for it after we get our HTML in. So we have a div for the card. We're going to have our H2 card. Sorry, we're going to say horizontal card right there. P, look at me go sideways. All right, so that's our P tag right there. That's good enough for the content. And now we need an image right here. Image source is equal to blank. And then also let's do an alt tag in here. And now we can go back to Unsplash, click out of that, and go find a different image. Let's see. This blue one's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and grab this blue one, right click, copy image address, back to our CodePen, and we'll paste that in source right there. And I think we can actually simplify this. All of this stuff after the question mark we don't need. That's all query params, and that is the image itself. I believe it'll get the job done. Yes, it does. Cool. Alt right here for night sky. All right, so that's going to be all of the HTML, all of the structure for what we're about to style. Let's go up here to our horizontal card, add a class right here. We definitely want that padding 20 all the way around. Let's go ahead and add a background. I'm not entirely sure what the original was. Let's go look. There's purple. I think this is a yellow or an orange. Let's go for an orange at 100. All right, so that looks cool. Maybe let's switch it up. Let's go for a 200, a little bit darker. That orange and that blue kind of play well together. Okay, so we have our background orange at 200 here. Now let's start styling our card out. Let's say class is background white again. We definitely want those rounded corners again. And we definitely want the shadow again. Let's go for a 2XL just to switch it up and be fun about it. All right. Next up, we definitely want the content right here to have the padding. And just like we did on the other card, the stacked card div right here, we're going to wrap our content. And then we're going to add a class of padding for this one, padding of 6. And that gets us a little bit of spacing around our content right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and style out our H2. And hopefully this repetition, this is the third card we're building in this course. Hopefully that repetition gets us a little bit closer to being able to recall these classes quickly. We definitely want the font to be bold. So font is bold. We want it to be larger. Let's go for a larger one than we have been doing, text 3XL. We want that margin bottom right there of, let's do 2. And then also that black text is a little bit too strong, so let's tone that down. If you want, you can do text orange. If you also want, you can do text gray. It all depends on what you wish. So let's do text, let's do the orange. I think that's fun. Let's go for a 700. All right, that looks good right there. So that's enough for our H2. Let's do the same for our peak. Class is equal to, pretty much all we're going to do here is text orange at 600. Actually, for this one, let's go for text orange 700. We'll keep the same color, but we will let the size differentiate between the heading and the paragraph. So that's another strategy, is you can keep the colors the same, but you can also change out the sizing. Another strategy to differentiate the header and the actual content is maybe keeping them the same, but the all right, right on there. So the next step here is, how do we get this card to go horizontal? We've pretty much built the same exact thing that we did earlier with our stacked card. Well, CSS knowledge here says that if we want two things to sit side by side, we can just add a Flexbox class to the parent div. So all we have to do is display flex on the parent div, which is this div right here for the card, and then the children will sit side by side. So this image will sit on the left, and this div will sit on the right. Lucky for us, Tailwind has a Flexbox class. We say flex, and immediately we see that horizontal card take place, which is really, really cool. But notice that everything's kind of out of whack right now. So let's start building up this thing to be a little bit better. We want the image to have a set width inside of this div. So let's say class right here. We don't want this image to overflow over the div, because by default, the image is gigantic and it will take the full width of the card. So that's why we don't see the background white here, is because the image is the background white. So the white is sitting behind here, and this got kind of pushed off to the side. So let's go here. We're going to say width. We're going to constrain it to maybe 1/3. Right there. And now at 1/3, it's able to sit on the side, and we have our text on the right side, which is really, really nice. Next up, we can actually say, let's round out the top left and the bottom left right here. So we're going to say rounded. And before we did rounded top is large, right? So you'll see top and that one go rounded, but we don't want the top to be rounded. We want the left side to be rounded. So we're going to round out the left. And now that's looking like a good horizontal card. So one thing that we need to do is notice that as we start getting a little bit smaller, this card starts to get stretched a little weird, right? So on mobile devices, we should probably not do a horizontal card. We should probably just stack the image on top of the text. So now we're going to really get into those responsive classes for Tailwind. Flexbox means it's going to sit side by side. We only want the side by side effect on larger devices. So here we're going to say medium is flex. Now you could do block right here on normal, but block is default for the div element, so we don't need to actually specify block here. We just say medium, go flexbox. So we'll see if we go here, that's going to be flexbox on the larger screens. And then if we go back to the mobile screen, they're going to sit on top of each other, but we need to adjust our classes here for what is going to happen when it stacks. So when it stacks, we don't want to constrain the width, right? So we only want to say, hey, the width is only 1/3 on medium or larger devices. So there's that. And then we want to say on smaller devices, we want the rounded top to be large. So we start with the mobile, and then we go to the larger sizes where we say, okay, on medium or larger, we want rounded left to be large. But notice how there's also this rounded here, because that mobile device or that mobile class right here, rounded top large, is still in effect. So we can do rounded top large for all devices and then medium rounded left large, but also on medium, we want to say rounded top is none. So there we go. And then over here, that works out well. So the top gets no more rounded, and then the left gets rounded. And that's because we have two classes right here, rounded top none and rounded left is large. So on medium, both of those classes are going to take place. And over here, rounded top large only takes place when we go down to mobile right there. So that's really nice right there. And that's going to round it out for our horizontal card. That was a good exercise in using a little bit of Flexbox and also using a little bit of responsive styles to stack it on mobile devices like this. And actually that text is really large on mobile, so we should bring that down. So normally, let's say it's text extra large on mobile. And that's kind of the mentality when you're styling Tailwind responsive classes. You think about the mobile first, and then you give the responsiveness for larger screens. So on larger screens, we'll say 3XL. On normal, which is mobile, XL is going to be the size. So as we get right there, it got larger on the breakpoint. All right, so that's good right there. Let's add our final H3 right here. And we're going to say number 3, horizontal and responsive card. We'll do an amp right there, responsive card. And then we'll add the class right here. Class is equal to, what do we do here? Text orange at 400. So we are 2 shades darker than the background still. Font bold. And let's get it a little bit more spacing off of the card. Margin bottom 4. All right, so that's looking good. Horizontal card right there. On larger screens, it's horizontal. And then let's go ahead and delete the comments on the other 2 cards, and that'll round out our cards section. That's looking pretty good right there. There we go. So we have a card with no image. We have a card with an image. And we have a horizontal and responsive, but there we go. That's how it gets to be the horizontal card, is on medium or larger devices. So I hope that was helpful. Being able to write all of these classes out by hand every single time gets you that repetition, gets you that memory, so that we can keep learning these classes and commit them to memory. So we're going to do the same exact thing for buttons, for forms, for newsletters, and we'll go ahead and create some more components in the next videos. One of the next components that you're going to want to build out when you're working with Tailwind is buttons. So we've gotten card components done. The next thing buttons usually come up pretty quickly. So let's talk about building out these buttons. We're going to do 3 videos where we have our first section for some main buttons right here, which is going to be a rounded, super rounded one, and a shadowed button. And then we're going to go into an outline button and kind of this pill button with a little bit of that shadow. And then we're going to go into a pagination sort of buttons, and then a button with an icon on the right. So it's kind of got a little bit of different styling there. We're going to build out these 3 button sections. So let's get started. So I have a new button components CodePen that I created by using the Tailwind template that we have. Let's go ahead and start talking about these things. So we're going to have a button section. And let me actually save that, and then I'll change the view here to presentation mode. And that 18, let's do 16, and that should be good. Okay, so we have main buttons, and then we're going to have a section for outline and shadowed button. And then we're going to have a section for, let me go one more bigger, 18 there. And then we're going to have a section for the grouped buttons and button with an icon. Okay, so for each of these, just like we did for the card components, we're going to give a section to each of these. So I'm going to do this, div. And if you're wondering how I were able to do multi-edits, I'm holding Command. So I click here, I'll hold Command, and then click, and then I'll let go of Command. And that's so you can get multiple cursors in CodePen. Super helpful. And I'm going to close that div. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to say class. And I'm going to give a padding to each of these sections, padding 32. Kind of a bigger padding than we did before. We're going to do a background blue at 800. All right, so that's going to be good there. So let's start with this first section. We're going to need some buttons here. And you might be wondering if we're going to use the button HTML tag or a tag. Here I'm going to use 3 A tags, A times 3, and I'm going to press tab. And that tool that's using there is called Emmet. So I'm going to do a hashtag in here, and that's a placeholder for hrefs so that we can get a link but not really have it go anywhere. And then in this one, let's just say learn more. We're going to say login, and we're going to say sign up. Okay, so that's looking good. We definitely want to make sure that we have some spacing in between these. And what's cool is that we can say flex to get a Flexbox scenario on this section. And then we can also say justify center so that these get placed in the center. Let's go ahead and copy this and put these on our other 2 sections right there. Command click, space, and I'll paste those in. Now the cool thing about Tailwind is that if we're trying to space out these buttons, we can do a class right here, and we can say margin right is maybe 4. So we would do that on each of these buttons. But the cool thing that Tailwind can do is you can say on the parent space X, kind of a fun class name, and then give it a number. So space X6, and that'll space the button. So that'll put some spacing in between each of these buttons. All right, so that's going to be good enough to start our section. Now we can start styling out the buttons. I really like to start buttons with the background. When I style these, I'll stick to kind of the box properties, which is padding, margin, background, border, and then I'll start working on the text. So here, let's start with the background. Let's do background red at 600. So now that we have the background, we can see what we're working with. Let's do a padding. And normally, some people would say, let's do a padding 3 all the way around. But I kind of like my buttons to have a little bit more spacing on the left and right. So I'm actually going to style the top and bottom and the sides differently. So I'm going to say PY, which is the Y-axis, which is top and bottom padding. We're going to say 3 right there. We're going to say padding X, which is the left and right. And let's give that an 8. So it has a little bit more room. All right, that looks good there. Let's style out our rounded right here so that we can get nice round edges. Okay, that looks good. And then let's style our text red at 100. And we're keeping it all in that red family so that it can kind of be a good seamless look. All right, so we have that for our styles for our first button. So that's looking really good. We also want to handle hovers, and Tailwind lets us do that with the hover class. So we can do hover, and let's do background red, and we want to keep the shade really close to what the original is. We don't want such a big jump from the 600, so we're going to say 500, so it gets a little bit lighter. So when I hover over that, it gets a little bit lighter right there. You can play around with your number, but you usually want to stay within one shade if you're doing a hover transition. But here, like, let's do 100. It gets a little bit too jarring. So let's stick with the 500. And one thing that I personally like to do, if I have a background red right here and I want to hover that property, I'm going to take this hover and put it right up against the background red so that I know that, okay, this is background red. We're also going to hover the background, and that means that they're right next to each other so that I always know where the hover is coming from. All right, so one other thing that we're going to do here is that this learn more, see how it kind of jumps between the dark red and the lighter red? We definitely want to transition that so it's a smoother transition. Let's go ahead and say transition. And if we go to the Tailwind docs, we go to transition. We have transition delay, transition property. So let's go here. So we can transition, which is going to do background color, border color, all that good stuff. You can specify which properties you want to transition, which is transition colors, opacity, shadow, transform. Here, since we want background color, we're just going to do transition. You could also use transition colors, which also has the background color property. The other thing that we need to do is transition, and duration is the one that we want to worry about. So when you're doing transitions, you usually want to focus on 3 different properties. 1, the type of transition. 2, the duration. And 3, the transition timing function. And the timing function is already set as ease in, I believe. So here, duration is the one we want. So let's go for 300, which is a nice even number. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. So we'll go back to our Tailwind right here. We're going to say transition duration is 300. So now when I hover over this button, it slowly transitions over to that background red 500, and it's not going to be too jarring when we do that hover. All right, let's stick to our next button, our login button. We're going to do a class on this. We want the background to be orange at 600. We definitely want the hover to be background orange at the 500. So now that we have our background ready, let's do our padding Y of 3. And that gets it right there, padding X of 8. And if you wanted a longer button, you could do a 12. There we go. And this is starting to stack because we're kind of scrunching our screen a little bit. Let me zoom out just one more. There we go. We want this one to be rounded, so let's round out the corners. But we want it to go a little bit more rounded. So if we go back to Tailwind and we look at our rounded classes right here, rounded corners, we have rounded small, rounded, or rounded large. So what we can do here is go back to this rounded large. And there's another one we can do that I want to mess around with. Rounded corners. Let's go a little bit further. Rounded full will get us this pill or the circle. So we're going to use that rounded dash full right here. All right, so that's looking good. Now we can style out our text orange at 100. And then we want the transition and duration at, let's try 500, so it's a slower duration than the first one. So that's a quick one and a little bit slower on that. All right, so that looks good right there. That's solid for our pill button. Let's focus on our sign up button next. And by now, we know that we go for background and then we go for the spacing like the padding and then we go for text, and then we add on the extra stuff. So let's go for the background yellow at 600. We want the hover to be at background yellow 500. Then we want padding Y of 3 again, padding X of, let's say, 8. All right, that looks good. Let's go for rounded large on this one. Okay. Now, let's go for text yellow at 100. And we had a border on this one, so let's go ahead and add that border. We're going to say border bottom at 2. And border goes in 2, 4, and 8. So that'll be 2 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. And you can see the 4 right here, which is pretty big. So let's go ahead and style out the 2. Let's go ahead and style out the border color there because that white doesn't look so good. We're going to say border yellow at 800, 700. So now it has that nice effect right there. So it looks like it has a little bit of a 3D effect on that button. Let's go for the 4 on the border. All right. And they kind of grew the other buttons because it matches the height, but that's okay. So here, let's do our hover. Let's make sure that we have a transition on this and a duration at 300. So now that color changes nicely right there. We can even change this a little bit more to be different than the other buttons. Let's go for 600 on the hover. And then on hover for the border color, let's change that as well. Hover, border, yellow at 800. So it's a little bit darker. So if I go over here, hover, it got darker there, but our hover for our background didn't change. That's because we have yellow 600. And then on hover, we should change this to be darker. So 700 there. All right, so that looks good. Those are good looking buttons, and it was pretty quick to do them with Tailwind. And so I like to do the background, start moving into the padding, start moving into a little bit more of the box section, and then the text, and then add in your transition. And now you've got some good looking buttons that you can copy and paste these classes into your own components and build those out. All right, next up, we are going to go back here. We're going to do 2 buttons in this video, one outlined and one with a shadow and like a little pill look. So let's go back to our button components. Let's change out our background here for teal. Let's do the same here for purple. And let's bring our teal a little bit lighter because that is a really dark teal. And our purple, let's keep that. That's good. Here we go. I want to kind of make some bigger buttons. So what we can do here is we can say text 2XL. And since, actually, let's go for an XL. And since it's on the parent div, this text XL will transfer to all of the children buttons in here. Now, one of the buttons we're going to have is right here. And then we'll say A times 2. And that's thanks to Emmet that it'll give us that. I'm going to command click here, hashtag there, and let's say do it. And let's say this one is don't do it. So that works out nicely. We definitely want some spacing between these two. So we're going to go ahead and use the Tailwind class for space again, space between space Y. Let's go for space X 8. So let's grab this one. Really cool how they implemented it with all of their sibling selectors. So let's go here, space X8. All right, now we have that spacing there. And let's go ahead and style these out. If we want that outline, that basically means that we don't need a background. So we can do no background. Let's go ahead and give our border some shape first. So we'll go with border teal 800. And then before that, let's also do a width on the border. Let's just do border. So that'll give us a 1 pixel border all the way around. If we wanted a 2 pixel, you would do border 2. Border 4 is also an option, and then border 8. Okay, so for this one, we'll stick with that. We have our color on our border. Let's go for our rounded. And then let's do our padding. padding Y of maybe 4, and then padding X of maybe 8. And I think a kind of good rule of thumb is that your padding X will probably be close to double what your padding Y will be. So top and bottom 4, left and right at 8. And that's kind of how I like to judge it. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Maybe we need to drop the Y to 3, but that looks good as well. All right, so that's looking good. Let's make sure our text is going to be a little bit of a match. For the border, text is going to be teal at 800. We definitely want the text to match. See how that looks better than when it was just black text. All right, so now let's deal with some hovers. Let's go for a hover, border teal at 700. And then also we want the hover to change out the text color to match. Hover, text is teal at 700. All right, so let's go here. That looks cool. Maybe we drop it even more to the 600. Okay, and then let's make sure that we can transition between the hover state and the original state with this transition class, and duration at 500. All right, so now if we hover over, it slowly transitions over to that. That's pretty cool right there. And then since it's an outline, let's go a little bit heavier on the font bold, so that it gets a little bit more prominent like that. All right, so that looks good there. Let's start working on the other button right here. We wanted it to kind of be a pill look with a shadow on it. So let's start with the background, teal at 100. Let's go for rounded at full. All right, so let's do padding Y of 3 and padding X of 8 to match its sibling button. That looks good there. Now let's do the shadow. And what's cool about the shadow classes, if we go into Tailwind and search for shadow, we have shadow extra small, small, normal, medium, large, extra large, and 2XL. So what we're going to do here is we're going to stick with maybe a shadow or shadow medium, and then on hover, we'll bring in the 2XL so that it really gets that nice pop and elevation off of the background. So let's go for shadow here. Maybe shadow medium. All right, so that's there. And then we're going to say hover shadow 2XL. And it's really cool that you can apply the shadow, you can apply the hover to pretty much any class. So let's hover this thing and see how that happens right there. But now we need the transition so that those two states are nice and smooth. Let's go over here. We're going to say transition and duration is 500. Nice. So now it gets that nice pop off of the background. And what else we need to do is let's go ahead and change the background color. Hover background at white. That looks cool right there. And the other thing that we didn't do is let's do a text for teal, text at teal for, let's say 700, so it gets dark. Maybe 800, a little bit darker right there. And you'll notice I just play around with the classes until it feels a little bit better. Okay, so let's hover. There we go. All right, so that'll wrap it up for these two buttons. I would really like how those two look. And notice how we can take a lot of the similar classes, and all we had to do was change out maybe a couple classes between this button to this button and this button to this button. Only a few classes had to change. And that's kind of the beauty of Tailwind. We can do all of these buttons really quickly with pretty much the same classes and just change maybe one or two. All right, so we have these three buttons. We have these two buttons here. Next up, let's style out. Let's go back to our examples. We have a grouped button, which you can use for pagination, and a button that's rounded with an icon on the side. So let's focus on these two. And since I'm so zoomed in while I do these recordings, I'm going to comment out the second section just so CodePen doesn't jump us around. So I'm going to comment that out with command /. Then we're going to go down here and let's start up our buttons. Just like earlier, we're going to space out with space x8. And now let's start up our buttons right here. Let's go for A times 4. And then let's do hashtag, 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 hashtag. And then I'm going to do a left arrow, and I'm going to do this in an emoji. If you had an icon font, that would probably be a good option as well. I'm going to do in Mac, if you want to load up the emoji picker, you're going to say Control, Command, Spacebar. And that'll do that. So I'm going to do the left arrow here. I'm going to go down here, Control, Command, Spacebar, and that'll be the right. And I'll do 1 and 2 right here. Okay, so that looks good right there. Let's do these right here now. And I'm command clicking all those. Class is equal to, let's do a background first. So we'll do background purple at 600. So it's a little bit lighter coming off of that background. And then let's do a text at purple at 200. Now you might be wondering, okay, Chris, they're not really sitting next to each other. And that's because the parent here has the space x8. So the way we can get rid of the spacing is we can remove that, or we can just group all of these buttons together in a div. And then I'll go down here and close this div. And now all of those buttons put together are right there. Now there's a little bit of spacing, which is just kind of like default A tag spacing. So I'm going to say class is flex, and that should get them to sit all next to each other. Nice. All right, so let's keep going on this. I'm going to command click to multi-cursor edit right here. Let's get some padding in these because they are a little too close to each other. We're going to say padding Y is 2, and that works out nicely. And then let's go for a padding X is maybe 3 or 4. Okay, so that looks good as well. Let me space that out. Okay, so we have padding X4 all the way around, and now we need the left and right to have some spacing, some rounded corners. So to do that, we've been using rounded this whole time, and that's rounded for all 4 corners. If we only want to round just the left top and left bottom, we just do -L, and that'll be the whole left side gets rounded. And let me increase the font size here, text XL. Okay, that looks good. Now on the right side, we're going to do rounded -R for rounded on the right. All right, that looks good as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and give a hover for all of these, and I'm going to shrink my size just a little bit. So here we have background purple 600, Command D, Command D, Command D, so we can select them all. I'm going to say hover is going to be background purple at, let's go darker this time, 700. So now we're doing a little bit darker right there. And here's something that's a little weird, since the 1 and the 2 are smaller in width than the emojis, they're going to be different sizes. So what we can do is we can get rid of these PX4s, and I'll do Command D to select them all. There we go. We can do an actual width on these and say width 16. So now we're setting the width so they all are going to be the same exact width. All right, now they are all left aligned, so we need to go ahead and fix that. We're going to say text-center. And I know it seems like I'm just pulling a lot of these classes out of thin air. A lot of this is coming from practice, from knowing all of the Tailwind classes and knowing what styling should start looking like. So we've done all of these backgrounds, so you should be familiar with setting backgrounds and setting the text colors and then handling the hovers. Now we're familiar with setting widths and rounding things out, and then also centering some text. So that looks pretty good. Now let's go ahead and add our transition to all of these. Command click right here, and right here. And let's go for transition duration at 300, a little bit faster than the 500s. All right, that looks cool right there. So that's going to be our grouped button. I like the look of that. Let's go ahead and do our next button, which is going to be a button with an icon. So here we go. Let's do an A right here. We're going to do a hashtag because there's nothing in there. We're going to say click this. And then let's do an emoji right here for maybe the fist going the right way. Okay, so here, if we want to get some spacing between these two, we have to have some kind of element to know that this should be spaced off of this one. So what we can do here is we can just do a span right here. And you definitely want to not use a div inside of an A. You would probably want to use the span because that is valid HTML. Throwing a div in there wouldn't be valid HTML. Let's do a span on this as well. Okay. Next up, let's add classes to our href. Our A class is right here. Let's do a background indigo. And I'm just picking out random Tailwind classes. So there's the indigo 400. I believe indigo and the purple look really well together. Let's do our padding Y of 4, padding X of 4, or let's bump that up 7. 8. 7's not a number there. Okay. Next up, let's do rounded full. We need some spacing between click this and this icon right here. So let's do a class on the span, margin right of, let's say, 5 or 6. Okay, so that gets us some margin right there. Oh, I need to spell span correctly. That's the problem there. Okay, so now we get our spacing. Now let's style out the icon. Class is equal to, let's actually set our background indigo at 500, a little bit darker. Let's do padding Y of 4, padding X of 4. Okay, and let's go for the rounded dash full. So we need this to sit all the way on the right side, and the reason it isn't right now is because this padding X of 8 is adding padding on the left and padding on the right. So if we inspect element right here, we scroll down, let's take our little selector. See how the padding is on the left and right there? We need to remove that so that it can sit all the way on the right side. So let's go ahead here. Let's remove the padding X. Let's just make that padding left so that we get padding on our text right there. And that's also a little large. So let's go padding left of 2. Maybe a little bit more, 4. 6 maybe. Sorry, this is kind of my Tailwind styling process. And then padding Y, let's drop the padding Y to 2 because we want that to kind of sit on the button. That's actually a cool look too, but we can do padding Y of 3 right there. And if we wanted to make this a little bit stronger of a styling, see these lines aren't really aligned up, I'm going to take that off, and I'm going to take off the padding X, and we're just going to say width is going to be 16 and height is 16. So whenever you make a circle in CSS, you usually want to set the width and the height. All right, so we've added width and height, but there's a reason why it's not taking. Span classes are display inline by default. So for us to get this width and height, we need to say inline block. All right, we still need to do a little bit more for this icon. Let's go ahead and try to center it within that circle. And if we're centering things, you could add some padding left and right and padding top and bottom, but an easy way to do it is with Flexbox again. So let's go down here and say flex items dash center and justify dash center. Now they're sitting on top of each other, so we definitely want them to sit side by side. Let's add a flex right here so that they do sit side by side. And let's do an items center so that they sit vertically correctly. Okay. And let's remove the padding Y of 3 on this big thing so that it doesn't get that spacing right there. And now our button is looking pretty good. So I know that was like a lot of trial and error for this specific button, but overall the strategy is pretty similar to the other buttons. We have set our background. We've set a little bit of padding and are rounded. And now we've had things sit side by side with our Flexbox. We've given margin right of 6 to this button right here, or this section for our span. And then we've styled out the icon. And this is where most of the work was done, is styling the icon itself. One thing I'm missing is we need some text color for this. Text indigo at 100. So that looks good there. All right, so this video is getting a little long. Go ahead and add your hover classes and your transitions if you want to add those for this. Here on these buttons, if we want these to sit vertically aligned, we can definitely go into each of these A tags right here and say, let's do this right here. Command click, command click, command click. We can say flex and items center. So we can vertically center things. We'll also need to justify center then so that it sits correctly in the middle. There we go. So now no matter what the height of these buttons are, they're going to always be centered thanks to Flexbox. And now we have this button over here. All right, so that wraps up the last set of buttons. Let me go back and uncomment out this section right here, right there, and right there. And that's going to be all the buttons that we create. So hopefully that was helpful. And hopefully you can bring in all of these classes and know how to build your own buttons when you start building out your applications. All right, so we've got card components down. We've got button components down. Next up, let's start talking about forms. Now, forms are going to use a lot of the techniques that we learned in cards and in buttons and kind of combine all of that to be a little bit more of a complex component. And here is the first form we'll build out. We'll be building out 3 forms in this course, and each one getting to be a little bit differently styled. I'm actually a really big fan of the last one that we're going to build. Here, though, is our first one. You're going to see a card here, and this is more of our general card plus form sort of thing that you'll see around the web. We have our inputs, which are going to use our padding and our borders and our shadow. We have our labels right here, and this is if you want to show an error for this input field. So here we're just going to hard code it in. If you start building out some JavaScript applications, you can dynamically apply these classes using your JavaScript chops. And here we're going to have a button like we built in the button component section. Here we have a card to wrap all of it. So let's go ahead and get started. I have forked our template for Tailwind. As with everything else, we're going to start with a big container so that we can get that nice blue background around everything. Div right here. And let me actually, I keep forgetting to do this, but let me save. Let's go to presentation mode right here. And font size 16 will be good. We're going to hide CSS and JS because we don't need them thanks to Tailwind. Let's go for class. Let's set the background first, background blue at 200. Let's make sure it's the full height of our viewport. So we're going to say min h screen, which is minimum height the screen. Really one of my favorite classes right here, min h screen. And then we're going to get a little bit of padding on the top and bottom. And I'll show you why. Padding Y 32, and then let's do padding X of 10. So we get padding all the way on top and bottom and all the way left and right. All right, so next up, let's get a card in here. Div class, background white. And as I said before, we should probably do all of our HTML first before we start adding Tailwind classes. And I should follow my own rules here. So let's go ahead and add a form. And then inside of this form, you would probably have an action that would make a post request to some server that you have or some service. And here we won't really be dealing with the dynamic part of the form. We're just trying to style it. Let's create a new section, div, right here. And we're going to have the label. And if you want to write this out pretty quickly, you just do label plus input. And that will get that right there. So we'll hit tab. And this is thanks to Emmett inside of CodePen. I'll hit tab right there. Label 4, this will be the name. I'm going to write name right here. And then this input type is going to be text. And the way that this for property works is that it points to an input with an ID of name. So this 4 has to match this ID right here so that you can kind of click the label and then it'll automatically highlight the input. This isn't necessary for us, but when you're dealing with HTML forms, it's a good courtesy to give this to your users. All right, next up, let's make sure that we have a placeholder on this. And let's go for Chris on code, and that's my name, ID, name, and then the last thing we need on a form input is a name field right there. Okay, so now we have our name and we have our input right here. So right off the bat, this isn't even looking that bad once we start adding a little padding all over the place and start adding in our borders and our margins. So you can start to see how just being able to style the box properties like padding, margin, border, shadow, all of that good stuff is going to help us make these forms pretty quickly thanks to Tailwind. So here we have a div. Let me copy that entire thing and we'll do another one for our second. And let me back out of those spaces so it gets a little bit cleaner. So we have name here. Let's go for Twitter right here. And let's see, ID. I'm going to do Command D to select. Oh, that didn't work. So let's do IDs. Name right here, Twitter, and name is Twitter right there. And then placeholder, I'll do the @ChrisOnCode, which is where you can find me on Twitter. Okay, so that's going to be good for our two labels and inputs, label and input, and then let's do a button. So sometimes you would want to write button type is submit, and that's if you had multiple buttons inside of a form. By default, HTML buttons are going to be submit type if they are inside of a form tag. So for us right here, we don't have to. Let's go ahead and write submit here. And that's going to be everything we need for our form. So let's start styling this out right now. We want this name right here to be, actually, let's keep going on our card class. We want a little bit of padding there. So let's give this a padding of 10. That looks good. We want to round out the corner, so let's go for rounded large. Okay, that looks good too. Let's go ahead and add a shadow. And this is the same exact process for when we wanted to build out a card in Tailwind. So that's looking good right there. Let's set a width on this thing so that it isn't the full width of the entire browser real quick. So let's go ahead and throw in a width of 3/4 maybe. Okay, so that's 3/4, but it's not centered. So to center it, we need to set margin left is auto and margin right is auto, and that's how it's going to center itself. And to do that, we do MX auto. So that's margin x-axis auto, and now it's centered. Okay, so that looks good. And then let's do a little bit of responsive work. When this gets larger, we want to constrain the width. So let's go for on large screens. Let's say we are only going to go width is, let's go for 1/2. So normally it's width 3/4, and then on larger screens it'll be width 1/2. There we go. It's constrained there, and then as we shrink, it'll go 3/4. And then actually we'll do another one. So let's do this on medium only, and then by default we could do width full. But the cool thing is that a div is automatically going to have width full, so we don't actually have to write that. So we can delete that right there. And that'll be, so on mobile screens, it'll be width full. You see this side area here because of this padding X10. And then on medium screens, it's going to go 3/4. And then on larger screens, it'll go 1/2. So that's a good way to get a responsive card and form in here. Next up, let's start styling our label. I'm going to do a class right here on the label. We definitely want the label to sit on top of the input. So let's say block right here. And that will make sure it takes up the entire line. And then let's do a little bit of a margin bottom on this. So let's go for margin bottom 2. Okay, that looks good. And let's go for font bold. And then we want that to not be so dark of a text. I think that's black right now. So let's go for text gray at 600. Because we don't want our labels to be overpowering, right? We just want them to say, hey, this is what the input below me is all about. All right, that's good enough there. So let's go down to our input and let's do a class here. And this is where it kind of gets fun. Let's start with our border so that we can see what we're doing around. So let's go border. And that gets us a 1 pixel border. Let's go for border gray at 300. And it's already pretty light, but let's be a little explicit about the colors that we pick. Let's add a shadow on it. Let's add some padding. Let's go for 3 all the way around. Okay, that looks good right there. Now, let's go ahead and make sure it's the full width full. Okay, that looks good. And we'll finally round out the corners. So you notice that as I add classes, I kind of just wait to see what the update looks like on the right side of things. So we'll do that. And then that looks good. Now we have to add a little bit of spacing between this name and input and the Twitter and input. But to do that, we could probably do a margin bottom here on our input itself, like margin bottom 10. That might be large. But what I'm going to do here is put it on the div. Let's go for 5. And that's kind of a mental way to say, okay, the containing div is what is going to handle the margin, and then these two are only responsible for handling their own styling on their own bodies. So since we already have that done, let's copy this right here, and we're going to paste it on this, and then we're going to do the same for our label and our input. So we'll do that, and then where is our class right here? Let's grab that space right there. Okay, so that's looking good right there. So now I can type into this. This is my name. And then we can also do another one for @ChrisOnCode. So that's looking good right there. All right, for this one, let's add a little bit more margin so that we can get some spacing on the button. And let's go ahead and style our button out. Class, let's do block. Let's go for width is full. All right, so that looks good right there. Let's go for a background blue at 500. Text white. You could also do a blue 100. Let's go for font bold so we can get a little bit of a stronger text on that submit button. And now let's add in some padding 4 all the way around. And then let's round out the corners so that it matches our input and our card. And there we go. That's our button. So all in all, using all of the same classes we've been using, we are able to build out this nice form right here, and it's looking pretty good. The last thing we want to do here, let's say we had an error come back from our JavaScript validation. Let's say we put this form into a React application or a Vue application or anything like that. We want to show this as having an error. So what we can do is on the input, instead of border gray, we can say red right there. And now immediately we get that red error. And then if we wanted to show a P class, let's go for P and let's say Twitter username is required. And that'll be our error message right there. Let's go for a class on this. We definitely want it to be a little bit smaller, so do text small. Let's go for text red at 400. Maybe it should match our border on the input actually. So let's do 300. That might be too light though. Yeah, a little too light. So let's go for 400. I think that matches out just fine. And then let's give it a margin top of 2 so that it can space itself off of that input. All right, there we go. So we've been able to build out a really nice looking form. It has an error message right here. It is responsive as well. And we've got the button right there. So that is going to wrap it up for card and form number 1. Let's move on to form number 2. All right, so here we are with our second form, and we're going to call this the minimal form because all it is the underline to show that there's an input field there. And we have a pretty much horizontal type field form right here where the left side is the label and the right side is our input. And notice how the input gets a highlight on the bottom when we're about to type into it. And it's good because we can show a little bit of an indicator that, hey, you're typing into this form. So we have our submit button over here on the right, and we have it squared out a little bit. Let's get started. So here we've once again used the template with the Tailwind template that we have. And let's start with our background right here. And let's go for class is background green at 200. And once again, let me switch over to presentation mode. There we go. Background green at 200. Let me jump to 18 pixels. Okay, let's go for padding Y 32, padding X of 10, and minimum height screen. There we go. So we have our nice background there. Let's go ahead and start working on our form now. We're going to go div, and this is going to be the card. And then let's go over here. We're going to say form. We have our action, and I'm pressing tab to auto-complete these because Emmet is in CodePen. Emmet should also be in VS Code if you're using that. So here we have our form action. Now let's start up our 2 divs, and I'm going to do this with Emmet. So we're going to do 2 divs times 2, and then inside of each, we're going to have a label, and we're going to have plus an input. Okay, so that's div times 2, which is asterisk 2, arrow, so that we're diving into that div. We're going to have label plus an input. So that means the label and the input are siblings. And that is going to start off our form. I'm going to press tab right here. And that is now what we're going to be working with. So this is going to be name again. And we're going to have this be text. This one is also text. And this one is going to be Twitter. And let me split out these so they're a little bit easier to read right there. And well, right there. And I'm doing command click to click around and do multiple cursors. Okay, so there we go. That's a little weird of the formatting, but that should be cleaned up soon. There we go. So here we have name. And this is all going to be similar stuff from the previous form that we just built. I just really like typing this stuff out for the repetition so that we can really pressure it into our minds that these are the classes that we're going to use. This is the HTML we're going to write. So feel free to go ahead and copy the previous form's HTML if you want, and then figure out how to do the changes in classes. But I think this is a fun exercise to just type everything out. All right, we're going to need name is name. ID is going to be name. And let's go for placeholder is Chris on code. And that'll wrap up that one. Let's go down here. We're going to say name is Twitter. ID is Twitter. And let's go for placeholder is at Chris on code. And feel free to use your Twitter handle or whatever you want to use. Okay, so now we need our button. So let's go for the button right here and we'll say submit. To start us off, we're going to work on the card. So let's go for class, background white. Let's not do any rounded on this one since we're keeping with these minimal lines and we want things to be kind of squared off. So let's go background white. Let's give this a padding 10. And let's go ahead and restrict the width on it like we did in the previous one. So we're going to say on medium, let's go for width is 1/2. Large, let's go for width is 2/3. And then let's make sure we do MX auto so that it spaces itself correctly. And notice how I'm starting to write these a little bit faster than the previous ones. And that's because we're starting to get used to all of these classes. So let's see if these responsive classes are going to work out for us. There we go. So on mobile, it's going to be full width. On medium screens, it's going to be 1/2. On larger screens, it's going to be 2/3. I think we need to switch that actually. So this is 2/3 on medium and then 1/2 on large screens. Yeah, 1/2 on large, 2/3 on medium, and then full on mobile. So that works out nicely. All right, next up, we need our inputs and our field right here to kind of sit side by side, which they already are, so that's nice. We want the name and the Twitter for the labels to kind of be the same width. So let's do a class on our labels. And let's go for like class 20, width 20. Okay, so nothing took there. And that's because the label is display inline. So to make sure that we have a width that actually gets applied, we would need to change the display property on this. So let's try for inline block. That works out well. Let's go for text right. And then let's give it a margin right on the side. So we go margin right. Let's go for maybe 4 or 6. Let's go for 6. There we go. So now we're there. Let's start styling out this input now. Let's go for class. We want the border, but we only want the border on the bottom. So we're going to do -B for bottom. Now let's make it a little bit wider. Let's go for border 2. There we go. And then let's give it a color, border gray at maybe 400. Now let's make sure that we have width full so that it takes up the rest of the space. And now this is where we start to run into a little bit of a problem. Once we set width full here, it's going to go ahead and do the full width of its parent div, which is this right here, which is the full width of the card. So a way we can do this, a more robust way, I know we're doing inline block here. A more robust way to do this is to do a class is flex on the parent so that they always sit side by side. So that's looking good there. And then instead of saying width full, we can say flex is 1. So what we're saying here, and let me walk through this, we're setting explicitly a width for the label right here with width 20. Down here, we're saying, okay, flex 1 means just take up the rest of the space of whatever is left in this row. And that's how you can get Flexbox items to kind of grow and shrink within their parents. So let's do a padding Y of 3 on this one. A little bit large right there. Let's actually bring that down to 2. Now the problem here is that this label is not being center aligned with the input. So let's go ahead and go over here and say items center. And that's how we center vertically in Flexbox. So that looks out pretty good right there. Let's give this a margin bottom so that we get some spacing between the first input and the second. Let's go margin bottom 5. And then all of the classes on this input right here, let's go ahead and copy to the bottom one. Okay, now we need to copy the classes here. So let's go class, flex, items, center. And let's go for margin bottom 10 so we get a little bit more spacing off of this button right here. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and change out the text for our labels. They're a little strong because they're just pure black right now. So right there, and on the classes for our label right there, I'm going to say text gray at maybe 500. That looks good right there. And then what we can do, since this input seems like it's already been typed in, since that text is a little darker, let's go over here into our input for each of these. And there's a cool placeholder class that Tailwind gives us, and it's placeholder gray. Let's go for 200. That seems a little light. Let's go for 3. Okay, so that looks good right there. Another thing we can do here, let's add a font bold to our label. I want that to be a little bit stronger. There we go. And then we could probably drop down that number to 400. Let's try that out. 500 works out. I think 400 might be a little too light for people to read. All right, so one other thing that we need to do is when you type into these, there's that outline, which is not exactly what we want since we're going for this minimal look. So we can say on this right here, outline dash none. And then here's our border color, border gray 400. On focus, and this is another one of those pseudo classes that Tailwind gives us, which is nice. We can say focus, border green at 400. So as we type into this, now you can see that green color that shows that we're typing into this right there. So let's copy the outline none class right here and put it on our other input. And then let's also copy the focus border green 400 and put that on our other input. And that's going to be good enough for our inputs right there and right there. So that looks really good. let's style out our button right now. Class, let's go for padding Y of 3, padding X of 8. Let's go for a background green at 500. Let's go for text white. Font bold. Now we need to push this over to the right side of the screen. And the best way to do that is going to be just wrapping it in a div. And on this parent div, we're going to say class is text right. All right, so that's going to be good enough for our minimal form right there. We have our two inputs that are underlined, and they are able to highlight when we focus on them and are about to type into them, and we have our submit button right here. So that's going to wrap it up for our minimal form, which is part 2 of our form's components. For our third and final form component, we're going to be building out this fun-looking form, and I really like this form because it is kind of different than other forms you might have seen around the web. We're going to do a purple background, and we have our inputs as these nice purple areas, and they kind of pop off the background, and you can type into them right there, and then we've got this pink submit button. Let's get started with this. We're going to go and start with our container div. And then inside of this, let's make sure that we have our form. And what's interesting about this one is that we're not going to wrap our form inside of any div just yet, because we don't really need a containing card. The other forms had that white card as the background. For this form, we don't need that background, so we're going to skip it. Form, we're going to have an action on the form. And then inside of this, we're going to have our two inputs just like we did before and our two labels. So I'm going to say div times 2. Inside of each of these, we're going to have a label plus an input. All right, so tab over for that so we can get that full expansion going thanks to Emmett. And I'll just do a little bit of formatting right here. And then I'll hit save, and CodePen will do the rest of the formatting for us, which is nice. So let's fill these out. And if you want, again, go ahead and copy these from the other forms that we built. I am a fan of typing these out so we get that repetition, that learning. Let's go for name is here, and we're going to say name. And then type is text. We're going to go for ID is name is name. And let's go for a placeholder is equal to Chris on code. All right, that looks good. Let's go for the same here. We're going to say Twitter. And this is type is text. We're going to go name is Twitter. Actually, let's do ID since we did ID on the top right there. So we'll go for ID is equal to Twitter. Name is Twitter. And placeholder is at Chris on code. Finally, let's round this out with a button. And we're going to say submit. All right, so now we have all of the HTML, all of the structure for our form. Let's start with our background. We're going to go with a purple. Class is background purple at 600. Let's go for padding Y at 32, so a really big top and bottom padding. Let's go for left and right padding X 10, so not too much. Minimum height is the screen so that we get that purple for the full height of our screen. And then let's increase the text on all of the children of this div. Let's go for text XL. Okay, that looks good there. Now let's start working on our form. Let's center our form. Let's go for class. Let's say width is 1/2, but only on medium or larger. And then we need these to center itself, so let's go MX Auto. There we go. It is centered right there. Let's spread this out now. Here is our div and our label and our input. Since we want the name and the input, so the label and the input to sit side by side, we're going to add class is equal to flex so that they do sit side by side. We're going to go class on our input is flex1 so that it spreads out to be the full width of the div. We're going to set a width on the label. Class is W-20. Let's go for a text right so that it spreads to the right and a margin right of 8. Okay, that looks good. So let's go ahead and copy all of these for the section down here for our Twitter input. I'm going to say classes flex right here so that they sit side by side. We're going to copy the label right there. And we're going to copy the classes for the input as well, which is just flex1 right now. Okay, so I'm seeing that we didn't even put in the label for this one. So let's add that now. Twitter is right there. And now that shows up. Okay. So next up, let's start styling out our input fields. And then we'll start working on our colors. So I really do like sticking with the spacing and box sort of properties first. So let's start with our input right here. Let's go for padding of 4 all the way around. But really, the padding on the left isn't necessary since it's already spaced out from the name. So let me show you a cool trick. We have padding 4, which is going to be top, right, bottom, and left. We can overwrite the padding on the left by saying PL0. So we're able to create a padding all the way around, and then we're able to overwrite just a single one of them by doing padding L0. Next up, we want this to be centered vertically. So let's say items center right there. All right, that looks good. Let's do the same down here, items dash center, and then down here, padding 4 PL-0. All right, that looks cool right there. Next up, we don't want our inputs to be the thing that has the background. So for each of these, and I'm going to command click into each of these now so that we can start typing in 2 instead of copying and pasting everywhere. I'm going to say BG transparent. So that removes the background. So far, we've only set a background on some things. Here, we're just removing the background. Let's move the background onto our parent div right here. So each div is going to handle its own background. And watch what happens. We go background purple at 300. And now that one takes the background right there. We'll do the same down here. And I'm going to command click to get both of these. So the top right here needs to be rounded on the left, and the right rounded top large. And then we'll do the same for here, except this time we're going to go rounded dash bottom large. So the bottom gets rounded. All right, that looks cool right there. Let's get a little bit of a border on this one right here so that we say border dash B, so border bottom, and then we're going to say border purple at 500. So it's a little bit darker. There we go. All right, so we need our bottom one to have a margin on the bottom. So let's go ahead and do that. So margin bottom of 10. All right, so now that we've done that, we have our styling for this. Our colors are looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and try to change out the colors of our text, since this black and the input aren't the best colors for what we're trying to achieve. So let's go up here. Instead of having our label have no color, let's click there and let's click there. Let's go for a text purple at 200. That looks a lot better right there, and might be a little light for accessibility, so you can up that to 300, make it a little bit darker. It looks like that 300 won't work, and that makes sense because the background is purple 300. So if the text is purple 300, it won't really pop off of that. So let's go background purple 500. There we go. Now our placeholder here is kind of this gray. We can actually change the placeholder color thanks to Tailwind. We can say placeholder purple at maybe 200. Oh, sorry, I put placeholder purple on the label. It actually needs to be on the input. So let's undo that. And then down here on the input, I'm going to click here, command, click there. And then we're going to say placeholder purple at 200. All right, that looks good right there. Let's actually make our background a little darker. Let's go for 400 right here. I think that'll look better because it'll be a little bit closer. There we go. It'll be closer to the 600, which is the background for the total thing. And now this placeholder purple 200 might be a little too light. So let's change that command, and that's do 300 right there. And then we'll change out our label color for, instead of the 500, maybe go for a 200. There we go. So that looks good there. And then as we type into it, there are two things we need to fix. One, the text is black, and two, there's an outline. So let's go and select our inputs and go outline none. And then let's go for text white. So as I type Chris on code, that's looking good. At Chris on code, that looks good as well. Okay, so next up, there might be something that you would want to do. Maybe throw in some background color for when somebody is focused on this input. Since we are running out of time in this video, let's go ahead and style the button and call it a day class. We want the button to be the full width, so let's go block. We want the width to be full, so let's specify with full. We want the corners to be rounded. We want a background pink at 400. I think the pink and the purple work really well together. All right, text center is already there, padding Y of 3 to get some padding on the top and bottom. Text white for the text, font bold right there, and then let's add a shadow. The last thing I want to do to wrap this video up is this form looks really nice, except let's make it pop a little bit more. Let's wrap everything, and let me drop this font size down a little bit. Let's wrap both the top div and the bottom div for our inputs into another div. So let's say div right here. And then down here, I'll say div. And then let's go ahead and do class is shadow XL. And now that gives that form a little bit of a shadow on the bottom, and it pops off of the background purple, which is a nice effect. All right, so we have gone over a lot of the basic concepts of Tailwind. We've gone through a lot of the coloring, text, typography. We've made some components like buttons and forms. Now let's take everything we've learned and put it into practice. So here I am on beginnertailwind.com. You've probably seen this site if you've come through and purchased the course. Right now, we are going to build this entire site in Tailwind in this course. I know that's a little bit of siteception because you're building the course site in the course itself, but there are a lot of great concepts packed into this course. So right here, we're building out a nav, right? We have a nav. We can actually put a background on this so it can look like other traditional website navigation things. We have buttons here. We have gradients and text. And overall, I think it's a really good looking website if I do say so myself, if I'm allowed to say that. And I think that a lot of these concepts that we've learned, like this background, the coloring, typography right here, some nice styling for text right here, and the layout over here is a really fun area to build out in our course with these nice little buttons over here. And we'll talk a lot about making a website look good. And I know that we'll be building a lot of this, but as we go along, we're going to add and keep adding to it so that it starts to look really good, right? And if we come to the pricing page, pricing section, we kind of hover it, it does this nice scaled thing right there. Scroll down, we see FAQ. So a lot of these concepts you can take and use in your own projects, in your own websites. Here's a nice footer that we'll build out. So all of the code in this course is available in the GitHub repo that you have access to. And feel free to just grab any of the code in this repo and use it in your own projects. So back at the top, every single thing you see here is also Tailwind specific. So these circles right here are Tailwind classes. Down here, all of that, the layout is Tailwind. Pretty much there is not a single line of custom CSS anywhere in this course. These nice like gradient borders, the dots right here, the cards, all of it is Tailwind specific. We're also going to take this a step further and not do this in CodePen. We're going to do this in VS Code in an editor where I kind of wanted to get us to be closer to how we would work with Tailwind on a daily basis in our jobs, on our side projects. So that's why we're taking it out of CodePen and going into VS Code. So next up, let's start talking about how we can set up VS Code and how we can start using Tailwind inside of VS Code and the best extensions to use and all that good stuff.
Up until now, we have been using Tailwind inside of a CodePen. Now, this is great because we can use CodePen to kind of experiment and use Tailwind as quickly as possible. But when we go into more production-ready applications, using Tailwind inside of CodePen and using it the way that CodePen uses it is not production-ready. And let me explain what that means. Here we are on the Tailwind CSS website, and it looks different because I am re-recording this video using Tailwind 2.0. There has been a lot that has changed as far as dev tools. Not really Tailwind's setup itself, but more of the dev tools. And I think what we have in this video is going to be the most efficient way to start up an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript website that will be perfect for building out the site that we want to build in this course. And the reason that CodePen isn't a production-ready environment, we can go to Get Started right here. Under Installation on the left right here, we have integration guides, which these are new with Tailwind CSS 2.0. And here, if you're using Next.js, Nuxt, Create React App, you can click through and follow these along. But since this course wants to focus just on HTML, CSS, and Tailwind, we can go down here and install Tailwind CSS as a post CSS plugin. And the reason, again, I'm saying Tailwind in CodePen isn't production ready, if you go to Using Tailwind via CDN on the right side here, click that. This is the link to go get Tailwind. This is what CodePen uses. I'm going to copy that and open up a new tab, paste that in. This is the entire Tailwind CSS library all in a style sheet. And this is what's getting loaded into your website. The problem with this file is gigantic. And most of the time, you won't need every single class that is in this file. This file probably comes in really, really large. Let's see, 3020 kilobytes raw, 71 kilobytes compressed. Later on in this course, we're going to see how we can purge CSS classes, Tailwind classes out of the final product and our final site so that we can get a site down to maybe like 10 kilobytes. And that's amazing. So to start us off, we are going to need Node.js and NPM on your computer if you don't already have it installed. And you can see that I'm in my terminal. I can say node-v to see my node version, npm-v to see my npm version. All right, so we're going to go back over here, and this tool that we're going to use is called Vite. Now, this is a pretty recent front-end tooling tool that I am really, really liking because it is so easy to get started with and so easy to build applications, and not to mention, it is incredibly fast. In previous versions of this video, we talked about using Parcel, and we also talked about using Snowpack. I think that Vite is going to beat both of them out. So to do this, we're going to go Get Started right here. And I'm going to say Get Started, Overview, all that good stuff. Here, we're going to scaffold our first Vite project. And you can do npm init @vitejs/app. But we won't use that one just yet. We're going to go down here. And we are going to also give this app a name. And we're going to also use a template for vanilla right here. And that's going to set us up for everything that we need to do as far as installing Tailwind and installing a tool called PostCSS that Tailwind is going to need. So let's go here. I'm going to copy this right here, and then I'm going to go into my terminal, and I'm going to say we're going to say Beginner Tailwind -site template vanilla. And what this is going to do is it's going to install a brand new folder, and it's going to include Vite.js, which is our dev tool. And it's going to name the folder Beginner Tailwind Site. And we're going to use the Vite template for a vanilla JavaScript project, which is exactly what we need for this course. I'll press enter here. Let that run. Super duper fast. I am going to go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Let me open this up right here. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up in VS Code right here. And If you are going through the course and you might see the folder structure a little bit different than what I have here, that's okay. The main thing you're going to be working in is index.html. This setup is just a little bit different because of Vite as compared to how this course was recorded before. But really, no big changes here. Don't worry about too much stuff except for your index.html. So I'm going to open this up in VS Code here. And this is going to be the folder structure that Vite.js gives us. Now, this may look a little bit different than the videos moving forward because I recorded those videos when I was using Snowpack or Parcel. In this video, we're using Vite.js. And really, the main difference that you need to worry about is this index.html. That's where you're going to do all of your work. Everything else is pretty much going to work the exact same. Now, index.html is right here. And what we have here is Vite app is our title. Let's change that to Beginner Tailwind site. And we have this ID is app here. We're going to delete that. We don't need it. And then notice here main.js. So this is where the magic happens of what Vite does. It's going to load up this JavaScript file right here. And I'll go into this main.js. We're going to delete everything in here. We don't need any of that. And style.css we don't need. So let's go ahead and delete that. The cool thing about Tailwind is that we have no custom CSS, and we can do all of this with our Tailwind classes in our HTML file. We also don't need this favicon. Let's delete that. So look how clean this setup is. We have index.html, main.js, and our package.json. Okay, so the next step here is starting to get set up with Tailwind. So if I go here, let's go to the Tailwind docs right here. I want to go to installing Tailwind CSS as a PostCSS plugin. Now, PostCSS is the tool that Tailwind is going to use so that it can do all the fancy things like purging unused style sheets and classes so that it can get us really small bundle sizes. It will also help us with auto prefixer so that it can make our site look good across multiple browsers. So go ahead and copy this entire line here, npm install. We're going to do Tailwind, PostCSS, and auto prefixer. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go into my terminal and paste that in. Okay, so that's step one of installing Tailwind. All right, next step right here, add Tailwind as a PostCSS plugin. And this is in a postcss.config.js. Let me show you a trick here. If we go down here and create our configuration file, npx, Tailwind CSS, init, and I'll zoom in one more, and we'll go over here. I'll open up my side right here. So this will install a brand new Tailwind config.js. If you type in -p right here, this will also give us the postcss config file that we need. So we have Tailwind and we have postcss.config.js, and that looks good right there. If we open up postcss, it's using Tailwind and auto prefixer, so that's nice. And I know this is a lot of setup. I know that this is probably not the most ideal. The CodePen was way easier to do, but there are a lot of great benefits to using postcss, and this is actually the recommended way to use Tailwind. But if you are in production, you're probably and most likely using one of these projects like Next.js, Vue, Nuxt, Create React App, Gatsby. So follow those guides. That will be a little bit easier to get set up. Since we aren't starting off with one of these, we had to use Vite to get started on a new project. All right, so we have create our configuration file done. We go down to include Tailwind in our CSS. And this is one way to do it. This is another way to do it. I like this way. We just import the Tailwind CSS /tailwind.css file straight from the Tailwind CSS node modules. We'll go over here, paste that in right there. And we should be good because now check this out. Index.html is loading our JavaScript file. And our JavaScript file is loading Tailwind. And now PostCSS is going to do all of its magic and get Tailwind in here for us. Next up, let's run this website, make sure that Tailwind works. We're going to go over here, and on our body, we're going to say class is equal to background blue at 400, height, actually min height is screen, So that's the full height of the screen. And we're just going to say, that's good enough. H2, hi there. And for this, we're going to say class is equal to text9xl. Okay, so let's make sure this works. I'm going to go into package.json, and this is how you know how to run it. In the scripts section of your package.json, there's dev, build, and serve. And dev is what we're going to use while we're working here. So make sure you do an npm install. Just make sure all of our packages are installed. And now we can do npm run dev. And you can see it's working locally at localhost 3000. So we can go here, localhost 3000, and we should get a blue background soon. Come on, there we go. Okay, so that was a little slow because it's the first run, but if we go over here, we make some changes and we say, and I'm gonna spread this out over here. We say something like, yo there, and that saves. That automatically updated like that. And I can do the same for this to red. That will automatically update over there. So really, really cool setup. We have Vite.js doing the initial setup, and then we used npm to install all of the Tailwind and post-CSS things that we needed. And now we are ready to rock and roll in this course. All of the work we're going to do is inside of this index.html file. So don't worry too much about the build setup. What we really want to focus on here is index.html and using Tailwind, and especially our tailwind.config.js. That's where we really want to focus in addition to the index.html. In the previous video, we talked about purging CSS classes so that the Tailwind bundle that our visitors got to see was as small as possible. And that's the reason why the whole Tailwind CDN file right here, using Tailwind via CDN, that really wouldn't be great for production because it's such a giant file. But lucky for us, Tailwind gives us the tools to purge out all of the classes that we aren't going to use. Over here on the left, optimizing for production, you can see uncompressed is 3,739 kilobytes, giant, and minified, and gzipped, and Brotli, but it's still a giant file, even at its smallest, most compressed version. If we go to our project in our terminal and we run npm run build, we can see Vite go ahead and build out our final production level CSS file. And check it out, we already got a warning. Tailwind is not purging any unused styles because no template paths have been provided. So what does that build for us? This index.css file is 2,800 kilobytes, which is gigantic. We don't want that. So how do we get this down to as small as possible? If we go to removing unused CSS right here, what you do is you go to your tailwind.config.js and you say, hey, Tailwind, go look through all of these files, and if you see a class in there, keep it. If you don't see the class in there, throw it out. So we can go here to our tailwind.config.js, and I'm actually going to open up our index.html also. And here we have bgred 400, min height screen, text 9xl. We're only using 3 of the Tailwind classes. So we should only see those 3 Tailwind classes in our final bundle, including, and Tailwind also adds in some resets and CSS for making sure our site looks good across all browsers. We want that in the final bundle as well. So to do this, we're going to go say basic usage, add to this purge array in our tailwind.config.js. So let's go ahead and go into our here, tailwind.config.js. We're going to say this file is right here in the root. We're going to say right here, index.html. But we want to say, hey, this is right in the current directory, so we can do that. And if you have more than one HTML file, you can do the star right there. So it says any HTML endings, I'm going to look through all of those files. And that'll be good enough to actually purge out any CSS files that aren't in this index.html. We can go back to our terminal right here. Let's give this another try. npm run build. All right, no warnings there. And look how much faster that was. Index.css right here is 2.98 kilobytes. And with Brotli, it ends up being 1.12 kilobytes. That is amazing. that is going to be a very fast website across the globe and for mobile users. What I want to note is over here, if you had a source folder and you had maybe different files, you would have to create a full array and say, oh, in this folder, in the source folder, in the maybe you have a components folder, .js. And you could do the same for all of the files that you want Tailwind to look through and you want PostCSS to look through. But for now, we only have the one index.html. And this is a good example right here. In the source folder, in all the folders, all HTML files. Same goes for .vue files and .jsx files right here. There's a lot more settings for removing unused CSS right here, but overall, that's how you do it. You go into Tailwind config, you add to the purge array, and then you can do npm run build, and now we see this dist folder that has all of the assets, and this is going to be small because it'll only have the assets we need. Check this out. If we copy bgred 400, go in here, find bgred 400, it's right there. You can find it in this final build file. But if I search for bgblue, we won't find it. So Tailwind and PostCSS said don't make it to the final build. So that's a really great feature of Tailwind, and we can get our files down to 1.12 kilobytes when served via Brotli. Amazing stuff. We are now able to purge unused CSS classes out of our final build. And the one thing I want to do before we move on and start building this website, we're going to do one last thing in this tailwind.config.js file. And that is going to be to customize our color palette. So our color palette is by default pretty cool because of the default colors that Tailwind gives us, but we can customize it a little bit further to make ourselves a custom color palette for our own projects. For instance, this course was built when it was version 1 of Tailwind, and now that version 2 of Tailwind is out, we have to change out our color palette just a little bit. And the only reason for that is because version 2, they removed orange and teal from the custom color palette, and we used a lot of orange and teal to build this website. But that's all good. That's pretty much the only change that has happened between version 1, version 2. This entire course is still completely valid and still perfectly good and best practices of Tailwind CSS. But here, let's go ahead and add back orange and teal because we need it for this course. So I'm going to go to Get Started here. And actually, I'm going to search for colors here. So customizing colors, let's see here. These are the color palettes that come by default with Tailwind. There's gray, red, yellow, and then orange used to be here, but they got rid of it. Blue, indigo, teal used to be here. They got rid of it. But that's all good because they still kept it in the framework. We just have to add it back ourselves. So down here, you can go to extending the defaults. And the way we do this is in the tailwind.config.js file, under theme, extend, we add a colors object right here, and then we can build out our own color palette. So here they said regal blue, and they said here is a hex value for regal blue. And now you can use that color in all of your Tailwind classes like BG regal blue and text regal blue. Cool thing here is you can also add increments to a specific color. And down here, you can disable a specific color by building out your own color palette. But I want to add back orange and teal here, and let's see how we can do that. So you are going to first add const colors is equal to require Tailwind CSS colors. And this is basically this giant object where Tailwind gives us the colors that come with Tailwind. And if I go to color palette reference down here, I can scroll down and see all of the colors that come with Tailwind. Now, not all of these are default. These are just the ones that Tailwind has created for us and we can add to our project. So there's blue gray, cool gray, all sorts of kinds of grays, reds. Where's orange? It should be somewhere. There's orange. We want orange back, and that's out of colors.orange. And I'll show you how to use that in a second. And lime, green. So there's so many different colors that come out of the box with Tailwind, just not in the default color palette. So to add it, we're going to go here, go into our tailwind.config. At the very top of this, const colors is equal to require
Tailwind CSS/colors. And then down here under theme, extend, we're going to type colors in a new object. And we're going to say, let's do orange is going to be colors.orange. And we're going to say teal is colors.teal. If you wanted to add more, you could even add in like light blue, and that would be colors.light blue. And now you're building out your own color palette. And since it is in the extend object, it's adding these to the default color palette. Now, once we add these, I'm going to run npm run dev again just to see it working. Here we are. And let's go into our index.html and let's make sure this works. Let's go for BG orange at 400. Save that there. Localhost 3000. Let it run for the first time. And there is our orange background. So orange works. Let's see if teal works. Teal right here. There it is. And then let's make sure that light blue works. There we go. Light blue works as well. So that's how we can customize our Tailwind colors and build out our own custom color palettes in Tailwind. The next thing that I want to do for this course is that I want to upload and deploy this website. And you might be saying, well, Chris, this website isn't really a website. It's just saying, hello, I am a website. And it's just got a background and some text, right? Not the best thing. So let's do one last thing. Let's go for Flex, Item Center, Justify Center. So we are going to center things vertically and horizontally thanks to Flexbox. And I don't think I actually npm started. So let that be. Make sure that you npm start here always. And remember, you can do this from the command line using Control tilde to open and close the command line terminal right there. Or you can Command Shift P and do npm start. So either one will work. There we go. Localhost 1234. I'm going to option click that to open it in browser. All right, so we have this. Hello, I am a website. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's do text 6XL. Let's do background. Let's go for a blue at, well, let's do a teal at 400. And then let's do text teal at 100. And you might be wondering, well, how did we get these colorings next to background and text teal? We will talk about that in the next video after this. So I want to save this. Let's go here. It looks like our flex isn't really taking place, and that's because it isn't the full height. So if I right click, inspect, this right here, this body isn't the full height of the viewport. So that's why it's not really taking place and centering things vertically all the way. So we have to go back into VS Code and we have to do minimum height is screen, which is the entire screen and our viewport. So now everything should look good right there. Very nice. So I'm going to hit save here. And now let's deploy this website. We have it looking decent with some nice Flexbox classes right here. We have a typography class right here, and we have our background and text right there. So to do this, I'm going to try to remember to use git commands and commits every video so that right here, I'm going to say, let's do quick starter for deploy. Or let's name that quick styles for deploy. Okay, so I'm going to do right here, you can click this little checkbox, which is going to commit that message with these files. Or you can do command enter, and that will automatically do the same thing as this little checkbox. So I'll do command enter. And now this is being pushed up to GitHub. So now that we have everything in GitHub, let's go ahead and deploy. And the way we're going to do the deployment is going to be using a really, really great tool called Netlify.com. So go ahead, go into Netlify.com, go click login. And the cool thing about Netlify is that you can, well, here's my dashboard. Here's the BeginnerTailwind.com site that you saw earlier. We're going to deploy our own. So you can say new site from Git. What's cool is you can go grab your GitHub repo and then tell Netlify to deploy that. So we go new site from Git. We have to connect to GitHub right here with this button. Authorize looks good. Let's search for Beginner Tailwind. Okay, so we have Beginner Tailwind site, and this is the private repo when I was really testing out, building out the landing page. So let's click on this public one. Click that right there. And now it's going to say, okay, I'm going to deploy this for you. I want to deploy the master branch, which is what we want. And right here, build command is npm run build. Remember, we added that to our scripts in our package.json. And then publish directory is dist, which when we do a build, it spits out all of our final public build files into a dist folder. All right, so that is the setup that we need for Netlify. Click deploy, and we'll have a live website in about 1 minute, maybe even less. So the cool thing about Netlify is you can go onto this deploys link right here, click on, these are all your deploys. You can click this right here, and you can see exactly what's happening inside of your deployment. So right here, it says installing dependencies. Well, there it is. And that's when it did the npm install. And then somewhere down here, it should run npm run build. Somewhere down here. And here we go. npm run build is right there. So it's going to go ahead and run that build, and then it'll spit out all of our new files, our CSS file and our HTML, and then it will send our site live, which is amazing that we can do all of this just from our GitHub repo straight to Netlify. So let's go back all the way to the top, go back to this website right here. Okay, so this should be the link to our new application, and this Reverend Ramanujan 638 we can change in a second, but it'll be at .netlify.app. So I'll click that right there, and it should look like what we had locally. Yes, it does. Really, really cool there. So the cool thing is that we have a website that is up and running. And if we go back into our code, and I'm going to change this to, let's say, instead of teal, let's go for red, save that. I'm going to go over here to our Git panel and say, changing to red. Click this little checkbox. Now it's pushing. Let's go Command-Shift-P, push. Now it's pushing to GitHub. And then by pushing to GitHub, Netlify will see that and say, okay, I'm going to rebuild your website. So let's go back over to Netlify over here, go under deploys, and see how there's another one called changing to red right here. Click that. It'll build itself. And then when it's done building, it will go ahead and deploy your website so all your changes take place. So that's why I like to do the deployment before we actually did any coding, because every time we push to GitHub, our changes will go live to our main website. And that's really a fun process, because as we build this out, you can share this link over to your friends, over to whoever, and your site will be live. So the last thing about this, let's go back to our overview right here. Under site settings, there's a lot of great settings in Netlify. You can do change site name. So go ahead and change this to like Beginner Tailwind, or whatever you want to call it, Beginner Tailwind course, or Beginner Tailwind for your name. I'm going to do Chris right here, and I'll hit save. And that will go ahead and change it, and that will now be your new URL. Definitely a lot easier to remember than the automatically randomly generated one they gave you. What's cool too is that once you are past all of the building steps, you can go down here onto domain management and add a custom domain, which is how I did the beginnertailwind.com website. All right, let's go look at that deploy. It should be done, deployed in 39 seconds, super fast, very nice. Click this link right here and it should open us up to a red website, and it does. Very cool. Okay, so that's why we like to deploy first, is so that anytime we do some changes in our code and we push to GitHub, it'll automatically get deployed. A lot of fun to just watch it happen as we go along through the course. Next up, let's do some VS Code settings so that we can get a really nice dev environment, and then we'll start coding. Before we get into the actual coding of our website, let's add a couple more things to VS Code so that it works out really well for us. So to start off, I always get asked about theme. So Monokai.pro is my theme. My font right now is Operator Mono, but that is a paid font. Another really great font is Cascadia Code. And another really great font is Fira Code, and those are both free. Another great paid font is Dank Mono. And I believe that is going to round out my favorite fonts. But right now I'm at Operator Mono. I use Cascadia Code for a really long time, and I really like it. And that's a free one as well. So we have theme and font right here. Let's see what else. You'll notice that when I start coding and I hit save, I actually have VS Code set to auto save after I'm done typing. And if you hit Command, comma, or Control, comma if you're on Windows, auto save right here is on after delay. So that's just my personal preference. I don't have to hit Command S or Control S every single time I'm done typing. It'll just autosave for me, and then Parcel will go ahead and re-upload and refresh our browser in Chrome. So that's a good setting to have. Another really good one I have is formatting. So if I actually delete that and I press save, it will automatically format all the things. And this is really helpful because I don't have to worry about formatting as well. And it also adds that little space in there, even though I'm not the biggest fan of that one. But auto formatting, very, very helpful because you don't have to worry about the formatting. You just worry about coding. So if you hit Command, comma, and auto format, format on paste is in. And then where is the other one? Let's just type in format. There is format on save. That's right. So on the save, it'll automatically format for us. Great, so we know our Explorer panel, which is where all of our files are. We have our Find panel, which we'll use in the course. And here's our Git panel, which we've used before. The Debug panel we won't really use in this course. And the final one is the Extensions panel. So let's talk about extensions that are useful for this course. Better Comments is a useful one. It basically is going to highlight our comments in HTML. Bracket Pair Colorizer is mostly a JavaScript type extension. It won't really help out too much when we're in our HTML. Color Highlight is cool. Won't really help out too much here since we're not writing out any hex values. Let's see. The other good ones I wanted to talk about are Highlight Matching Tags. And that's if you are here inside of a tag right there. See how the yellow underline on body is going to highlight there. And if I hit script, it'll highlight the script and the closing tag for that one. So that's Highlight Matching Tag. Very helpful one. Emmet is already built in, which we're going to use. Emmet is the tool that we used in CodePen where you can just say div times 5 and press tab, and that will work. So we'll use Emmet a lot in this course. Scroll down. Let's see what else we can do here. Material Icon Theme is the extension I have for adding in these icons on the side here. So you can just do Command-Shift-P, Icon Theme, and then you can select it like this and click whichever one you have. Go back to extensions. NPM is right there. Path IntelliSense is good. Peacock is a good one. You can change your overall color of your VS Code. So let's do Peacock. Change to a favorite color. Let's change it out to like a blue. Mandalorian blue. That looks cool. So we'll keep this one for this course. Prettier is what I use to format all of the HTML, and that's what's happening when I do format on save is the Prettier extension. And this is the big one I wanted to talk about. All of the other ones are kind of optional until we get to Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. And this is the plugin, the extension that gives us these really cool colorings when we're typing out colors. And let me show you what else it can do. If I see text right here, we see background in red there. You can hover over it and it tells you what the CSS would be for this class. Align Item Center here. This one is Justify Content Center. This one is Font Size 4rem. So I can hit space here and it auto populates a list of the Tailwind classes that we can use, which is really helpful here. So let's say that I wanted to do font bold. It would help us by kind of auto completing it here. And I could just click that and it would work. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, I think, is the highly recommended extension for this course. As far as other Tailwind extensions, I don't have any other ones installed, but a really good one is Tailwind Docs. So this one is, you can do Command-Shift-P and then search the docs from within VS Code, and then it'll open up the link directly in the docs. So that's a really cool one. And then one that I'm not too sure about for myself, because I have a specific way of doing things, is Headwind. So what this does is it sorts the classes as you type them. So you type all your classes in, you press save, and then it actually like pushes all of the classes into a certain order. So for me, it is really cool, but I already typed them out a certain way that I like myself. And so if you want these to be reordered for you and you just write out classes as willy-nilly, then go ahead and install that that extension. Let that format for you. For me, I like doing it a certain way, so I'm not going to install that extension. But those 3 extensions, very, very helpful to have, especially Tailwind CSS and IntelliSense. All right, that'll wrap it up for our VS Code video. We have everything we need to start getting our coding. Next up, let's start working on the HTML of our website. So if we go back to beginnertailwind.com, we'll see that there is a navigation section here. We have our hero section with our call to action button and this main image. We have a kind of about this course section, so like an overview section. We have some Tailwind videos, so this is like an about me type section. You have what you'll learn section, what we'll build, pricing, FAQ, and then the footer itself. So to get us started, let's go over to our VS Code right here. And one thing to note in the last video, if you are installing the Tailwind CSS extension and you don't see like the autocomplete or the colors, just restart VS Code. So quit, reopen, and it should start working. Okay, so here, hello, I am a website. We don't need this anymore. We actually don't need text red or background red anymore, or this text 6XL, or any of this actually. So we'll just drop all of that. So one of the things that is important to note is that we're going to do all this in one HTML file. When you move over to production and you have like a full-sized application, you're definitely going to want to build out components like you would have header. If we were doing this in React, you would have hero section like this. So then your main HTML or your main application would be very easy to read. But since we don't have this simplicity in our components, we don't have HTML components, we're going to have to make out really good comments. And that's kind of a recommended thing in Tailwind, is really write out good comments so that you know where everything is. So with that in mind, let's do header/navigation. And I'm going to do command / to create a comment here. And then the thing I like doing here is that once we start getting to a bunch of this and we have a bunch of code, and let me show you this right here. This is like the final version of what we'll build. That's kind of sitting on my other monitor. Look how much code there is in this section. So as we browse around, it's really hard to start to see where the sections are. And that's why I'm saying like it's really good to have these comments right here, header navigation. So let's build out all of our HTML comments so that we know where the sections are. So we have header and navigation. And let me split this left and let's go up here. Header navigation. We have the hero section. We have the overview section. We have the about me type section. And let's keep scrolling. Overview, about me, what you'll learn, what we'll build, pricing, FAQ. What we'll build, pricing, FAQ, and I believe the footer was right after that. So this is footer/newsletter. So these are all the things we're going to build in this course. Let's bring that out more. So once we get to a lot of code, it's going to be really hard to read each one of these. So I'm going to select the end of these. And this is kind of a thing I like to do. Not really something you have to do. I'll put a lot of equal signs at the end of each one, just so that when we're scrolling and we look at the mini map on the right here, it's really easy to see exactly where the sections start and end. And if you want to be even more visual about it, let's do this right here. So I'll just do all of that, copy that. Uh-oh. So what we're doing here is essentially saying, okay, I'm going to have, and I know it's much right now, but it'll actually make out to be pretty useful in a second. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically just giving a top and bottom like arrow section, and then you can press enter. So each section has 3 lines to start it. Header has some equals above, equals below, equals on the actual arrows itself. And so that's our header section. So if you look at the minimap, really easy to see. And that's going to be how I do this in the course. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but just for our course, it'll be helpful to see the sections this way. All right, we have our sections in HTML laid out. Let's start working on the header and navigation. Let's start working on our navigation. Make sure that you have npm start running, npm start right here. And there we go. Let's let that run. Okay. Okay, so we're at localhost 1234. Let's refresh. And all of that is exactly as it should be. Well, that text needs to go away. I think it's up here. There we go. Okay, so to start our header and navigation out, let's do a div right here. And the way I like to do these things is I like to stick to just the HTML first of what we know we're going to want, and then we'll start styling. So add the structure in, add the HTML, and then we'll do our Tailwind classes. So here we want to have a left section, so left header section, and then a right header section. And then on top of this, we're going to have pretty much our logo, right? So we're going to have an A tag, href. We're going to do a hashtag as a placeholder right now. We're going to say Beginner Tailwind. And if you have an image that you want to throw in, you can do an image right here as well. But we don't have one, so we're just going to leave it right there. All right, so that looks good. Now on the right side, we're going to have an A tag for a login button, and then an A tag for a sign up button. Or I believe it said get the course. Either way, you're usually going to have a login button on the right and a call to action. So we'll say get the course instead. So we have a div, and inside of that div, we have 3 A tags. And for a little bit extra, let's do a couple more on the left side, because usually you'll have a navigation that has more links. So on the left side, logo plus nav. On the right side, pretty much important nav items that are login and sign up pretty much. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go over. We have all of our links right here, looking good. Let's go over here. We're going to call this one, that's the home link. We're going to call this about. We're going to call this one what you'll learn. Pretty much all of the sections that we just created. And let's call this one pricing. Maybe one for FAQ as well. And then we'll add in the links towards the end of the course once all of these are. So we're going to do an ID on each one, and it'll be like hashtag about. So to start us off, we are going to have to style out our structure. So I like doing the HTML first, and then I like moving over to kind of the layout and spacing. I don't really like to do typography or colors just yet. I want to get it to look really good as far as splitting left and right. So one of the things that's important to note here is that everything is kind of pushed up to the left and right of our browser right now. And we talked about the container class before, so we'll use that. So let's do div class is container. And I'm wrapping this around everything that already happened. So the reason I'm doing that is so that we can do a class background, maybe like blue at 500 or something like that. So if we look at it, and we make sure we do MX auto, so we center our container, it looks like this, right? So we have our container, which is structured as not the full width, but now we have a background of blue. And if we had done the background of blue on the actual container like this, then that would have been a problem because the actual container would not be the full width, and it won't show here. So let me zoom out. There we go. So notice how the container is only that wide, but the blue we wanted to be the full background. So let's move this out, and that's why we're doing container inside of our overall div right here. So we're not going to do a background just yet. All right, so we have container MX Auto right here. Next up, we want these two to sit side by side. So this whole section and this whole section need to sit side by side. So we have to do a Flexbox on the parent. But now all of these are kind of direct children. So we have to wrap our left section in a div and our right section in a div. And that way we have an actual left div and a right div. And if we look here, we don't really see a difference yet because we haven't done anything with our Flexbox. They're just going to sit side by side. So let's go up here and say justify between. And that's a way to say, hey, Flexbox, anything on the left right here on this first div, push all the way left. Anything in the second div, push all the way right. So now we get a nice split between our left navigation and our right navigation. The last thing we are going to do for our header navigation layout is as we start shrinking this, notice how once we get to this point right here, there's no spacing on the left and right of our navigation. So here on this container, and we kind of did this in the previous videos, we have container MX Auto, flex, justify between. We're going to say padding X of 6, and then on large screens, padding X of 0. So now we'll have some nice padding on the sides of our container. The last thing we want to do for our layout and spacing, let's do padding Y of 6 just to get some spacing on the top and bottom. And now we're getting to what looks like a pretty good looking navigation layout. Left nav, right nav, there's some spacing. If we wanted, we could do a class is background, maybe like blue 100 or something like that. And that is looking like an actual nav bar. So we're going to remove the background for now, and then let's start moving forward and styling out each of the individual items. We've got our layout stuff done. Let's start styling out all of our links. On this left side here, we definitely want to have some spacing between all of these links. So to do that, let's go for class space x4. And there we go. We have some spacing now between all of those, and we'll do the same exact thing for the right side, but we'll make them a little bit closer. So let's go class space x2. Okay, so that's looking good. Eventually, we're going to make this get the course button an actual like button look. So let's go over here. We're going to do a little bit of coloring here. So let's go class font bold. All right, that looks good there. Let's go for also increased text size, text 2XL. And notice how once we increase the size of this main font, all of the other ones are kind of bottom aligned. If you like that, you can definitely keep that. If we want all of these to be center aligned, we can do flex right here and items center so that our flex box takes place on these links and all of them are centered vertically. And there we are. So that looks good right there. Next up, let's do a little bit of text coloring. So all of this, actually for all of the navigation, we want the same text color. So instead of doing it on each individual A tag, A tag, A tag, A tag, we'll just do it on the parent right here. And we'll say for this entire section right here, let's go class is going to be text gray at 600. So it's gray, but not too dark. And 700 might also work. Let's try that. So 700 looks good, but we want our logo to be a little bit stronger for sure. So let's go over here and say text gray at maybe 500, or sorry, darker, so 900. And since our main color is more that teal purple for our website right here, we didn't do it in the main site, but I'm thinking right now we should actually change that to like a teal or a purple or something like that. And maybe 800. There we go. That looks good right there. All right, so we have our logo styled out. Let's do a little bit of hovering for each of these since they need to kind of show to the user that they are being hovered on. So we'll type in class for all three of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 4 of them. Class is hover text gray at, let's go for 800. So our base is 700, but on hover, they're going to go down to 800. Or sorry, they're going to go darker to 800. Now let me zoom out right there. Let's hide the activity bar so we get some more room. Okay. So things are looking good there. If I hover over any of these, they get a little bit darker. We could go a little bit darker than that. Let's go for 900. Okay, so that looks good right there. Now that's all that had to take place for that left section right there is we added in some spacing and we added in some coloring and now we added in a little bit of a hover. So just like that, our navigation on the left side is done. So let's start working on our right side nav. Get the course is the big one that we want to do. So let's do a little bit of spacing on this. And since it's an A and we want to add some padding, we want to do an inline block. So that way, a block element will be able to take on its padding. So if we do padding Y of 3, padding X of 3 right here, which actually we should be able to shorthand that to just padding of 3 all the way around. So I like doing spacing first. And now that spacing is good there, let's go ahead and give it a background. So let's go background purple at 300. And let's give it a text purple at maybe a 700. So that looks good there. Now let's worry about rounding it out. We'll round it out. And we want it to be a little bit more prominent, so let's add a shadow to it. And that is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and increase this to space X4, just like we did on the left nav, so we get a little more spacing off the login and get the course. All right, so that looks really good right there. Everything is centered all the way across the board. Now let's add in the hover for this login button. So let's do class is hover text gray at 900. And it's not the most visible hover, so let's go back and change our main text gray to 600 again. There we go. So now that's a little bit more visible for the hover. Let's give our get the course button a hover as well. So we've done layout and we did styling. Now let's do a little bit of the interaction styling. So background purple at 300. Let's go for a hover. Let's change the background purple to maybe 400. So a little bit darker. All right, so let's go look at that. And it gets darker there, so we should probably lighten up the text. Let's go for hover text purple at maybe 600. So that's not really working out so well. Let's do a 300 and then let's bump the, actually let's go down to 200 on that and let's just keep this at the 600. So we're actually making the button lighter when we hover it. So you can change that around. If you like the darker look, go for that. But the other thing we want to do is on hover, we want to shadow. Let's go for XL on hover, sorry. There we go. And the last part of our hover is that it's just transitioning, sorry, it's just jumping from one state to the next on the hover. So we're going to add transition here and duration at 500. So we should be able to see this hover kind of bringing that shadow and bringing that color change. There we go. So that looks good right there. And now we are able to just finish out our nav. That is looking really good. We've done our layout and we've done our styling. Now let's do our responsive. And that's kind of how we're going to do each of these sections in our application. We're going to do the layout first, which is kind of just HTML and then moving things around so that it looks like it's in the right spot. And then we're going to do the styling, which actually brings in a lot of the fun, makes our design pop. And then we're going to do responsive to make sure that each section looks good on all devices. And then we'll move on to the next section. So that's our format for this course. Let's start working on our responsive. Some people like to start on the mobile side and then move up to desktop. I personally like staying on the desktop side and then going down to mobile. Either way, Tailwind makes it very, very easy to do with its classes. So if I scroll down, what do we expect to happen when we go down to a mobile device? Well, all of these are going to get a little bit mashed up right there, which not the most fun thing to do. So one thing we can do is we can hide 1, 2, 3, 4 little items right here, these nav items. We can hide them since this is a one-page website. We can just hide them and have users scroll. Another thing that a lot of people usually do is they'll add in a button, a 3 button here, like a hamburger menu, so that you can click on that. Since we're not bringing in any JavaScript for this course, it would be very hard to do a hamburger menu because that would require JavaScript to hide and show the hamburger menu. So for us, we're just going to hide the certain things that need to hide on mobile devices. So one thing first, on smaller devices, we shouldn't have flex on this so that they don't sit side by side. So let's say on this right here, container MX auto, large is the only time that flex should take place. And that means justified between should only happen on large as well. So notice how they started stacking on each other right there. And that is good. So next up, we're going to hide all of the about, what you'll learn, pricing, and FAQ. So let's click here, 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 and then say hidden by default because Tailwind is mobile first. So by default, it's hidden, and then on large screens, it'll go to inline block. So right there is good. And then as we scroll this way, there we go. So now they show up and the links show up. And now that I'm thinking about it, we can actually not have them stack. So we can just say, okay, these two are fine to stay flex on mobile. And then as we shrink, get the course, we can hide as well. So we have Beginner Tailwind and the login button, and that should be good enough just for mobile devices. So let's go down here, get the course. On normally it's hidden, and then on large, we have inline block. So that'll be good enough for our responsive right there. Now notice that this login is kind of at the top of this Beginner Tailwind because it doesn't have the button to kind of push it down anymore. So we're going to do the same thing we did on the left nav. We're going to do flex and items center to get it in the center of that. There we go. And that's going to do it for our responsiveness for our header and navigation. And that looks really good. Our header and navigation is looking really good. Let's start moving forward and go to the next section, which is going to be this hero section. So we have an H1 right here. We have a paragraph here, call to action button, which is going to be an A tag. Let's go for here. We have an image, and then we have this little alert box on the top there. And that's going to be it for the content. So let's start working on the content here. We're going to go back over here. And now we have this nice hero section down here. We're going to add a div here. Inside of this div, let's do a container, MX auto. And I know I said we're usually going to do just the HTML first, but we know that we're going to do the container MX auto. Let's go for padding X of 6 and large is padding X of 0. Just because we know that's kind of the base HTML that we're going to have. All right, so let's add in our heading. Heading, I guess you can call it heading. Let's do an H1, and inside of that, we're going to say Beginner Tailwind. And then we're going to say paragraph, and I'm doing command / to get these comments really quickly. So let's do paragraph. We're going to say p tag, make good looking designs quickly, all without a single line of custom CSS. And feel free to write whatever you want here. This is your website. Now we're going to have big button / call to action. And this is going to be a tag, href for now, and then we're going to say get the course. That's good right there. Next up, we have the teaser image. And this is just going to be an image tag with a source of something. And then we're going to say alt is the teaser image. And I'm going to self-close that just because I'm used to it from the React side of things. And then to go grab this, we can go to beginnertailwind.com, go over to the image itself, right click, copy image address, and then come back to your VS Code and paste that in right there. And then the next thing we have is this section right here. We'll create beginnertailwind.com. It's a site you're on. Okay, so let's do that right here. Teaser image info box. And we'll say div. And then inside of that, we'll create beginnertailwind.com. And we'll just leave it right there. Actually, let's go ahead and do the whole thing. It's the site you're on now. And then we'll say, we'll do it all without a single line of custom CSS. So copy that and paste it in right there. So we probably should wrap each of these in like their own p tag because they're essentially going to be 2 different lines for each. There we go. So that is going to be all the stuff that we need for our HTML. So let's do layout now. If we go back to ours, it's not going to look exactly like this one does. But let's go to layout. We are definitely going to want to center all of this. So we'll say text center here. And we definitely want some spacing on the top and bottom of this hero section. So we're going to say padding Y of 24. So that's top and bottom if you do PY. There we go. We definitely want our spacing from the H1 to the P to the button to this image. So let's add in some margin bottoms around these. So we're going to do margin bottom on the H1. We'll go here, class, margin bottom of 4. Let's go to this P tag. We kind of want a little bit more spacing between the P and the big button. So let's go margin bottom of 8. And then on the A right here, let's go class is margin bottom of a little bit more, right? We want a big gap here. So let's go for 32. And then let's go see what's going on here. We have get the course. It looks like the margin didn't take on this A tag, and that's because we need to inline block this. So now we have all of that margin is going to get taken in. And I believe that'll get everything done for our layout. Actually, one thing we need to do is we need to move this onto the top right of our image. And the way to do that is we're going to position it absolutely. And to position things absolutely, you need a parent element that is positioned relative. So we need to wrap our teaser image and the teaser info box into its own div. So wrap div right here. And we're going to close the div around the teaser info box. Right there. And then we're going to say on the parent, class is relative. And this is so that we can place this right here, class is absolute. And just like that, our stuff is going to be positioned absolutely, but now we need to place it. So we're going to say top 0 up here, and then on the right 0. So we here, top 0, right 0. Gotta love that autocomplete. It's so helpful. And there we go. We have our section right there that is going to be on the top right of our image. The thing we need to add, though, is we definitely want this to be a little bit offset. See how it's inside of the image right now? We're going to move it with our translates and our transforms. So we're going to say transform. And watch this. We're going to go translate X at 4. So now it pushes it just right, just enough to offset and come off of the image. We're going to do the same with the translate Y, where we push it up a little bit. But to do that, if we do translate Y at maybe, let's do a little bit larger so we can see. See how it pushes it down? So we need to do a negative translate on this. So we're going to say negative translate Y. And that goes up now. So now let's bring this back down to 4. And we get a nice offset right here. And if we really want to see what that looks like, let's go ahead and give it a background right here. Background, let's go for yellow at 400, I think is what we ended up with. Actually, it's probably a little lighter. Let's go 200. Maybe even 100. That seems like too yellow. Okay, so that's a good way to get our box in the top right. And overall, our layout is looking good. Everything's placed where we expect it to be, just like we are looking here. So just like that with our Tailwind classes, we're able to move things around so that we can kind of get the layout we want. In the next video, let's work on styling all of this so it starts to look a lot better. Right, we have our content and our layout done for the hero section. Let's start styling it. So here we have an H1. Here we'll start with the text size. I like doing text 6XL. So I usually shoot for the largest of them all, 6XL, and then kind of see where things lead after that. And here we go. So that is looking good. Maybe a little bit smaller, but I think I like that. So here we go from text size, and after layout, I usually like to jump into the box properties like background, shadow, rounded, that kind of thing, or border. Since this doesn't have any of those box properties, I go jump into the typography. So layout, box properties, and then typography. So here we are with the font for text 6XL. I think that looks good. Let's go for a font extra bold. So we've used bold before, but extra bold is right here. That looks good. Something we could also do is maybe increase the tracking on it. So that's the letter spacing. Tracking, let's do widest just to see. And if you hover it, it'll show 0.1 ems. I don't really like that at all. So let's drop that. And you'll see this throughout the course as I'll play around with these styles. Our final site may look a little bit different than the one I built in preparation for this course. And that's because as we build this out, it's fun to play around with these classes and kind of see what we like best. For you, your final site might even turn out a little bit different than our final site that we build in the course, and that's totally fine. Here's the Tailwind classes at your disposal. Feel free to have fun with them. So we'll leave that there. Next up, I want to do a background gradient. So to do a background gradient, we have to get rid of the text color. So we're going to say text transparent. And then for the background, let's go background gradient to the right. So it starts on the left, it goes to the right. So we have to give it two colors now. We're going to say from teal 400. And we're going to say to purple at 600. So it's usually good to keep the color kind of similar, and it's usually good to keep the shades pretty similar. So notice how we have this giant background gradient on the entire H1 block. So to do a background just on the text itself, after text transparent, we have to say background clip to the text. There we go. So that looks good there. But you'll notice that there's a little bit of a difference between this one and this one. And that's because we have a basically two gradient thing. So we can actually do a different gradient in the middle. So we can say from teal 400, and we could say via teal maybe 500. So in the middle, teal 500, and then on the end there, purple at 600. And maybe we can even go closer to 500. But you'll notice that this even still isn't as prominent as this coloring right here. And the way that we do that is we're going to split Begin and Tailwind into two separate spans. So we're going to say span right here. Close that span. And then right here, we're going to say span and then span right here. And this is a fun technique to create two gradients inside of one H1. So here and here, actually here and here, we're going to say class. We definitely want text transparent. We definitely want background clip to text. And we want background gradient to the right. So instead of a background gradient on the main H1, we have two gradients, one on the first span and one on the second span. Now we don't need anything on the parent H1. And then let's drop all of that coloring from that H1. There we go. Okay, so here we have to say from, and we're going to say from, let's go for teal 400 to teal 500. So just beginner is getting this nice teal. And then we can say over here on the second one, from teal 500 to purple at 500. So now we get this really cool gradient from the beginner to the Tailwind. And I really like how that works, but we can even add a little bit more purple to the Tailwind word by doing a via, which is the middle gradient stop, to via purple 600. So now the text on the left gets 2 colors, and the text on the right gets 3 colors to go through. And these two put together makes a really, really cool logo looking thing. So I encourage you to play around with the colors. This is a lot of fun stuff to do with these Tailwind classes. And that looks good. So let's move on to our paragraph next. We're going to go down here. Margin bottom 8 is still there. Let's go for text 2XL. We want it a little bit larger. And I believe we should just leave it at that. We could also change out the text color. That is a little too dark. So let's go text gray at 700. There we go. A little bit lighter, still good. So we have our heading, we have our paragraph. Let's work on our button now. Before we said we do layout and then we do the box properties, right? So the box properties are things like background, border, the padding, the shadow, rounded edges. So let's do all of those box properties before we worry about typography. So here we're going to make sure that we have a padding Y of 4, actually maybe 3, padding X of 12. So we want a wider button than we want a taller button. Let's do a background. Actually, let's keep background for a second. Let's go for rounded right here. And then let's do a background at maybe a purple at 400. So if I just bring this over here, there is our button right there. Let's make sure that we have a text on that as well. Text purple at 100. Okay, so coloring is good. The button looks decent. Let's go for rounded. Let's add a shadow in there as well. Maybe a shadow XL. Now the background isn't the coolest looking background that we have so far, so let's add a gradient to this one as well. Instead of background purple 400, we're going to say background gradient to the bottom right. So BG gradient to BR, and then we're going to say from purple 400. Actually, let's make that a little darker. From purple 500, and we're going to say to purple at 700. Let's add in some typography. We're going to go font is bold, text extra. Actually, let's just do text large. And let's go tracking wide. So just a little bit of spacing in the text right there. Next up, let's do some hovers. We have a nice button. It doesn't really have a hover yet though. So let's do on hover. And I like keeping the hover classes close to the class that it's changing. So to purple 700, let's do hover to purple at 600. So it's just a little bit lighter on that bottom right. No change in the top left. And then let's do a hover on the shadow. So we'll say hover on the shadow, shadow 2XL. And then as with most of the hovers that we have, let's give it a transition of duration at, let's say, 500. And I know that's getting to be a really big block right there, but if we scroll, let's bring that a little bit wider. And then where are we? Right there. All right, there. Okay, so that's going to be all of the classes for our button. I know there's a lot in there, but most of that is kind of the gradient. So let's go over here. Once we hover it, it looks like our shadow doesn't get that prominent, and maybe that's because we started at XL and then we went to 2XL. So not the most prominent change. Let's keep it at shadow large and then go to the shadow 2XL. And you can kind of see that transition happening a little bit better. And let's change the text out for white on the hover. So where is text purple 100? Let's go hover text is white. just to get a little bit more prominence on that color change. All right, that looks good. Let's keep going on our image and this section right here. And then we'll add in a little bit more after the fact. So let's go back to our image. We have our image right here. Let's add a class to it. We definitely want the rounded edges on it. Let's even go for rounded large so that we get more roundedness on it. Shadow of 2XL. And then let's give it a border. Let's go border 4. And let's go border purple at 400. And that's going to be good enough to style out that image. We're not doing too much fancy stuff on the image. Just right there is good enough. Where we're going to do a lot more of our styling is on the yellow section right here. So it's going to end up looking like this, which is really nice. So let's start there. Here we go. Since we had text center on the overall div of this thing, we definitely want this to be text left. So let's say text left. And let's worry about our layout and box properties first. So let's say padding Y of 4, padding X of 8, so a little bit wider than it is taller. Let's go rounded shadow large. That looks good right there. Background we already have. Text, let's change the text color. Text yellow at 800, so everything kind of has that yellow tint to it. All right, now that looks good. Next up, let's add a border to it right here. And that'll be border top. Let's give it border top 4. And then let's give that border yellow, let's say 500. So over here, we're going to say border top of 4 and border yellow at 500. Okay, that looks good right there. Next up, let's do we'll create beginnertailwind.com right there. And then it's the site you're on now is a little bit lighter. So let's go here. Let's add a strong class around this and a strong ending right there. We're going to say class is font bold. And then we're going to wrap this in a span. And then here, I'm going to say class, and there's a couple different ways to do this. You can say text yellow at 700 to lighten up that text. Okay, that's right there. Let's do a little bit lighter, maybe 600. That's not bad. Another way you can do this is right now you have to change the text and the text here. If you wanted to change the color, you could just give this an opacity at 75 and make that a little bit lighter so that no matter what happens when you change the text color of the overall parent, this will always kind of match because it's just an opacity change. Either technique works really well. It's just the opacity is easier because you have to change a little bit less when you update this whole component right here. So we'll keep it at opacity 50. And I think that's going to be good enough for that yellow box. That looks good. So overall, we have a good looking logo here. Our P tag got a lot better. Our button looks good right here. And we have our image and our alert box right there. So with our header and our hero, our site is starting to look really, really good. Next up, let's add a couple different elements to make this thing pop. So I like to break down our styling process into the 3 steps that we've seen so far, where we build out the layout and the content as step 1. And then step 2 is just styling the content and making sure that things are looking good. Step 3 is something we haven't talked about yet. And then step 4 is responsive. So what I think step 3 is kind of what I call the fun stage. So a good design, I think, takes just 1 or 2 really fun elements to take it from a good design to a great design. And if we look at the page that we've built so far, this looks like a good website, but it doesn't look like the final page that we have right here, right? there is something really, really fun about this compared to this. And really, all that is the difference is a background and those circles in the top left, right there. So besides the circles and this gray background and these circles, the design is the exact same, but this one feels so much different than this one. So when you have a design that is stuck at a place where you think it looks good but not great, look for one or two things that you can change to make it an amazing design. So for us, that's going to be the gradient background and the circles. And I'm really a firm believer in starting with step 1, layout. Step 2 is styling to make things look good. Step 3 is adding a fun element. And then step 4 is going for responsive. And if you just follow that kind of layout format, it's a really, really good formula for creating pretty good designs. Since we have no background on our navigation and we want our background for our gradient to span the navigation and the hero section, we can go up here and instead of just doing a class is background, let's say red at 500. I know that's not going to look good, but notice how that background doesn't go up to our navigation. If you wanted, you could do just like a gray at 100 right here. And notice how the top is white and then our hero has the background. But for us, a really good move is to wrap all of that in its own div, our nav plus our hero, and then give that the background. So one background spans the navigation and the hero. So I'm going to kind of shrink this hero, and that's, you can click this little arrow button in the sidebar right there. I'm going to wrap a closing div right there, and then up here, let's close this, and then wrap an opening div right here. And that is going to wrap all of it, and then we'll give this a class of background gradient to bottom right. We'll say from white to gray at 300. And with that, we'll have a nice background gradient from the navigation all the way down to the hero. And there we go. So this is my personal preference for this site. It changes based on the site, right? This, we could have easily gone for the header navigation, which is this right here. We could go background white. And then that would give us this nice background here. And then you can have the gradient continue in the hero. All your choice. For us, we're just going to keep one gradient background for all of it. Okay, so that's good there. That's our gradient. The next step is to add in those circles. And the cool thing about those circles is that they are all Tailwind, no images, nothing fancy about them, just some circles with some gradients. So here I'm going to say left circle decoration. And then we'll have one for the right circle decoration. And then this is going to start the navigation. So to do this, we're going to have a div, and then inside of this div, we'll have 3 divs, which is going to be all 3 of the circles. Let's go for making sure that our layout is correct with these. So we're going to do like the box properties like width and height and rounded. So class, let's go for a background real quick. So let's say background red at 500 or 400 just to see them, right? Let's go for width is 64, height is 64, which is kind of the biggest number that Tailwind offers us. Let's go take a look. And here they are. If we scroll all the way up, we have 3 squares, 1, 2, and 3. And you can see the square differences if you say teal and if you say purple. There we go. And let me split this out right there just so we can see them as we type. So the next step here is to round them out. So we'll say rounded is full. Rounded dash full. And so far we've only done border radius of like rounded or rounded large. Rounded full will create a full circle. Now instead of these backgrounds, each of these is going to be a gradient. So background red. So let's do background right here. We're going to say background gradient to bottom right. From right there. So each one is now getting a gradient. So that's another step to make this really pop. So the first one, let's go from teal 100 to teal 200. The second one, let's go from purple 100 to purple 200. From purple right here, purple 100 to purple 200. And the third one, let's go from red 100 to red 200. And now we have these nice 3 circles. And let me zoom out here just so you can see the, oh, sorry. Let's expand this so you can see the 3 circles all together. So background gradient, 2 bottom right, 2 to bottom right, 2 bottom right, from teal 100, 200, purple 100, 200, red 100, 200. And I know this is a lot for a single decoration item, a fun item, but I think it came out to be a really, really fun effect. Okay, so all 3 of them are kind of stacked on top of each other. We want them to sit one on top of the other. So let's do a class right here, is relative. And then let's give each of these 3 an absolute positioning. So that means they're going to stack on top of each other right there. So 1, 2, and 3. So now to move them a little bit offset of each other, on this second one, let's do a margin left of 10. And that kind of pushes it over to the left. See how the purple's now offset over there? And then we'll do a margin top of, let's go for 8. Actually, let's try the 10 again. Okay, so that gets popped over there. And then for the other one, let's do a margin left of 24. Margin left of 24. And you can play around with these numbers to kind of get effect you want. So now they have like a nice effect where 1, 2, 3 are sitting on top of each other. Now the last step to this is that we need to make sure that these are able to see through each other. And the way we can do that is I'm going to type in right here, and right here at the end of all of our class lists, opacity 50. So each of the circles gets an opacity of 50%. And now you can see through the stack of all 3. See how that looks? Not bad at all. The last step to this is we need to make sure that these circles are below the text. And since this is right here, let's do an absolute position here so that we can kind of place it wherever we need. We can delete that relative. And let's keep it right there where it is. Absolute, top 0, left 0. And then down here for all of the other content right here, our navigation, all we have to do to get it to sit on top of this absolutely positioned item is type in relative. So now this brings it above our circles. But notice that our hero isn't sitting above the circles. We have to go do relative to that hero as well. So if we see in the minimap down here, right there, the hero still has like this collapsed to it. So we can say class is relative right there. And now that will sit above the circles as well. There we go. So that's looking really cool. Now we can just add another set of these, push it over to the right and down a little bit. And now we are in really good shape. So let's go up here, left circle decoration. We'll copy this whole thing right here, paste it down here. Instead of on the top left, we're going to say top right. And then let's push it right really far. So let's say margin right is 48. So we're going to use 2 techniques to push it from the right side. And then also let's say transform negative translate x 64. So I'm doing 2 because the max in Tailwind is 64. And then we'll add on the margin right as well. So let's see where that's at. Okay, so that's off to the right a good amount. Now let's push it down a good amount. We'll say translate y at 64. And if we go over here, now that's pushed down, and that is a really good effect as well. So this one seems a little bit lighter than this one. That's just because of the placement it is in the gradient, because the darker gray is down here, so it pops a little bit more. But with those 2 circles, they are looking really good for our background. And if we removed it, it would be a white background again, and it would look a little bit plain. So with a gradient plus these circles, two fun elements, we are able to take this design a little bit further into greatness territory. All right, I hope that was helpful. We're going to do a lot more of these like fun elements in this course. Next up, let's move into our responsiveness to round out our hero and our header sections. We've done our content and layout. We've done our styling. We have our fun elements right here. Now let's work on responsive. And actually, one thing I want to do on this is kind of push this off of the top and the left. It's just snuggled up to the corners of the browser. Let's go over here to the left circle, transform, translate X at, let's give it 6, and then translate Y at 6. So just push it off the sides just a little bit. There we go. Maybe even less on the top because the beginner tailwind so that it can sit in the circles. So we'll say translate Y of 4. And there we go. A little bit better. And let's bring this one down to 4 as well. Okay, so there we are. Let's work on responsiveness for this hero section. As we scroll down, let's see what breaks. All right, so all of that, our circles are a little too close to each other now. So a good solution for this is to just hide the right circles until we get to larger screens. So we'll say hidden on mobile, and then on large, we'll do block. And that's a good solution right there, just hiding those. And then as we scroll, that looks good. There we go. And it looks like we don't have to do too much. So our font right here is looking fine. Maybe we can shrink that and that just so for smaller mobile screens will get better. And then this, we can not position it absolutely and just have it sit on top of the image itself. Okay, so let's go over here into our hero sections, which is down here in our mini map. Text 6XL, let's go for text 4XL on normal screens on mobile, and then say large text 6XL. So that's a little small. Let's go to 5. And that should be good now. Cool. Let's do the same for the P tag. Text 2XL, let's go for text large, and then on large screens, text 2XL. Okay, that's looking good too. The button, I don't think we need to do anything with the button. The big button can stay. The image itself can stay. And then this teaser image, we want to not be positioned absolutely. So let's say on large is the only time it's positioned absolute. Okay, that right there is looking good. And then it's transformed right and up still. So let's only transform it up and right on large screens. So that'll be those translate classes. So let's say on large is the only time it gets transformed. And we don't need to prefix these two with large because those don't work unless the transform class is in play. So you can do it that way, or you can keep the large colon on each of these if you want to have an indicator to yourself, hey, these only take place on large screens. And that's both are totally fine tactics. Another thing we want to do is give it a little bit of spacing off of the top so that the image itself can kind of get some breathing room. So here around the padding area, we're going to say margin top is going to be, let's say 8, but on large, we want margin top to be 0. And there we go. So there is a nice spot right there. And the last thing I kind of want to deal with is this giant spacing below the button. Let's drop that on mobile because it is a little large. So let's go here. We're going to go up to our A tag, margin bottom of 32. We're going to say on mobile, margin bottom is going to be, let's drop that in half, right? 16. And then we'll say large is when you get margin bottom 32. So that looks good right there. And I realize I say, so that looks good right there a lot in this course. But it really does look good. And we have a responsive website that didn't take too much extra coding to make it responsive thanks to Tailwind. With our header and our hero out of the way, Next up is if we go to the main site, we have header hero. Let's start doing the writing CSS is tough stuff, kind of the overview of this entire course. So if we go back to our HTML, here is section number 1, header navigation, and I'm clicking over here in the mini map on the right side. There's the hero section. I'm going to go down to the overview section, and let's start here. So we're going to have a wrapping div, and for this section, we're going to have a background. So we're going to go class BG purple 700. And I know I said I like to do all the HTML first, but sometimes I like to add just like 1 or 2 classes just so we can kind of get a rough structure of what our section will look like. Next up, we're going to wrap everything in a container so that we can not have everything overflow to the left and right of our browser. So we'll say .container, .mxauto, .px8, or sorry, 6. And then on large, we'll have px of 0. And that's how we're going to start out these sections, just like we did above. Next up, let's start doing the content first. So we're going to have an H2, writing CSS is tough stuff. And feel free to go into the GitHub repo and copy all the HTML, or you can go to beginnertailwind.com and just copy the text right here. So I'm going to copy this, come back over. This is going to be an H2, paste that in. And then we're going to have a left and right section right here. So I'm going to wrap in this section a div, and then this whole thing its own div. So basically, we're going to have a div, and then inside of that, div times 2. So this will be the left column, and the right column. And since we want these to sit side by side, we know that this is going to be a class of Flex. So again, just a couple classes just to get our formatting down. So here under left column, we're going to have a p tag, a p tag, a p tag, a p tag, and a p tag. And how many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's do 5 p's. P times 5. Okay, so next up is a little tedious. Let's go grab everything from this. So let's grab this right here, and then we'll copy it, paste it in the first p tag over here, copy everything in the second, paste it over here, and so on and so forth. And this one, and then this one right here. And finally, the last paragraph. Okay, so now our HTML is starting to get pretty beefy with all of the stuff in there. And then let's figure out the right column. There are 3, actually, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. Okay, so let me scroll right here. And then let's just do this right here so we can see both. So we'll say div times 5. What classes should I use? How do I make things look good? My design, which I guess isn't really a question, looks basic. How do I do responsive? Why does my, let's just shorten that because it's on 2 lines now. Let's say my typography looks bad, question mark. Okay, that'll do it for our HTML. So next up, let's start talking about layout. If we go here, scroll down, all of this definitely doesn't look like it does in the final site, and that's okay. Let's start working with this. We definitely want to have some padding between the purple top and bottom. So let's go to the top of this. Let's do our padding Y of, let's say, 24. There we go, get some spacing in there. That looks good. One last thing for this, let's get some spacing in between these 2 columns, and then let's make sure that this left column is a certain width, and then let's make sure that the right column is also a certain width. So let's go over here. Let's say class is width 1, actually let's go for 2/3. Okay, that looks good. We also want some spacing between these 2, so we could go on the left column and do margin right of a certain number, or we can do the space X version, space X of, let's say, 8. Let's increase that a little bit more and go for 16. And the reason I like using space X on the parent is that it's easier to see where all of the spacing takes place. If you have like 4 columns and you do margin right, margin right, margin right, it's harder to see where that spacing is taking place. And also, if you add in an extra column, you had to add in another margin right to another column. But here with space X, you just declare it once on the parent and you're good to go. So here's the left column. We want the right column to kind of take up that full space right there. Let's right click, inspect, and here we go. Okay, so those look like they are taking up a lot of space, but not the full amount of space. If you look here, the section here ends here, but the container overall ends on the far right side right over there. So that div right there is not taking up the full space of the container. So to do this in Flexbox, we have to say on this right column, class is flex grow. So grow to the rest of the space available to you. So now if we come over here, that entire thing is the full width and matches up to the right side of that container. All right, we got our Flexbox in, we got our paragraphs in. Let's move on and go into styling. The thing I like about this section is that there are a lot of typography things in this section. Being able to style out paragraphs, little code blocks right here, and bolds, and this text thing for the quote is really helpful when we're building out our own applications. So let's start out with this right side of styling. Flex grow, that looks good right there. Let's do text large. So we'll increase the text size there. And let's go for italic. And I know I said I usually kind of keep to the box properties first and then move into the typography, but right now it's good because this is kind of the top level. So the other thing we need to do about the spacing here is we need to say space Y, and let's give this about 4 so that there's spacing in between each of the boxes. And that's cool because space X does the X-axis, space Y does the Y-axis, so top and bottom. All right, so now let's get into each of these boxes real quick. We'll say class. We want some padding on it, so padding of 10. Let's go for rounded large. And you won't really see the rounded until we give it a background. So let's go background purple at 800. So it's a shade darker than the background that it's on. And then we need text purple at 200 so that the text can actually pop off of that background. So most of the work in this section is going to go to this left side. Let's start working on the H2 first. Let's open this up. H2 is actually right here. So let's go class on the H2. We definitely want the margin on there. So let's start with our box properties, margin bottom of 10. As far as other box properties, there's no rounded edges, there's no background, there's nothing like that. So we can move on to the typography stuff. Let's go for text 6XL, font bold, and let's go for text white. So you could either do text purple 100 or text white to make it really pop off the background. Let's try text white. Let's look at that. That looks good right there. And then also purple 100 should look good. And that does as well. So the purple 100 is close to white. It just gives it a little bit of that purple tint so that it's not too jarring from the white to the purple background. Okay, so that's cool there. Let's start styling out this section, flex space X16. Let's style out this, which is our card on the left side right here. So if we talk about spacing and box properties, we definitely want some spaces between the p tags. So we can use space Y for that. We definitely want a padding and a background on this, and then we can round out the corners so that we actually get a card behind this. So let's do that. Let's go for background white. Let's go for padding of 16, a little bit larger than the normal padding we've been doing. Let's go for rounded and shadow to XL. And let's see how that looks. Awesome. So just like that, it was really nice to get a good looking card behind our text. All right, let's do some top level typography next. We're going to go for text gray at 800. and text large. So a little bit larger than the normal text. And now we need spacing between our paragraphs. So let's go for space Y at maybe 8. And remember, each of these numbers usually corresponds to about 4 pixels or 0.25 rems. So this will give us like a 32 pixel spacing between each paragraph. And that looks good right there. So now let's go one by one and highlight some things in each paragraph. This is a little bit bland. So this kind of gets into that fun territory where we're adding in certain things to make our design pop. And in each paragraph, we should have at least something pop. So here, Tailwind is going to be a lot of fun. This right here, I definitely want to highlight that. So let's go here. Where is it? Tailwind is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to wrap this in a strong tag. And then inside of this strong tag, I'm going to do class. Since it's strong, we're going to actually font bold this. And that's what's funny about Tailwind is that even if you use the strong tag, which usually means bold, in Tailwind, it doesn't mean anything, right? All of your Tailwind classes are coming in and styling when you add the classes. So let's do font bold, and let's do text teal at 500. So over here, this should be able to pop off of that section right there. Very nice. And one thing I also want to do is give this a little bit more spacing as far as line height. So let's go up here to the left column and let's do leading. And leading is the line height property. So let's go for normal is kind of 1.5. Let's go for relax. So it's a little bit bigger than normal. And that's 1.625 on our line height. It makes it a little bit easier to read. Definitely play around with adding that and removing it just to see the spacing difference. Let's move into the next paragraph. After using Bulma to build Scotch.io, this should probably be a link. So let's go here. We're going to say an A tag right here. Scotch.io. After building that, A tag right there. So let's give it some classes. Class. Let's go for text blue at 500. And that's going to be good enough to style out a link. You usually want to keep to the blues when you're building out links, and you can actually build out links with any color. Blue is kind of just the standard that browsers are using these days for signifying a link. So here, there it is. We kind of want to show that there's a hover element to it. So on hover, you could change out the color. You could do all that good stuff. I'm going to go with an underline. Back over here. Underline, and now it looks like a proper link. The next thing in this paragraph is these importance. We want to wrap those in like a code block so that they actually look like code, because that is a piece of code that we can add. So here, important, Command D to select both. I'm going to go code, class, and let's go for a smaller text size. So we're going to say text extra small. And actually, let's stick to our box properties first. We definitely want inline block because we're going to give it some padding. And you need to be inline block or block for padding to take place. So let's do padding X of 1. So that's padding on the left and the right. Let's round out the corners. We have text extra small here. Let's go for a background of gray at 200 and a text of teal at 700. Text extra small looks good, and font is mono. And then let's tab over and then hit code right there. So those are the styles required to make a nice looking code block, or inline code block at least. So here, now we have this nice inline code block. And what some people do, especially that if you've seen pre-tags before, you could actually change that out to a red instead of the teal. But feel free to experiment with that, see what works good for you and your tastes. Actually, I kind of like the red. We can keep the red. That's good enough for that paragraph. Next up, important note needs to be bolded. And then we'll bold, let's see what else. In this course, we'll learn Tailwind. Let's bold the Tailwind is the ultimate CSS shorthand. That, like that. We'll bold that as well. So let's go over here. Important note, and then let's do it right here. So I'm just doing Command clicking into different areas to have a strong tag. Class is font bold. And I'll close the strong tag. And then I'll close the strong tag right there and then right there as well. All right, so that's good enough to add some bold to those. Next, let's do this section right here. This isn't just a Tailwind course. We have to make that a little bit bigger. So here, this isn't just a Tailwind course. Let's add a class. We definitely want that to be larger size. So let's go text 3XL. Let's go for italic because it looks kind of like a quote. And that is good right there. So one fun thing we can do about quotes is we can add actual quotes to the top left of this. And to do that, we can do a new span tag right here, add the quotes in, and then close the span tag. So you might be saying, okay, well, that didn't really do much. It doesn't look like an actual span tag or like a big quote. What we can do is we can call this relative on the parent and then position our span tag absolutely. And it'll be top 0, left 0. And then if we go look at it, it's kind of over there on the side. Now we have to increase the font size and then maybe change the opacity. And that should be pretty good. So this is another one of those things where I say you just got to add one like cool element to make a design pop. That little quote right there is going to be good enough to change that section. So let's go top left 0. We're going to go for, let's do a transform. Translate X at 6. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go negative translate Y at 6. So we're going to go up. And then let's change out the text for purple at maybe 600. And also let's do text 6XL. And let's see how that looks. So all of that put together should make a nice looking quote. And it does. We can also increase the size on this a little bit further. Since text 6XL is the largest that we can get, we can also transform, we can do scale at 150, which is 1.5. So now it's even bigger, and I'm seeing that it's kind of a little bit aggressive for the coloring. So you can keep that there. I'm going to drop the opacity just a little bit so it looks like it's a quote. Let's go for opacity at maybe 50. So that is some good typography. This section looks a lot better than when we started. Let's move into adding some more fun elements to this section to make it pop even further. Let's talk about some elements to make the overview section a little bit better. So if we scroll down, this purple background, the white text, the sidebar over here looks very good, right? The typography also looks very good. But if we come over here to Beginner Tailwind, there's like a little bit of stuff that happens to make the design pop. And that fun element is right here. So anytime you do a little bit of an offset where one section kind of flows into the next and spills into the next section, you're in for a good shape to make a design pop. So that's kind of this image dropping down into the purple section here, and then this card dropping down into the gray section right there. So it gives it that 3D depth, and this is a really good technique to give a little bit of added fun to a design. So to do this, what we do is that we go back into the hero section, and then at the bottom of the hero, we add a little bit of a square, and then that gives the effect that there is a continuation between the hero and the bottom section. So if I right click this, inspect, this bottom section right here, right there, is going to show up and kind of help give the impression that the section continues right there. So if I just did like opacity 0 right there, that's what our normal site looks like. And then if I go here, it adds it back in. So that's what we're going to build in this section right here. We're not going to do it in the overview. It's a good tactic to go all the way up into the above section. So right here in the hero, It's positioned relatively. We're going to do the purple bar to help with the transition, section transition. We're going to say div class is absolute. Now let's talk about styling this. Let's do bottom is 0. So it goes all the way to the bottom of the section. We want the height to be, let's say 64, whatever the biggest number that Tailwind can give us. And then we want it to be left 0 and right 0. So it's not showing up just yet. Well, maybe it is. We just don't have a background on it. So let's go left 0, right 0. So that kind of says, okay, you're going to take up the whole area right here, plus the width is 64. But a cool thing about Tailwind is that there's a shorthand for left 0 and right 0. It's called inset x 0. And let's move this H64 over so that the bottom and then the inset can be together. Now let's double check that this thing is working. Let's go background red at 500, 400. Just to check if the section is there with the red. And you'll notice I do that a lot. I'll throw red in there just so I can make it really obvious where certain things are. So here we are with the red. What we can also do is, this is going to be a really big gap if we change this over to purple, is we can drop the padding on this section so that it kind of comes up a little bit. So if we come back over here, let's change this to purple. I'm not entirely sure I remember the number we used for the bottom section, 700 maybe. There we go. So that looks good. But this section, really, really big. Let's go down here into our overview section. Padding Y is 24. Let's say padding bottom is 24. And on padding top, let's do 12. So half of that. There we go. So that's good enough to give a good, fun element to the top of this. Let's do the exact same thing for the bottom of this section. So the purple bar we put in the hero section. The gray bar we're going to put right in the overview section. Absolutely, or let's say gray bar to help section transition. We're going to do the same tactics here. We're going to do div that's absolutely positioned. On the bottom is 0. Inset x is 0. Height is 64. And background gray at 300. I'm going to press tab, let Emmet do its thing. And there we go. Now the problem is that our gray area is overflowing on top of our white area right here. So since this is absolutely positioned, we're just going to relatively position our container, and that forces this container to sit above the absolutely positioned content. And now our shadow really pops off that background. All right, so that looks good right there. And with those two rectangles, we have a really cool design where everything kind of pops off of the other right here. We scroll down, it kind of flows into the next section right there, and then this is going to flow into the next section below it. The last part of this section is making sure that it's responsive. We've done layout, we've done styling, we've got a fun couple elements in there. To make it responsive, let's see how far it breaks if we go down to a mobile device. Okay. So on mobile, it's not that bad. Let's start with our header right here. So let's go for text 6XL. Let's bring that down to a 3XL, and then on large, it'll go up to a 6XL. Maybe even a 4XL, so we can get a little bit more. There we go. On mobile, this padding top 12, we can probably drop that even further. So let's do padding top of, actually, let's see what no padding top looks like. And that's pretty good as far as spacing goes. So we're going to go back over here and say only on large screens does padding top even exist. Okay. Next, let's deal with this side-by-side column. We definitely don't want them to sit side by side. So over here, we're going to make both of these flex and space x16. Since flex is the reason that it sits side by side, and space x16 is the reason it has padding in between, we can do large only for both of those. Now it looks like this card isn't taking the full width. It's stopping at 2/3. And that's kind of what we told it to do, right? We said, hey, 2/3 only. We can say only on large are you going to be 2/3 wide. All right, getting closer. That's a lot of padding for a mobile device. Let's bring down our padding. So let's go for padding 8 on mobile, and then we'll leave padding 16 for the larger screen. So padding 8, and then large is padding 16. All right, that looks good there. Let's see, there should be a margin bottom on this or some spacing. So on here, let's do space Y at 8. And then remember on large, we don't want that space Y, so we're going to do space Y of 0. You could have also done a margin bottom on this left column, but again, I kind of like doing things on the container div so that we can know where all of the layout stuff is on the parent. And then these all look pretty good. That section down there for that little gray box looks fine. I like where this landed. I actually think we should add a little bit more spacing here. So let's go for padding 12. And there we go. So all in all, we have a really good looking responsive design, and we have our 2 sections, now 3 sections done for the header, the hero, and the overview / about section. All right, that looks good. Let's keep going. Let's start moving into the next section. The next section is pretty much an about me or about the author of this course type of section for your own websites. So feel free, especially for this section, to kind of change out the content and make it about you. Here, let's start with an H2. We have a P tag, and then we have a split left and right card with a video. To get us started, let's jump back over to VS Code down here under the next section, About Me. Let's do the same thing we've been doing in all of our starter sections. We have a div. Inside of that div, we have a container class. MX auto so that it's centered because margin left and margin right is auto. Let's go for padding X of 6 on mobile devices, and on large, I wonder if Emmet can actually do this, padding X of 0. And it can. Very, very cool. Also, something we need to do on this top section is give ourselves a padding Y of maybe 24. And we might have to adjust that because of the spacing on the top of it, because the gray bar kind of overlaps with this section. Okay, so now let's stick to just the HTML because a lot of this was kind of repetition for us. We have an H2 tag and say about me or whatever you want to do. In this course, I did some Tailwind videos I've done. There's a P tag here. You can definitely go to beginnertailwind.com and kind of copy all of these and create the links yourselves. Or you can make your own bio. That's awesome too. I'm just going to go ahead and go over here, copy all of this stuff, and paste it right here. Now the A tags right here, A, href, https twitter.com/ChrisOnCode, and always feel free to come chat with me over there on Twitter. And then we can have all of the A tags. I don't really want to bore you with just adding A tags here. Where we get into the fun part is the next section where it's videos. We have 2 divs that are sitting side by side. And since they're sitting side by side, let's have a div for first video and then one more for second video. Since they're sitting side by side, we know that we have to wrap this in another div and say class is flex on the parent. And we also know that if we want some spacing between these two, space X is, let's go for maybe 8. And you start to see that as we start to build out more Tailwind stuff, we start to get that repetition in our minds of, okay, I know that these are going to sit side by side, so I can just add a flex here. I know that these are going to have some spacing between them, so I'll add space X here. I know that this is going to be constrained for the width, so here's container, MX auto, and then a little bit of stuff for padding it on mobile devices. And that's what I love about Tailwind is once you get the repetition down and once you start to get your workflow in, starting to build out these designs, and as you go down this course and every section that we do, is going to get easier and faster to build because you have that repetition and you're starting to learn all those awesome Tailwind classes. So let's fill out our HTML here. First video we're going to have right here. Let's say we put a p tag in here, and let's go copy this stuff right here. I have a getting started with Tailwind article right here. And I actually don't know why that's a capital G and not a capital S. That should be capital S. And then right here, we should have the video itself. So I'm going to go ahead and pull a YouTube video. On a YouTube video, you click share right here, embed, and that will give you this iframe. So let's go ahead, copy that iframe, come over here, paste that in. And then go ahead and pick whatever YouTube video you want. This isn't really important that you pick this video. Just any iframed YouTube video will work. And we'll do the same thing over here. I'm going to do the p tag right here. And let's go back over here. Right here, I did a build your first website for Traversy. So there we go for Traversy, sorry. And then let's add in our iframe right here. So we'll copy this iframe again and paste that in there. So if we go back to this and we scroll down, this whole section right here is looking good. We have our left and right. We have all of our HTML in here. We have some padding on the top, padding on the bottom. But we want this gray to match that gray. So let's go ahead and give this a background gray of, I believe it was 300. Right up here at the top. Background gray at 300. So now that's matched up and that looks good. Our spacing is a little high on the top here, so let's change this to bottom of 24, padding top of 12, just like we did in the above section. That looks good. And everything is looking good right there. So let's add in some spacing for this. And I know this layout stuff with spacing can kind of go in layout section or in the spacing section. Here, I'm going to do it in the layout section. We're going to have class, margin bottom. Let's go for 12. Let's go for text center. So I'm going to wrap everything in a text center, and that's going to cascade down to all of the elements inside of this. Let's get a margin bottom on the paragraph right here. So let's go class. Margin bottom of 12. That might be a little high. Let's change this to a margin bottom of, let's say, 3. And then this can stay the margin bottom of 12. So this can drop 3 so that our H2 and our P tag are close to each other. And then the spacing after that is down here. I'm noticing that this one is also a little bit bigger than the right counterpart. We want these to be matched up perfectly. So we're going to go down here. And for this class right here and this class right here, for the two left and right columns, we're going to say class width is 1/2. And that way we force them to be the same size. Okay, so that's going to be good enough for our layout stuff. We have centered the text. We have all of our padding in. We have our columns in. And everything there is looking good. So let's move on to styling all of this stuff in the next video. Let's start out with our H2 here. We know that we want a larger font size. So let's go for text 6XL as we usually do. Just the giantest of all the text sizes. This is already centered because we have text center on a parent div. And that kind of cascades down to this div. It's an H2, so since our titles, we kind of want them to be font bold. Maybe even semi-bold or extra bold if you want to mess around with those two. And then let's give this a color, text teal at 900. And that is looking good. I gotta stop saying that. I said that like a billion times in this course so far. Okay, so let's go to the P tag. We want a bigger font size. Let's also increase the line height so that there's some more spacing here. And we have one link to style out. And if you wanted to, you could add more links and do the same exact thing for all of those links. We'll go over here, text extra large. And leading at, let's go for a loose one, leading tight, leading loose. There we go. And now that's even bigger of a line height than we have used in the past, than we used up here. So it kind of gives it a nice spacing element to it. We'll style out this A tag now with the same as we did before. Let's do a class right here. Is text blue at, I believe it was 500 that we used, and then hover is underline. There we go for our link. On second thought, I kind of want some more spacing below this paragraph. So let's go ahead and do a margin bottom 20 right there. Sounds good. Now let's go for a little bit of styling on these two. We'll give each a little bit of a border. So let's go over here into each of these. Let's go for a border 2. Border gray at maybe 700. Let's round out those corners. Looks good there. So now let's style out our P tags for each side. We probably want them to have some padding on each side. And now that I'm looking at it, I don't really like the boxes here to be text center. So I'm going to go ahead and add a text left to the overall parent div for these two right here. So on this, let's go for text left. For each of the P tags now, let's style these out. Let's give them some padding. And let's up the font size. Class is equal to text large. And let's go for padding of maybe 10. Let's drop that a little bit. Let's go for 8. Let's remove the big space here. I thought I would like it. I actually don't. So we'll go up to our top and let's go margin bottom. Let's bring that back down to maybe 12. And that's the cool thing about Tailwind is as soon as we change our mind about something or we think it doesn't look as good, it's just a click away and a little bit of a text change to restyle it. We definitely want these videos to be the full width. So instead of declaring the width on each video like it does here, let's delete these. I did Command D to select both. I'm going to delete them and let's add a class for width is full. So that'll take the width is the full amount. And then let's also give this a rounded bottom because the edges down here, you can see if we zoom in a little bit, aren't really rounded on the video. Actually, it's a little hard to see there, but we'll round out the corners just so they match the container div that it's on. So under width full, behind width full, let's say rounded -B for just rounding out the bottom. That looks good there. And if you wanted to mess around with styling more, you could add a background to these. So if we go up here to this width half, let's go for a background of maybe white. And that's how that would look if we added the white background. And then we could also add shadows to all these. Shadow XL right there. And now you can see the difference between a box with a shadow and a white background versus a box without it. I actually kind of like the white background, so let's keep it. The other thing I'm seeing is that I don't really like the amount of padding in this, so let's drop the padding on the P tag. Let's go for 4. And then let's go down here and bring in our background of white and our shadow of XL. And again, bring down this padding to 4. We can also drop the text of the text right here for the paragraph. It's a little bit too dark. So here, P4, let's go for a text gray of maybe 600. Or actually 700 to match the border. And that looks like a clean section right there. So I think that's where we'll leave it for the styling. And then I know we've been doing some fun elements to each section, but a thing to note here is that we need to use them a little bit sparingly. If we had a fun element in every single section, it might be a little bit overly much. So we had a fun section. the circles in the header, right? We had a fun thing with the section above us, like these little gray boxes. For this one, let's leave it without any fun elements. It's just an informational section of our website. So restraint is also a very good tactic to use when we're building out these websites. That lets us skip anything fun for this section. I think it looks good on its own. In the next video, we'll do the responsiveness for this section. To make our About section responsive shouldn't take too much work since it's just a 2-column thing here, and this text should be responsive on its own. As we scroll down and shrink our browser, one of the things we should do is definitely shorten the padding above. So up here we have padding top of 12. Let's only put that on large screens. For text center, let's only make text center happen on large screens as well. Let's shrink our H2, text 3XL, and then large is text 6XL. Let's shrink our paragraph size, so large is text extra large. And on normal, it'll just be text base. And here's where the columns kind of come in. We don't want them to sit side by side. So let's do large is flex and large is space x8. And that's only the time when they should sit side by side. Next up, they are not full width. So let's go for large here and large here for the width is 1/2. All right, that looks better. The next thing we need to do is add some spacing in between these two. So we can actually do that with space Y, or we could do a margin bottom on this one. I like doing it on the space Y. So let's do space Y is maybe 8. And then on large, there is no space Y since they are sitting side by side. There we go. That is good for this section and making it responsive. And I'm hoping that we're seeing, with all of the repetition of all these sections that we've been doing, a lot of these Tailwind classes are starting to be committed to our memory so that we can start writing these out. We can see where our patterns are for if we want to make things responsive, especially if we have something at flex where they sit side by side. You can kind of get to the understanding that, okay, well, flex should only happen on large. Otherwise, let's have them stack on each other. That wasn't the most advanced section that we've done, but I like this section because it kind of shows how much faster we are here than we were when we started, when we built out our navigation. A lot of this stuff is starting to be really easy to write and the responsive stuff really easy to do. And I hope this is kind of really helping get Tailwind into our minds and learning all the classes. The next part in this course that we're going to build is the what you'll learn in this course section. Usually on these types of landing pages, you're going to have a section where it's all of the things that you're going to learn, what you're going to build, and kind of the main bullet points of why you would purchase a course. In this section, we went with a grid sort of style, and we have these nice looking cards that are kind of like browsers because of these 3 little dots in the top right, which I think is a really fun element. So if we remove the borders on the cards and remove the 3 dots and remove these 2 gradient lines, we look like a pretty basic design. And not a bad design, mind you. It is a good design, but it couldn't be great unless we added those fun elements. So the fun elements we're going to build in for this section is the gradient lines right here for the header and these nice 3 dots and the cards. The other cool thing that we can do here is kind of that grid layout where it's 3 by 2 by 3. And we could have done this by 2, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. We'll do that all with CSS Grid. To start us off, let's do our content and our layout. We definitely want to have our PY32, our background gray at 200, and our text gray at 700. And I'm doing a little bit more of the Tailwind classes as we just build out from scratch. Next up, we're going to have the container. So we always start with container, MX auto, PX, let's go for 6, and then let's go for large, PX 0. Next up, we're going to have the header. So we're going to have an H2, what you'll, Actually, let's capitalize all that. What you'll learn in this course. And we'll call it the grid area of, and we'll just say things. So here, we're going to have a div that wraps all of these things. And then let's just do the first 3 to start. I don't want to go too far into the HTML because a lot of these paragraphs isn't really what we want to focus on in this course. What we want to focus on in this section is the Tailwind classes and how we can get this nice looking grid. So we're going to shorten a lot of these paragraphs, and then feel free to add in your own longer sentences on your own site. But for this, let's keep it simple and keep it down to like 1 sentence. So we'll copy this 1 sentence right here, and let's say div times 3 to start, and I'll paste that in there, paste that in there, and I'll paste that in there. So that's going to be our first 3, 1, 2, 3. We're also going to need 1, 2 down here, and we also need headers that we haven't really done yet. So let's go into each, and here, here, and here, we're going to wrap these in p tags. And then at the beginning of this, we're going to add in h3 tags, and we're going to say how to use Tailwind classes. And let me clean that up just so you can see how the format goes. Basically, div h3 plus p tag, div h3 plus p tag, and div h3 plus p tag. And we'll do 2 more for the second row. Okay, so that's going to be good enough for our content. We don't want to go too far because if we add all of the paragraphs in, this is going to be a really, really gigantic section, and that's not our focus. So let's go look at ours all the way to the bottom here. And here we go. We have what you'll learn in this course, how to use Tailwind classes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those boxes. Okay, so let's start styling out each of these boxes. Let's just do the first one. Let's go for class. We definitely want to have a little bit of padding on the box, but notice how over here we have a padding for this section, and then this line goes all the way left and right. So that means we can't just do a padding on the main div. We're going to need to do padding on the h3 and the p tag by themselves. And I'll show you exactly why. If we did a class right here, and we did border bottom, and let's go for border gray at 700. Let's go look at ours. There we go. Let's do a border here. Let's go for border gray at 700, and let's go for rounded. So there we go. But if we add in the padding to the overall big div, and let me zoom in here. If we add in a padding to the overall big div right here, let's go for padding of 4. Notice how that border for the h3 doesn't go all the way to the side. So that means we have to move the padding outside of the main border. So we can do padding 4 on this one. And then on the class itself for the p tag, we'll do padding 4 as well. So that way, the header gets a padding and the content gets a padding as well. Let's continue with this layout stuff. I know we're doing box properties now. I don't want to get into the styling yet because this is the layout video. To get all of these to be sitting side by side in that grid, well, we're going to use our cool Tailwind grid classes. So let's go class is grid. And to use grid, we have to define our columns. And if we go back to our main beginnertailwind.com website, we have 3 columns and then 2 columns. So here's the cool thing about grid. If we have 3 right here, so you would think, okay, this is 1, 2, 3 columns. But then down here we say, okay, well, we want this one to span 1.5 columns. So that wouldn't really make sense because there is no span 1.5 columns. So the trick here is to make the 6 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, have each of these span 2 columns. And then the second row will span 3 columns for each. And I'll show you exactly what that looks like. We're going to do grid, grid, columns 6. And if we go back to our right here, it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sitting all the way across from each other. But let's say this first one, we say, hey, column span of 2. So I want you to take up 2 columns. And now that takes up 2 columns. If we wanted to do column span 3, then it would take up 3 columns, and that's how we get the 2 on 1 row sort of setup, is the span 3 versus span 2. So it does take a little bit of thinking to use the grid columns to kind of build out these really cool looking grids, but overall, Tailwind classes let us do that really nicely. One thing we're missing on this, we need to add a margin bottom to this H3, or sorry, this H2. So let's go class margin bottom 32. And let's see, that's looking good there. We are going to, actually, that's a giant grid spacing right there. But we'll leave it because we have to add in those lines later. So let's add in a gap for the grid. Everything is kind of sitting right next to each other. We don't really like that. So let's go for a gap of 10 right here on the grid. Cool. And then let's go ahead and copy this class right here for the div. Right here, div, 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 and div. And this is really where having some kind of component system, if you're using like React or Vue, is really good, because then we can export all of this into one component so we don't have to keep repeating ourselves in the HTML. And that's something we'll talk about later in this course. Let's copy the H3 and let's go 1, 2, 3 right there. And then let's do the same for the P tag. Right there. Okay, so that's looking good. What we need to do is make sure that the top 3 are only span 2. So we go here, 1 is span 2, span 2, span 2, and then these 2 are span 3 and span 3. So that way we can get 3 across the top, 2 across the second row. And that's going to be our structure for using CSS Grid. So being able to use Grid to style out this really cool grid, I'm saying grid so many times, but isn't that so cool that all we have to do is define the columns. And if we right click inspect, Chrome does a really good job at showing us the grid that we've built out. So if we hover over the grid right here, you can see all of the grids and the gaps. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and each of these is spanning 2. And then if we scroll down right here, each of those spans 3 of the columns, and then the gaps still exist. All right, that's good for layout for this. And if we wanted to add more rows like we have in the main website, just go ahead and add more rows yourself. I don't want to get this HTML to be too convoluted. We'll move on to styling next so we can see how that's done. We have our overall layout done for our section here. Let's start moving into our typography and our styling. Okay, so for box properties on the H2, we don't have any really. We have just text center is what we want to do here. Let's go for font bold, and let's go for text gray. Actually, maybe let's try a purple at 800, since the section above it had a teal kind of heading. Okay, so we need text 6XL as well for the font sizing. And there we go. So we went straight from the layout properties like margin and the box properties, which we didn't have any, and then straight into typography, just like our normal format for when we're styling with Tailwind. Now in the main site, we had a kind of gray. In this site, I wanted to try out a purple. I'm not sure if I dig it. Let's go for the 900. That's a little bit better. We'll see if we can't change it. What I'm thinking is here we have this cool gradient on top and bottom, and that'll be in the next video that we do this. Maybe we change this to a gradient as well, so it kind of looks like the line goes from here, continues on through the text, and then continues on through the bottom there. Maybe we'll do that. It's all fun. It's all good to experiment. So let's go on H3 right here. I'm just going to highlight all of these H3s, and there we go. Highlight, 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 highlight. And then over here to the typography section, let's go for font bold for the H3. And should we change out the font coloring or anything like that? I think that's good for the H3 actually. Maybe increase the size. Let's go for text large. Next up, let's change anything for our paragraph, which I think it's pretty fine. Maybe we'll change out the font size, but I think it's okay actually. One thing I want to note is this is kind of a cool thing with Flexbox, is that we can kind of have all 3 of these all on a row be the same height. And let me show you exactly what that looks like. If we take, let's say, this second one right here, and we kind of copy that sentence, paste that sentence, and again, notice how big it is. Tailwind and Flexbox are able to say, okay, well, you as the grid row, all of you are going to be the same exact height. So that's really nice. Let's give each of these boxes a shadow next. So I'll undo all of that. And then here, I'm going to highlight all of these right here. Command D, Command D, Command D. Oh, that's it. Okay. So here, let's go for a shadow large. And then we'll add it down here for this one and this one. Shadow dash large. That looks good. A really fun thing we can do also is change out the background color of your headings if you want to try that out. I'm going to keep them all kind of the same color, but if you wanted, you could even drop the padding of your header. So let's drop this to P2 and maybe even do a background of white. And that kind of gives it more of a kind of browser type feel. Maybe if we did a gray of, let's say, 400 or 300. So it's a little bit darker. Or if you wanted to do any kind of like gray at 800, do text at gray of 200, and maybe bring up that padding back to P4. Now we have kind of these cool dark mode kind of things, and we could actually make that a little darker on the color for the text. So about playing around with these Tailwind classes. Each of these could be different header colors. You could make the whole thing white background. A lot of fun stuff that we can do here. And that's the fun thing about Tailwind. We can experiment as much as we want really quickly. All right, so not too much in the way of styling for this section. Let me undo all of that real quick. Right there, and then we'll bring that back to P4. So not too much in the way of styling for this section. What is going to be fun about this section are the fun elements that we bring to it. So the 3 dots for each of these cards, and then the 2 gradient lines above and below the header. Now this section looks decent enough, but as with all of our designs, we can take something from good to great with just a few cool elements. And to do that, if we go look at our main site, we have 2 gradient lines right here on the header. And for each of these boxes, we have 3 cool dots to kind of mimic the Mac dots right here on our Mac Windows. And just like that, it takes a good design right here and kind of transforms it to be a little bit more fun right here. And on top of that, we have some fun typography changes here for the color. We have links in there, some bold things in there, but that's all good. We know how to do all of that. Let's focus on these fun elements right here. We're going to start out with our header. So each of these is going to be an absolutely positioned item next to our H2. So if we go back here into our H2, we have a div. Class is absolute. We're going to make the height is going to be maybe 2, and that'll be about 8 pixels high, since every number in Tailwind kind of corresponds to 4 pixels. And I say kind of corresponds because it adjusts based on if a user has like a zoom on their font size in their Chrome browser or whatever browser. But usually this kind of translates over to a 4 pixel on default. So we have height of 2. We're going to give this one a background red of 400. And let's close that one out. And then for the width, we definitely need to specify a width here. So let's go width is 1/3, because right here it's kind of 1/3. If we did 1/2, it would stop right here. And you can play around with this for your own styles. Let's go all the way down. There it is right there in a completely wrong spot. That's okay. Let's try another one for here. Absolute. Let's go for a, what else haven't we used in a while? Let's go for a teal. Actually, we've used teal a bunch. Let's see, background. Let's scroll down here. Red, yellow, green. Let's do a green. So we'll switch this one out for a green. And you'll notice that I just used the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense in VS Code to kind of browse the colors instead of going over to the Tailwind docs. So since these are both absolutely positioned, we really need them to have a parent element that's relative. Otherwise, they don't know where to really place themselves, right? If we said, hey, you are going to be top 0, left 0, because we want 1 to be on the top left, and then this one is going to be bottom 0, right 0, because you're going to be positioned on the bottom right. Now we have no idea where they went. And if we look, they might be at the top. Yes, so they're going to go to position themselves based on the relative parent. And since the first relative parent is the body tag, they're going to go all the way to the top of the body. So here, we're going to wrap our header in a div class is relative. And down here, we're going to close that div. So now these absolute position things are going to go position themselves on the relative, and there they are. All right, so that's looking good. Let's translate this one up a little bit, and let's translate this one down a little bit. So here, I'm going to select both of these. We're going to go for transform. Let's go for translate y of maybe 4. But this one needs to go negative translate y since we're trying to push it up. That looks good. And now let's bring in our gradients for each of these. So we're going to go for each of these. Instead of the background dash red, we're going to go background. And we're going to say gradient to right. And let's say from. And let's say to, let's just say red 600 for now, just so we can see it working. There we go. Now let's change out this from blue to purple on the top, and then from purple to blue on the bottom. So we'll say from blue to purple. And we'll keep them both at 400. And then let's find green here. And then let's change this to purple to blue. And that looks really good. And our text that's purple also looks pretty good. So you can try playing around with adding a gradient to this text right here. I think it looks great with the purple text with this section. One thing I'd like to try is it looks a little boxy here, and it doesn't really match our cards since our cards are rounded. Let's try rounding out these right here. So let's go right. Let's put it before the background gradient. So let's go for rounded. And that, I think, looks really good to match our cards. Okay, so the next big one is the 3 dots. We're going to do the same technique. We're going to have 3 absolutely positioned dots, and they're going to be inside of this header section. So this header section right here is going to be this H3, but since we want the absolute position things to kind of sit next to the H3, we're going to have to wrap the H3. So we're going to say div right here, and then on the parent div, we're going to say class is relative. But now since there's a div that wraps the H3, we can move the padding up to that parent. The border also can all be moved up to the parent. And now our H3 is only responsible for its own typography classes. And nothing really changed on this one because nothing should have changed. We just added a div to kind of be the parent of this section. Now we can add our 3 dots, and we're going to wrap all those 3 dots in their own div. And then inside of this, div times 3. So now these are going to be the 3 dots that are going to sit class is absolute. Actually, we don't even need absolute. I'm sorry, I misspoke. We're going to just have our parent be Flexbox, and now justify between so that the left section right here, the H3 will sit on the left and these divs will sit on the far right. No need to position absolute on these. And if you really want to test this 1, 2, 3, we can say that right there. And here 1, 2, 3, they got pushed over to the right thanks to Flexbox on the parent div right here. So if we want 1, 2, and 3 to sit side by side now, we're going to add class is flex here. And I hope a lot of these classes are kind of coming to memory because if we want things to sit side by side, we need to bring in Flexbox. If we want things to sit on the far left and the far right, that's Flexbox plus justify between. If we want to center things vertically and center horizontally, that's flex, justify center, and items center. So I hope all of these things are kind of being committed to memory as we type out more and more. So here we have 1, 2, and 3. Let's go ahead and style out these dots. We're going to go for right here, 1, 2, and 3. We need to give a width and a height to these. Class is width 3, height 3. And let's go for a background of red at 500. And we can get rid of the text right here, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's see how that looks. It's pretty much just 3 squares right there. 1, 2, and 3. And if we change out these colors for yellow and green, let's see how that looks. Okay, that's fine enough. We need some spacing between them now. So since we have Flexbox on the parent, to space in between Flexbox children, we just do space X. And with space X2, let's see how that looks. That's looking good right there. Since we want to center things vertically now, we have Flexbox on the parent. Let's just do items center here. Okay, that looks good. And then the final thing to round us out for these is to round out these squares. And to do that, we have our rounded classes in Tailwind. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Rounded is full. And there we go. So we still have to do some responsive work, but when they are wide enough for the dots to go split over to the right side, that looks pretty good. With this right here, and our gradient, and our colored header, and our 3 dots right there, that looks really good. So let's go ahead and copy this right here. And we're going to replace all the other H3s. So let's back that out. Let's delete that. And let's copy this whole thing right here. And again, once we get to doing Tailwind in projects like React projects, we can just change this all out to be one really cool component called like card or something like that. And then all of this we can move into the component. So now we can have like card. But since we're doing this all in HTML, we don't really have that luxury. So this is totally fine. But that's a good tactic to use components to make sure you don't have to repeat yourself when you're writing out HTML and Tailwind classes. So we copy this here. Let's highlight all the H3s right here, 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 and I believe one more, and we'll paste that in. And now all of our cards get these nice dots. And feel free to go ahead and fill out some more of these cards, fill out your own text, change out the typography in each text. But overall, I think this looks like a really good section. We have the layout, we have the styling, and we have the fun elements for this section. And the thing I like about this section is that I think this section, building it in the course, came out better than when I built it in the pre-course. So this section right here doesn't look as good. This is the gray right here. We switched it out for the purple and these rounded out little beams, which I really like. So let's do some responsive. And before we do responsive, I want to bring down the gap below here. So that's that margin bottom on the header, which is right over here. So that's margin bottom 32. Let's bring that down to 24. A little bit closer, and that makes more sense right there. So let's talk about responsive. If we scroll down here, there are 2 things we need to do. 1, we need to start stacking the grid. And 2, we need to shrink the font size here. And it looks like those nice gradient beams right there can stay the way they are. To get us going on the grid, we only want the grid to take place on large screens. So watch how cool this is. I can just say, hey, large only on the grid. And then it stacks automatically. So we don't even have to say anything with these column span 2s or defining grid columns or anything like that. If we remove the grid class all on its own, it will remove all of the columns. And there we go. Columns are back. Columns are gone on those screens. So next we need the padding between the two, between the top and bottom. So let's say space is Y of maybe 4 or 6. Okay, that looks fine. Actually, let's bring that up a little bit, 8. But when we go back to our larger grid, we don't want that spacing of Y. We only want our grid gap to take place. So here we'll say on large, space Y of 0. And then if we go here, that is good. Next, we need the text sizing to get brought down. So we'll go up here. We have text 6XL. We're going to say only on large are you text 6XL. On small, you are text, let's go for 4XL. Looking good there. So all in all, our responsive classes were just 2 things we had to do. One for the text size here, and then one for the grid and the spacing for the grid right there. And that's all it took to make that whole section responsive for mobile and desktop. Again, another reason I absolutely love the Tailwind classes, and that's going to round us out for this section. And I think it turned out really fun and really, really good. Be sure to add in your own sections here. Play around with the grid if you want to maybe have a column that goes column span 4, and then you have one that spans 2, or if you have one that spans all 6 columns, you can have a lot of fun with it. Change out the background header for each of these cards. Maybe change out white backgrounds for all of the cards. The world is your oyster in this situation. Do whatever you need to do. A lot of fun here, and I'll see you in the next section. The next section of our course is this what we'll build in this course section. And this is kind of a fun, hey, here's where we're going to list of the components that we're going to build. And by the time you get to this video, we've built a lot of these things already. I think the things that we haven't built are the pricing section, the FAQ section, and the newsletter at this point. So I really like this section because it's right around the, towards the middle to the end of this course. And I think that we've done everything that we need to do and learned all the Tailwind techniques for this section. So I kind of want to do this section a little bit faster, kind of speed up our Tailwind workflow so we can see how we would work in a real world project. And then we're going to get into this really fun pricing section where we actually have a fun couple elements here. We have this fun like arrow line sunshine thingy. This box kind of grows and shrinks. So we'll get to that after this section. But right here, let's blast through this section and see how fast we can build it. So here we are worried about the layout in this video. So we're going to do everything that we usually do. We're going to have a div right here to wrap everything. And this is going to be responsible for our background and our padding. So let's go for class is padding Y of 24. And let's go for background of gray at 300. Right there. And then let's go for our div class is container, MX auto, PX6, and large is PX0. And that's kind of the standard starter for our sections. And you'll notice I kept the background gray at 300 because it doesn't need to do anything too special, right? It's kind of just a good section to break up all of our website, kind of be fun until we get to the pricing section. We're going to need an H2 and a P tag. So let's do an H2. Actually, let's wrap these all in a div plus, or sorry, arrow, H2 plus P tag. In the H2, what we'll build. These, and let's go copy it from beginnertailwind.com. These components are the things you'll have to create in every project. So we'll copy that, bring that over here, and there we go. So as far as layout goes, all we really need is some margins in this section. So let's do a class right here is margin bottom of 2. We want our H2 and our P to be pretty close, and then class. We can do the margin bottom on the P tag, or we can just do the margin bottom on the parent. Margin bottom of, let's say, 8 or even 10. And let's go over here. Okay, that looks fine. Next up, we are going to create another grid just like we did over here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And since there's no fancy kind of sections, no columns that are spanning 2 or 3, we're just going to treat this like a 4-column grid. So over here, we're going to say grid columns at 4. And let's go for a gap of maybe 5. I'll press tab, and that brings out over there. And then I'm going to do just 4, and then you can go ahead and copy and paste all of these. I just don't want the HTML to be too unwieldy while we build these out. So we'll do div times 4. And let's see if we can't build out the HTML for this right here in Emmet. So we have a div, right? We have one section right here on the left for the emoji. We have one section on the right for the text. So knowledge says that if these two are going to sit side by side with each other, that's definitely going to be a Flexbox on that. So let's go for .flex. We see that we have a background of white on the whole thing. So let's go background of white. We see that it's rounded and it has a shadow. So we'll do rounded and a shadow. And then inside of there, let's do a div for the emoji. And then let's do a div for the text. So there we go. And for each of these emojis, let's do like a little emoji. And to do that, I did Control Command Spacebar to open it in Windows. And I actually don't remember it in Windows. But yeah, sorry, Mac is Control Command Spacebar to open up the emoji picker. So we'll do like this little heart eyes right here. And then let's say buttons, because buttons, cards, forms, and a header component are the ones that we built. So let's do buttons. And we'll fill out the rest of our HTML 1, 2, 3 right there. And then we'll just say cards, footer, I think it was footer, and header. So with that, we should have a grid that has 4 columns with a good gap and some rounded shadows with some background white and Flexbox, so these things are sitting side by side. Let's go take a look. Okay, they are sitting side by side. We do have 4 columns. We have our white background. That looks nice. So next up, let's give our emojis a little bit of a background. So we'll go over here. Each of these emojis, let's select all of them right here. Let's go for a class let's give it a width. Width is 1/5. Let's go for text center. Actually, I think we might need to do Flexbox, item center, and justify center. And I'll show you why in a second. Because if we go here and we go to our buttons, our text, let's do padding of 4. Notice how it kind of brought up the size for that. If we had just done text center, it would have been positioned at the top. It needed to go down to the middle, so we had to do the Flexbox center on the vertical and the horizontal. So back in VS Code, let's go up 1 over. Let's do a text extra large. Or let's go for a 3XL on these emojis. And then let's give it a background of red at 500. We also need to round out that left side there, so let's go rounded L. And I'm just looking down here at that corner, and that's looking pretty good, I think. So we have our emoji, and all of those are good emojis. We have our text right here. We have our card behind it, and that is pretty good shape. One thing I want to do last is kind of bring down the coloring for these the text right here. So all the way at the top, we're just going to say text gray at 600. So that's going to cascade all the way down. And while we're here, let's combine our layout and our styling videos. We don't need 2 videos for these since we are doing such a great job at doing all of these kind of inline. So let's bring up the font size for our H2. Let's bring up the font size for our P tags. Let's color them, and that'll be the end of this section. We'll go up here. Text is 5XL. Let's do text center on the parent so that the H2 and the P tag are centered, since this is going to cascade down to all of its children right here. And let's go for a text gray of 800. So a little bit darker than the base 600. This 800, since it's on the H2, is going to override that 600 up here. So let's go to this P. Let's go for class text is large. Text is gray at 700. And let's take a look. There we go. These components are the things we'll have to build in every project. And we'll change out the color now for each of these. So we have red. Let's go for blue, green, and purple. So we have red right here. Let's go for green. What did I say? Purple. And let's go for blue. There we go. So go ahead and copy those, add those in, and create your grid. You can even play around with the columns for each one. And while we're here, let's actually combine the responsive video into this one as well. We have done so much good work in less than 10 minutes. for this section. To make this responsive, we just have to do some font sizing, which actually those font sizes are just fine, but we definitely need to get rid of the grid. So what I can do here is, instead of saying grid columns 4, what's cool is you can say, okay, large is going to be grid, and that works like that. But another really cool thing we can do is say, okay, grid columns 4 on large screens. On small screens, it's going to be grid columns 1. And then on medium screens, grid columns of 2. So it kind of cascades up and down. So here we have 1, 2, 4. And we could even do that even further. So on large, we'll have 3. And then on extra large, we'll do grid columns of 4. So as we get bigger and bigger, there are more columns to play with. And that is another fun tactic for the Tailwind responsive classes. I think that's also the first time we've used multiple breakpoints in one div. But that's how you would do it if you didn't want to just completely get rid of the grid. And the cool thing is that we didn't have to bring in that space Y trick, because since the grid is always in place on mobile all the way to desktop, this gap is always going to take place. So that's really fun there. We were able to do all of the layout, all of the styling, all of the responsive in one video for this section. We are all done with the what we'll build section, but this is really cool because there's such a big grid of them. In ours, we don't really have that big grid. So we can go in and actually, let's see, there's 1 right here, 2, 3, and 4. We'll just copy that, paste that, and that kind of brings us into a whole new level of looking cool. So the next section here is the pricing section. And this is probably my most fun to make because of the cool elements that are in here. So we'll start with the layout and we'll get a little bit of the styling in. I want to start combining the layout and styling videos because we're getting more and more efficient with Tailwind. And just like we did in the above sections, if we right click here, inspect element, there is a little box right here, absolutely positioned div, that is going to be our gray area right here. So if I did like an opacity of 0 here, you can see that a lot of it is this blue background. And then if we got rid of the little rays of sunshine here, if we find those, where are they? Let's see. They're in here. Those are absolutely positioned little arrows that are going to be above our pricing box. If we get rid of those, opacity 0, you can see that our pricing section doesn't look too fancy, right? It actually looks like a normal section. It doesn't look bad at all, but it doesn't look amazing. And those two elements, one gray box and the little arrows, are going to change all of this for us. The scale right here that transform on hover is also going to change things for us. So we'll get started here. And this is probably one of the most advanced sections we have because of all the fun things we do here. We're definitely going to have a div here. We're definitely going to have a background of blue at maybe 600 here. And let's give it a padding Y of 32. And while we're here, let's also give this a text blue of 100. And that'll cascade down to all of the sections below it. Inside of here, we're going to have our container again. Let's do it in Emmet container.mxauto.px6.large. To me, it's still amazing that that whole colon thing works in Emmet. We're going to have the left box. We're going to have the pricing box. And we're going to have the right box. So in the left box, let's do a div. And we're going to say, let's go get our content here. XY videos at a smooth pace. And I just put XY because I didn't know how many videos we'd have. So let's do that right here. I'll do a P tag, paste that in. And we'll do the same for AB hours of learning and building. Still don't know the hours. At the time of this recording, we're right about like 6.5 hours, I think. Copy this one, paste it in here for a P tag. And then I'll copy all of this. Actually, we don't need to copy this. We have Emmet. So we'll do div P times 3. And then over here, use the code in your own projects. And absolutely, that is true. Please feel free to use any of the code here. access to Discord. Please see us in Discord. A lot of fun in there. I'm able to help out if you have questions or want to throw in a CodePen. I'm able to help out there, and is the community of other course takers. And lifetime refund guarantee, and I mean that too. If you're ever unsatisfied with the course, please feel free to reach out to me. And I know you already are in the course, so I don't know why I'm selling you the course, but here we go. Let's do the pricing box. We'll do a div here. And let's look at our pricing box again. We have this paragraph right here, or we could probably do an H4 there. This text right here, which we'll just use a div, and then we have a button, which is going to be an A tag that goes over to the course page. So let's go for the H4 plus a div plus an A tag. Press tab, start Tailwind, and then let's just do it already. We'll do the span right here, and then this is class is italic, and we'll put an exclamation mark after the italic. Here we have a $47. Here is the hashtag, which is the link to the course, and then we're going to have buy the course, get the course, whatever you want to say, buy the course. All right, let's go take a look. All of our content is there. Pretty basic stuff, just text so far. No styling except for this italic right there. Okay, so let's go up. We want all of these to sit side by side, left box, pricing box, right box. So we're going to say flex. And then we're going to give our gap in between space X of maybe 8. So next up, we definitely want to kind of get the stuff to be in the middle. We don't want our square for the box, for the purchase box, to be right in the middle. So let's give that an actual width. Class is width is 1/3. And let's give it a BG white just to see it. Okay, that's better. And the thing about this is, though, that our left side and our right side, nothing's really centered here, even though we did MX Auto on the container. And that's because if we right-click inspect here, let's go look at the box, this div doesn't really take up the full space that it's allotted, right? It doesn't go to the right, and this one doesn't go to be the 1/3 as well. So we'll go ahead and do a class is width 1/3 on all three of these. So there we go. And you might be wondering, well, could we have used grid in this scenario? We definitely could have. It's kind of a preference. Either one works really well. For grid, it's 3 columns, so Flexbox can do the job just fine. If you wanted to do 2 rows, that's when you start getting into grid territory, because it's not just the x-axis, right? We're not on just 1 row. We're at columns plus rows. But if we're dealing with just columns, like in this scenario, Flexbox is going to do just fine. Let's push all the text on the right for the left box. And now we have a centered kind of section here. So let's give our pricing box a border and a background, and then that'll be good enough for this layout video. And that was a lot for the layout video, so we're going to push the styling stuff into the next video. So here in the pricing box, let's go BG white. Let's give ourselves some padding of 8. Let's give ourselves text gray of maybe 800. Rounded, shadow 2XL. And now we can do the border at 8 and border purple at 700. So we've just given padding, did some box properties, updated the text, and then also did a border. And that looks good. We want all 3 of these to kind of sit in the center, and to do that, we already have Flexbox on here. We can say items center on the parent. So flex right here, items center to vertically center things, and there we go. The last thing we're going to do in this layout video is space out these sections right here. I do like doing some spacing in the layout sections because it kind of helps us move things around. So here on this, we're going to go with, you could easily do a class is margin bottom of maybe 2 on each of these, but I don't really like doing the spacing for each item on itself. I like doing it on the parent. So you could do space Y of maybe 4. and that will get the job done just nicely. And then here we go, space Y of 4. And then for each of these, let's up the font size. Let's go for text large. There we go. And maybe space Y4 is a little big, so let's drop that down to maybe a 2. There we go. Okay, so that's good enough for our layouts. We can start doing some styling in the next video. Let's get into our styling now. We'll start out with the text on the left and the right. Those are going to be pretty quick ones. So each of these paragraphs is going to have a little bit of it that is highlighted. So for this one, it's going to be XY videos. This one, AB hours. This one, let's do source code. So we'll do strong tag here. Let's go for class, font bold, text white. And then we'll close out. Actually, it's going to work out perfectly. That's cool. Or sorry, that should end in a strong tag. And there we go. We kind of want these to pop a little bit more off of the text that's behind it or next to it. So let's go up to our parent and say text blue 200 is our basic. So now this is text blue 200, and this kind of pops off a lot more because it is text white. I kind of want to increase the font size as well. So let's go for text 2XL. And that might be a little much. Let's go for XL. All right, that looks good. And we'll do the same exact thing over here. So we'll do text XL. And then for the things that we're going to highlight, let's do your own projects, access to, just do Discord. And let's do lifetime over there. So let's say strong. Class is text white. Actually, let's do the font bold, text white. And then close it right there, and right there. And I'll usually use strong if I want to use font bold, just because semantically strong makes sense. And if you look at normal HTML without any Tailwind or CSS resets, strong tags usually are bolded by default. So that's why I like using strong for font bold. And you'll see me use span for other things. All right, so use the code in your own projects. I kind of don't like that that goes to 2 lines. So let's go to use the code for your projects. And that might still be too long. And now I kind of want to do use the code for your projects. Oh, well, go ahead and use whichever sentence that you want for highlighting. That isn't really the focus of this section, right? And you probably already have changed out the text, which is awesome. Let's start working on the pricing button now. We definitely want all of this to be centered. So here, let's go for a text center. The H4 we don't want to be so prominent, so let's go for text gray, maybe 600. And let's go for text small, because it doesn't need to be too big. It's just kind of like a section right there. Let's give our parent a space Y of maybe 8. Get some spacing between the number and the button. But the button doesn't really take place because that isn't a block level element. It's inline by default, so we'll say class block. There we go. So now all of that is working for our layout. Maybe we should have done that in the layout video, but it's all good. Let's do, that's done. The number right here can go next. So let's go for, we're going to wrap the $ in a span tag. Span tag right there. And for this, let's go for class, text, maybe 6XL, 5XL. Let's go for text gray. Actually, that gray at 800 should be good. But maybe we can even do text purple at 800. Make it pop a little bit more. Let's go for font bold. Okay, and I like that the purple for the number kind of matches the purple for the border. So we don't want the $sign to be too prominent here. So we're going to do a cool trick. You can either do this in two ways. You can say text purple at maybe 500, or like we did above, you can just say, hey, here's the span here. Class is opacity at 50. And this way you can change out the color and you don't have to change out the opacity because this will always change based on this color. So that is cool right there. Maybe even opacity 25. And the opacity classes go in increments of 25. So there's 25, 50, 75, 100. Cool. I want to bring that up to 6XL. And that looks good. Let's also drop the, maybe the space is a little bit too large, but that's okay. Next up is this button right here. So here at class block, we definitely want padding Y to happen of maybe 3. Padding X, actually let's just do padding 3 all the way around. And let's go for, it's going to be display block, so it should be the full width of the entire div. So that should be good. Let's go for a background purple at maybe 500. Let's go for a text at purple at 100. And then we'll do some more box properties like rounding out the corners, adding a shadow, rounded, shadow, and that should be good. There we go. So I wonder if actually there could be a different color that would be a better usage here. And maybe if we add a gradient here. So maybe let's try for a yellow. We definitely want that button to pop a little bit more. And if we did a yellow, we would have to maybe switch this out for 400 and then bring this up to about 8. And that, I think, is a good way to pop that button off of that purple and that blue a little bit better. What we can also do is give this a gradient. So let's do background gradient to bottom right. And let's say from yellow 400 to, I don't know, maybe an orange 400. Kind of give it like a little fiery look. That gradient is a little bit too prominent, I think, so we can add a middle gradient, so via yellow of 500. So now more of the button became yellow, and then the orange doesn't take up too much, and we can drop the orange to 300-ish, and now it won't be too prominent. Or actually, just bring it straight to 400. I think that doesn't look so bad. So that's a good button. Let's act on our hovers now. The cool one that we can do is on the pricing box itself. We wanted to scale the pricing box. So we're going to say transform. And what we have is scale 150. But we only want that to happen on hover. And as we know with our hovers, if we hover it, look at that thing right there. Maybe 150 is too much. There is scale 115, I believe. Let's go look at the docs maybe. So we'll go back to the Tailwind docs. Let's go for scale. And we have scale 0, 50, 75. We want more than 1. So here we go, 1.05, 1.1. So you can try 105, 110, or 125. I'm going to go with 105. It's a nice subtle scale difference. But it didn't transition, so let's go for transition duration at 500. Nice. Okay. The other thing we need to do is add in a transition for this by the course section. So let's go ahead and say from when we hover it, we want it to kind of highlight. So let's go for a hover from yellow at 300. Let's leave the via, and then let's say from on the hover to orange at 300. So we just did one shade lighter for the from and for the to. And we need to transition this. So let's say transition, and we'll say duration at 300. And I forgot that I don't think that hovers work on gradients. But we can also add a shadow. So let's drop this right here. That doesn't work, and neither does this. So let's go and grab a shadow hover, shadow 2XL. There we go. So that's looking good for our styling stuff. One thing I want to do, let's bring down the Y for the space Y right here. It's a little large. Let's go up to our parent for the pricing box, space Y. Let's drop it in half, space Y4. And that looks good because it doesn't go too tall anymore. It's kind of like a nice width. What we can do for this button, since it should probably show some kind of hover animation, let's go for a hover on the text. So we'll say hover text yellow at 900. So there we go. It's able to do a little bit of a transition, and we can kind of mess around with that button if you want, as far as gradients, or you can remove the gradient and just do a solid color. But that's good for our styling. Next up, let's talk about doing those fun elements to make this design really pop, because it looks good, but let's make it look great. We have our layout and our styling done, and this looks like a very good section. Let's add 2 fun elements to make this a great section. We'll start out with the gray box at the top. So let's go to the top here to our pricing section. Let's make sure that this is a relative element so that we can place something positioned absolutely, gray box for the top section. Let me zoom in here. So we'll have a div that is absolutely positioned. We're going to say top is 0. We're going to say inset x at 0. So that's left 0 and right 0, which means it takes up the full width. We're going to say height is 32. Uh-oh, I did it wrong. Height is 32 and background gray at 300. So it matches the above section. And there we go. So it's positioned absolutely and it's up there, but notice how there isn't really an overlap. We don't get that overlap. And that's because the padding on the top is 32, right here, PY32. And then the height of this is 32. So we would have to do one of 2 things. We hit up the height right here, and that looks nice. So let's keep that. We'll up the height. One thing that I'm noting is that we should probably add in a little more padding to the top of these paragraph sections. So let's do that now. Up here with 1/3, with 1/3. Let's do padding top of maybe 12. Just give it a little bit more space into the blue area. Okay, so that's going to be good enough for the gray section. And anytime I do absolutely positioned items or do these like margins and paddings that are extra, I get a little bit worried about the responsiveness of this section because there's a lot of not natural parts, you would say. But that's okay. We'll deal with that in the next video, in the responsive video. Let's start working on the little arrows that go up here. And I keep calling them arrows, but they're more like beams since there's no arrow part to it. Those are going to be up here, and let's start doing those as absolutely positioned divs. So here in our pricing box, we definitely want this to be a relative pricing box so that we can position something absolutely inside of here. And we'll call this the show off beam thingy. So here's the show off beam thingy. We're going to say a div, and then inside of that, we're going to have divs times 3. So each of these is going to be each beam, and then this we're going to position absolutely, absolute, and let's say the top is 0, inset x is 0. And what I like doing for absolutely positioned items is kind of just writing in hello in there or something, so that when we go over to our code, or sorry, our browser, we can kind of see where it is. And there it is right there. So now we want this to be positioned above all of this stuff. So let's go and say transform translate y full. And that basically translates it for the 100% of its height. But it went down, so we want to say negative, so it goes above. Next, for each of these, let's get these main structure down. So we'll say class, width is 2, height is 16, and background red at 500, just to see what they look like. And it looks like they are, oh, there they are. So there's red on top of red on top of red. And they're a little bit hard to see where each one starts and ends. So let's give them the colors that they are supposed to have, yellow and green. And let me scoot that over just a little bit more so we can see them. So there we go, red, yellow, and green. Now we want them to be sitting side by side. So let's remove the hello now because we know where our stuff is, and we'll say flex to have them sit side by side. Since this is a Flexbox div right here, and if I right click inspect on this side, we don't want them over there on the left, right? We want them kind of in the middle of the pricing box. So if I look at this, it is the full width right there. But what we can do is we can say flex, and since we have flex, we'll say justify center, just to push it to the middle. There we go. Now, what else we can do is that we can say we have transform, translate Y full. Let's start working on each of the beams. We want some spacing between the beams, so we can do margin right, margin right, margin right. But we also have access to space X of maybe 8. And now all of these are kind of too close to the pricing box. So what we can do here is we can add margin bottom to each of these. And I know I don't like doing margin on the child elements. It just doesn't really work if you add it to this section right here, because it translates on it, and the margin bottom will only take in child elements. So let's do margin bottom 12, and that pushes them up now. The other thing, we want the yellow to be a little bit taller than all of them, so 24, which should be double the height. The other thing is we want the yellow to be the biggest one since it's the middle beam, right? So let's do 24 here. And now notice how they are kind of aligned to the top of this div. We don't want that, so we're going to say if we're trying to center something vertically, we would do items center, right? And that centers them, but we don't want them centered vertically. We want them to the bottom of it. So we'll do items end, which is going to be align items flex end. That's what that translates to in CSS. And that's how we get them to the bottom of that. So one thing that I like doing too, which we didn't do in the main marketing site, the main landing page, is round out the corners, because I kind of like how we did that in the earlier video. Okay, looking good there. Margin bottom 12 may be a little bit too much. Let's drop that down to about an 8. And the last thing here is we are going to rotate the left and the right. And to do that, we have our handy dandy transform right here. Transform. We have transform origin, which we'll also use along with, where are our transforms? I'll just search for it. Rotate. So rotate, we can do 45 degrees, which is going to be this one right here. And then we can do negative 45 degrees, so that'll be the reverse of it. So to do that, let's go over here and say, on this one, on the left, transform, rotate 45. But check this out, we don't want that to go that way. We want it to go negative, so let's go negative, rotate 45. And let's go here, transform, rotate 45. And what normally happens on transforms is there's something called a transform origin. And this is kind of where your CSS knowledge should come in, or really needs to come in, because Tailwind gives you all of the shorthand, but you still got to know how the CSS stuff works. So definitely read up on transforms and transform origin for this one. Here, by default, our transform origin is going to be 50%, 50%, which I believe kind of sits in the middle. So what we can do, if we go back over here, transform origin, we have origin center, origin top, top right. What we want is the bottom. And by putting the origin at the bottom, that makes the kind of rotation happen at the bottom right there. So let's do origin bottom, and we'll see the difference. So now the bottom is going to happen here, and then it's going to rotate 45 off of the bottom. And then we'll do the same here, origin, bottom. And that looks really good because it's able to kind of rotate off of that bottom section right there. And I really like having those rounded corners. So there we go. 2 really fun elements to add to this pricing section to make it look a little bit better than it was before. All right, so this is looking really good. What's up next is that we are going to do responsive. So here we have our overall pricing section. What is interesting to note that it doesn't look fully centered because the text is left aligned on this one and right aligned on this side, and the left side has shorter text. See how the P tag goes all the way to the left, but it doesn't actually go all the way to the right for that one, but it is longer text. So it feels like this right side takes up more space, although it is centered. So to fix that, you could left align this, you could right align this, you could try to get more text in each one. So this is going to be probably the most advanced of the responsive sections. And there is a big reason for it is when we go to mobile, notice how it's going to stack just side by side, which is not the best. We can easily make them stack by going up here and saying on our overall pricing section on the container, only flex on large items or on large devices. And there we go. And then we can say, okay, this gray top area only is hidden on normal devices, and then on large, it's display block. So that works out nicely there. But what would be really cool is if we move the pricing box to the top of this section, and then we stacked this text and this text below the box. So what essentially what I'm trying to say is let's move our pricing box to the first position, and then move this text to the second position so that it goes 1, 2, and then 3. So to do that reorder, Flexbox has a CSS property to do it. Let's go search for order. And order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down. If you just change the order, so we can say order last. So now 1 goes to the very end. You can use order to kind of move things around as we are moving from mobile to desktop. So this is how you would do it in Flexbox. If you wanted to do this in grid, instead of saying order, you would be able to say row start 1, and then this one would be row start 2. And so you could do row start, or you could do order. And that's depending on if you're using Flexbox or if you are using grid. So with that in mind, we definitely want Flexbox to still be active on mobile devices because order doesn't work unless they are flex items. So that means if we go down here and we scroll this way, on smaller devices, we want these to stack on each other. So to do that, we can say flex column, and that changes the flex direction CSS property into a column. But on large screens, we want flex row so that it goes back to the row on larger screens. And here we go, row. And here we go, column. Let's remove the LG block and hidden on this div. We definitely want to keep that so that we can still have this pricing box offset off the top. We only want the widths now on large screens because when we go down to mobile, we definitely want those to be full width. So we say large width 1/3 only. And I did that for all 3 of them. And it looks like each of these sections isn't really taking the full width. So let's give the pricing box a width of full. And now it's the full width right there. Now let's change the order of all of these things. So on large screens, on mobile, we want this to be order 1. And then on large screens, we want this to go order 2. For this one, we definitely want this to go for order 2 on mobile screens, and then on large, we'll make this order 1. And then down here, we are going to go for order of 3. So this is always going to be order 3 because it always is going to be the last one. And then this one for the pricing box. And it probably is easier if I just click these little things to minimize them right there. Okay, so we have left box, pricing box, right box. And we have width is full on the pricing box on mobile. And these don't really need the width is full because the text is just going to take up the space that is allotted to it. We have our pricing box now on the top. It still does the overflow off of the gray. We still have those really fun elements right there. Down here, we should probably center all of these things. So on each of these, text right, let's do text center, and then on large is text right. And then on here, we are going to do text center, and then on large is text left. So with Flexbox, we had to use these special order classes to move things around for responsive. And there's a lot of different ways we could have done this. We could have used grid and used the row start classes. Another thing we need to do here is space X8 should only take place on large screens. And then on mobile, we have space Y of maybe 4. And then on large, we have space Y of 0, because we don't need any of that on larger screens. So as we scroll open, there we go, it stacks. As we shrink, they stack there. That was definitely the most intense of the responsive things that we've done for this course, but I think it's really good to see those order classes kind of move things around and make sure that we always have flex and flex column versus flex row on large. A lot of fun tactics in there, a lot of useful stuff for when you're building out your responsive designs. We now have a really cool looking and responsive pricing section. This next section that we're going to build out isn't as fun or fancy as the section that came before, the pricing section, but that's okay. The FAQ section isn't usually the most flair or flashy section anyway. So we're going to get this done in one video. We have an FAQ title here, and we'll do an H2 for that. We'll have all of these, and since we have a grid of things, we're going to use grid, and you can see that it's grid columns 2 right here. And then we'll have questions that go all the way through, and feel free to add your own questions. Feel free to copy them from beginnertailwind.com. What we're going to do is go over here, and this is really where we start to see the speed of Tailwind come in when we have kind of not a difficult layout and not a difficult style, but it looks very clean, very respectable for an FAQ section. So let's see if we can't get most of this done in Emmet itself. We want a section to have a background gray at 800. We want padding Y of 32. We want text gray of 400. And that's usually good enough for just the top level item. Then we want a container, MX Auto, PX6. And I noticed that sometimes when we shrink our window, PX6 doesn't really give us too much padding on the sides. You can up that to maybe PX10, but we'll leave it there at PX0 on large. H2 for frequently asked questions. And here, let's just do it right now, right? Let's go text 3XL, text center, and font bold, and margin bottom of 12. And usually when you have a header, you're going to do font sizing, font bold, and then just some spacing. And usually I guess we do spacing before. So let's do margin bottom of 12, then the typography, since that's how our format has been for this whole course. And then we're going to do grid of questions. So since it's a grid, we're going to have a parent div, which is going to be grid columns 2. And let's also give it a gap of 8. And then inside of this, we're going to have a div, which is going to have, it looks like over here, we have some padding, we have a border. So let's do padding of 8, border of 2, and border gray of 500. It looks like we're also rounding out the edges, so rounded large. And there we go. So this is a question. For each question, we're going to have an H3 plus a P tag. And the H3 is their course support right here. And for the P tag, we'll say yes. Let's chat in Discord. And let's wrap the Discord link right there. Okay, so that's good enough for one of the questions. So let's go look. There we go. Next up, let's give our H3 a little bit of font sizing, a little bit of a margin. So here, let's go for class, margin bottom of, let's go for, I think, 3. And you can play around with these numbers. Let's go for text gray at 200. So make it lighter than the normal text so it stands out a little bit. Font bold and text XL. That looks fine right there. Let's go to here on our A tag class. Let's go for text blue is 400 and hover is underline. That's going to be good enough for the FAQ section, and it doesn't look like much here, and that's okay because the FAQ section doesn't have to look like much. What we can do though is copy this question, paste, 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 and maybe one more so we can get a full grid right here, actually right there. And I like that extension because it shows us the start and end gaps. There we go. Feel free to fill in your own text here. We're not going to do any of the fun elements for this FAQ section because it doesn't need any, right? We want people to focus on the other sections. But if you were to do a fun thing, you could add in the 3 dots again in the top right. You could add in like an icon somewhere in here. And I know we haven't done icons in this course. I definitely wanted to focus on just the Tailwind classes. Let's make this responsive now. On responsive, if we just go down, we want this to go down to, let me find our spot here. There we are. Here's our grid. Grid columns 1. So on mobile, let's do grid columns 1, and large is grid columns 2. There we go. So on mobile right there, and then as we go larger, we have grid columns 2. If you wanted extra large, you could do grid columns 3. But that's a really good way to do it right here. You could have also done grid on only large and then brought in the space Y classes. But if we already have the grid and the gap here, we can just grid columns 1 on mobile. We can also lower the gap on smaller devices, gap 4, and then large is gap 8. So they're a little bit closer to each other. And that will wrap up our FAQ section. And now we have come to the final section of our website, and that is the footer. We've gone ahead and thrown in a newsletter section in the footer as well. So you'll be able to style out this newsletter. You could even break out this newsletter into its own section and make like a really big newsletter section. But I really like having the newsletter in the footer since we don't have too many links, and all of these are even just dummy links. They don't go anywhere. So here, if we kind of take an inventory of what we're going to build, we have a top section of our footer and we have a bottom section of our footer. The bottom section is pretty close to how we did the nav, where it kind of splits left, splits right. We also have a split left, split right here for this one div, and then a div to contain all of our links. Let's get started. We're going to do a div to wrap all of that. And I'm going back to like the HTML first way of things because this is such an HTML heavy section. So top newsletter, or sorry, top footer, bottom footer. And then in the bottom footer, we're going to have copyright and links. And then in the top footer, we're going to have newsletter and links. And we have to wrap all of this in a div for a container. The top footer, we're going to wrap. The newsletter and the links and the copyright and the other links, we're going to wrap in their own divs. And the bottom footer needs its own wrapping div. Okay, so all in all, we haven't even done anything except for just divs. So nothing is really going to show here if we go down. There we go, nothing there. So let's start with our background. Class here, let's go for background gray at 100. Let's go for a padding Y of maybe 24. And that's a smaller padding than we did for the FAQ or the other sections because the footer doesn't need to have that much padding, right? It isn't the most important section of the site. Here is our container. So let's make sure we have class is container mxauto px6 and large is px0. Let's move down into the top footer here. For doing these, I don't like to write out too much of the HTML first. I kind of like to do the layout first. So let's do newsletter and links. And then down here, let's say copyright. And we can actually just write out the copyright. Copyright and copy, which is going to get us the little copy symbol. And we'll say 2022, and I like just throwing in random numbers here, 4055. And then here we'll have the links. So I want to get the overall structure done before we start adding in all of our HTML. Because once we add in all the HTML, this is going to get really hard to kind of navigate through. We want the top footer to have things sit side by side, and same with the bottom footer. So we're going to go here, class is flex to sit side by side, and justify between to get them to sit side left and side right. And this is looking really, really wide because of kind of how I'm zoomed in while I'm doing these recordings. On a normal screen, you'll probably see something closer to that, so it'll look better. But I'm really zoomed in now, so that's why you get this really far left, really far right effect. Let's change out the text color. That's a little bit too dark for the footer. We kind of want lighter text, so let's go text gray at 700. On the bottom footer, we want a border on it and kind of spacing off of the top section of the footer. So let's go for border top, border gray at maybe 500 or 400. But now it's like punched up right to the top of that footer. So let's give it a padding on top, and let's give it a margin on top. So I like doing padding and margin on the far left. So let's do padding top of 4 and margin top of 4. Maybe even higher than that once we see it. That's actually not too bad. Let's drop this down to maybe 200. There we go. And then probably our bottom footer needs to be less prominent than the top footer. So let's even change out this text gray to maybe 400. That might be too light. Let's go for a 6. So one shade off of the main links. We could even drop the size on it to be less prominent, text small. There we go. So now we have our top footer, we have our bottom footer, and the bottom is styled really nicely. Let's do the rest of the HTML now and kind of space things correctly, and then in the next video, we'll add in our fun styling. So for the newsletter, we're going to need a form tag, and usually you'll have an action that goes to the place where you want the form to post to. Method is post usually. And inside of here, we're going to have an input type is text, email for this one. Name is email, all that good stuff. We'll leave it at that. Button, type is submit, but fun thing to note about HTML forms, if you have a button inside of a form, the type is default submit. So we'll say subscribe. There we go. And inside of this, let's have an H4 that says get updates on this course. I kind of like how the input is sitting on the side of the button, so we'll leave it at that. Let's give our H4 a little bit of spacing off the bottom. Let's go margin bottom 3. And we'll leave the rest of that to the styling video. On the link side of things, let's do one column. We're going to eventually have div times 3 columns, but we'll do one for now, style it out, and then we'll copy and paste to 3 different columns. So inside of here, we're going to have a div. Inside of that div, we're going to have a p tag, which is going to be like the header, and we'll say company links or something like that. And then we're going to have 3 a tags for nothing there, about, blog, and let's say careers or something like that. We want these to sit on top of each other, so we could do flex and flex column, but I don't think Flexbox is really necessary in this scenario. We can just go down here and do class is block. And because they're block, we were going to do block anyway to get them their padding. And since they're block, they're going to start stacking because they take up the full width right there. And then for this, we'll do class margin bottom of 3. And then on this one, we can say class is space y of 2, just to get some spacing between the links. And this whole section over here, we're going to do class is text right, since that whole side is getting pushed right. And now for this, if we copy and pasted this just to test out what this would look like, there we go. That's not really stacking, so we would have to do flex here. and we would have to do space X of 8 to get some spacing. There we go. I'm thinking this even needs a little bit more spacing, so let's add some more margin to the bottom footer. Let's go margin top of maybe 16. There we go. And the last part of this, let's add some links to the bottom footer, and then we are going to call it for the layout video, and we'll work on the styling in the next video. So here, links, let's just go for A times 3. I don't know, Discord, Twitter, and I'll put in the Twitter link again. If you want to hang out with me or chat, https twitter.com/ChrisOnCode. And then I don't know what a last link would be. YouTube, I don't know. We want these A tags to sit side by side, and they already do, because A tags are display inline by default. So to get a little bit of spacing on them, let's just do class space X of 4. And that will be enough to kind of get our overall layout for our footer. And one thing I wanted to do actually is let's center this vertically. So we go back up to the top section into the newsletter section. Let's go for class. Is Flexbox and items center? Oh, and we also need flex column since we want them to stack now. So let's do flex column. And one thing to note about flex column is as soon as you change the direction of the Flexbox to column, items and justify switch places. So now justify is here. And there we go. Another kind of quirk about Flexbox that is good to know. That's good for the layout section. Let's move on to the styling now. For this styling section, let's start getting in some good work here. The thing I want to start with is let's make this pop a little bit more. We'll add some gradient to the background. So let's go all the way up. A cool thing to do with the footer is to kind of have it match the header and the hero section, so it kind of wraps the design and kind of brings it full circle. With that in mind, let's go to the top of our website, which we're going to have to scroll a lot of HTML here. I'm going to click over in the minimap and just scroll. Look at all the stuff that we've done in this course. I hope it was helpful. All right, all the way up just to have background gradient to bottom right from white to gray 300. And while we're here, let's do gray 100. I think that's cool. Yeah, I think that works out nicely. So let's copy this. And then we'll go all the way down to the bottom. Where's our footer? And this is, again, why I think using a React or JavaScript sort of framework where you can have components really helps out with Tailwind. And we'll talk about that in an upcoming video. But having all your HTML in one file isn't really the most efficient way to do things. That's all right, though. We are learning a lot here about Tailwind. So let's paste that in. Background gradient to bottom right from gray to gray. And the text is gray. Okay. All the way down. That gives it a little bit more pop. We may need to change the border color right here to darker, since that won't really cut it. So we'll go down to here, border gray at maybe 400. 300, I think, is going to be the move. Cool. Nice and subtle. Okay, next up, let's do this H4. Let's make it larger, let's make it bold, and let's make it a good old looking header. So up here, where are we? Newsletter. Let's go for the font bold. Let's go for text 5XL. Let's go for maybe a bigger margin on the bottom there. Let's go for 5 on the margin. 4 maybe. Take a look. That's a giant amount of text, but I think that'll work out. What we can also do is kind of match the hero section again to kind of wrap up our design. So let's go for a gradient on this thing. To do a gradient on text, you got to go text transparent, background clip on the text. And what's cool too is you can do a background clip on the border, the content, and the text, and the padding. So really, really cool there. But we'll do the background clip on the text so that the background is going to apply to the text. And now that the text is transparent, the text color doesn't really matter here. Then we'll do background gradient to right from teal 400. and 2 purple at 400. That's kind of the colors we've been using in this course. Maybe even purple 500, so it's a little darker on that side. Nice. So that I really like for that section. Now let's work on our input right here for our newsletter. And let me just push this all the way over here so we can kind of see it while we're working. Maybe we should do responsive in this video too. So here we go. Here's our input class. We want to round out these corners. So let's go rounded. I'm going to stick to the padding first mentality. Let's go for padding Y of 3, padding X. Actually, let's do padding 3 all the way around. And it's rounded. Let's say that when we click into it, see how that focus kind of happens? Let's do outline is none. So when we click into it, nothing happens. When we type into it, that's cool. But one of the things here is that we always want to show users that they're typing into an input box. So we're going to use one of our other pseudo elements, focus, and we're going to say border blue at 400. Actually, let's go for a purple. I think a purple would be a great idea here, but we didn't give it a border, so let's do border of 2. And by default, let's do border gray at maybe 400. So when we focus into it, the border now changes. You see that you're typing into it, but it's not as ugly as the default outline from the browser. So there we go. We have a nice purple outline, and you could probably up the border size to 4. Actually, that might be a little too much. So let's bring it back down to 2, nice and clean right there. And that will do it for our input. One thing we can do also is placeholder. We can do super at secret.com. And now we have a placeholder. A cool thing that we have in Tailwind, which I really, really like, is that you can do placeholder text, and then you can color out the placeholder text. So let's do placeholder gray at maybe 500. And I think that's the default. Maybe watch, do 300, and it gets really, really light there. So I like that, not as prominent as it was before. Let's do our button next. We want this to kind of sit next to our button. I know in the main Beginner Tailwind site, it kind of sits below, but it's a really fun effect to have it sit on the same line and merge into the input. So let's do that. Class here, padding of 3. Let's give it a background of, let's say, a yellow of maybe 300, and then text yellow at 700. Let's go for a rounded. But here's the thing, we kind of want both of these things to sit side by side. So we're going to go up to our form and do class is flex. And now they sit side by side. If they didn't have the Flexbox, they're going to sit side by side. And there's a little bit of that spacing just because of how they are defaultly spaced. But Flexbox says, hey, just bunch up right next to each other and hang out. Another thing, and let me darken this so we can actually see this happening. Let me just go red so we can really see it happening. Is we have a rounded edge on the input and a rounded edge on the button. We don't really want that. We want them to merge into each other. So for the input, let's go in and change our rounded to just the left side. And for the button, we're going to change our rounded to just the right side. And then now we have border 2. We're going to go border right of 0. So now there is no border on that right side, and it bunches up right to the button right there. Let's change out the coloring for the button now. It would be really cool, I think, if as we clicked into this, this purple kind of merged into the button. So let's go to our button. Let's go for purple 400. And then let's change this to purple at 100 for the text. So as we type into it, that gets that purple, which merges into the button, which is a cool effect. Let's make this form the full width of this right here. It'll have a better effect if the input is wider. So let's go width is full on the input. And thanks to Flexbox, it kind of just says, okay, form, take up as much space as you want, and then the button is going to sit right here. I really like how that looks. You could even add a gradient to that button. We'll go for the right side nav now. We're going to delete this one because we're going to eventually just copy and paste it over again. Let's go for font bold. Let's go for a little bit lighter. Text gray at maybe 600, 500. Let's go for uppercase. And maybe we drop that even further, 400, so it's lighter. And then let's go for maybe a tracking to go a little bit wider for the lighter spacing, widest. And there we go. So that makes for a good header for each of these sections. And then let's style out the links so that when we hover them, they actually do something. Down here, we had text gray of 600. And what did we have to cascade down from the parent? We had text gray of 700. I kind of like the 600. So let's make 600 the default for this section. Go down here. Now that 600 is the default for the entire section, we don't need this text gray down here because it's going to pick it up from its parent element. Now for each of these links, we can just say click, 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 hover, text gray at 900 or even 800, and hover is underline. And there we go for that. So I really like how that ended up. If you added in more links, it would help with the spacing right there. Let's add another one. So now it kind of matches up with the left side right there. And that's going to be good enough for the section for our footer. And if we go ahead and copy this right here, paste that, and fill out your actual links, maybe even increase the space X right here, we are in good shape for how our footer looks now. That's going to wrap it up for styling the footer. Next up, we're going to add a little bit of a fun element, and we're basically going to pull those circles from the top hero and add them to the bottom so it kind of rounds out our design, and then we'll work on responsive. I like how the footer section is turning out. I even like it better than the original one that we made for the marketing site. One thing we need to do, though, is add something to make it a little bit more fun. And we did that with the gradient. And I think the gradient makes it pop really well. To round us out, though, the footer we want to make similar to the header and hero section so it rounds out the design. We can go up there, go get those giant circles that we used as a background, and bring them down here. We could go copy and paste them. I want to go ahead and rewrite them here. So it kind of gives us that repetition and we can see how to build them out just another time. All that repetition is going to be really good for us when we are learning, so let's go ahead and write it. To start us out, we want this to be relative because we are going to place the circles inside of that. Let's go for div, class is absolute, and let's go for top 0, left 0, and we want to offset it off the top and left a little bit, so we'll say transform, translate y of maybe 6, and translate x of 6. Inside of here, we're going to have 3 circles. And let's go ahead and give each of these a width, height, and round out the thing so that we have an actual circle. So we'll say class is equal to width of, let's go for 16 maybe, height is 16, and rounded is full, and background red at 400. And I'm moving through this a little bit quicker than we usually do because I know that we have gotten a lot of good Tailwind practice in so far. Let's take a look at how these are, and they are stacked on top of each other. I think we could even increase the size of these to maybe 24. So we'll do 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24. Good. Let's go ahead and do an opacity on each. So we'll do here, we'll do an opacity of 50. So they kind of overlay on each other. And here's red. Let's change this out to about 100, 100. Actually, let's do 200s because they're already opacity 50. So they won't even be that prominent. And we'll go for purple here and teal for the first one. Let's take a look. There we go. Now we need them to kind of stack on top of each other, and to do that, we'll do an absolute for each one. So we'll say 1, 2, and 3, absolute. Now they should stack right on top of each other right here. So we don't really see the effect that we want. Let's push them off to the left and down. And we can do this two ways. You can use transforms. I'm just going to do margins because it requires less classes. If we did transforms, we would have to add transform, translate Y, translate X. If we're doing a margin, we just do margin left. Actually, the first one can stay where it is. This one we can do margin left of maybe 6. And then this one we'll do margin left of 6 and margin top of 6. So that one gets pushed to the right and goes down. And we can increase that also. It looks like purple should kind of bump over a little bit further. Let's maybe say 12, and let's up these 6s to 12 as well. Okay, so margin left on this red one. Let's bring it over to the left a little bit. So margin left, let's drop this to 6. And now that should give us a nice like triangle of circles. Something we did on the top one that made the top one look so good is giving them gradients. Each one of these is a solid color. You can go ahead and add in the gradients right here. So we'll say background, background, background. We'll go here, background, gradient to bottom right from, let's copy these, copy that right there. And then we'll say 2, paste that in, and maybe 400, a little bit darker. Cool. So we have our gradients here. We definitely want the container to sit above the circles. So to do that, we're going to say relative, and that'll bring it above the absolutely positioned item. Another thing we can do is maybe even drop the opacity even further since we did such a dark color. Or we can drop the colors from 200 to 100, and then the 400 to 200. There we go. I think that is a very good effect. It adds just a small element, a fun element to the footer section to make it look a little bit better. If you wanted, you could copy this, push it over to the right side also, but I like that it's next to the gradient section as well. The last thing we're going to do for this website is the responsiveness of the footer, and then that is going to round us out for this really, really great looking website. And we did it all in Tailwind without a single line of custom CSS, and that is amazing. The final part of our footer is the responsive part of our footer. And this is a little bittersweet because it's the last video that we're making for this website. And if we go to the top here, we have made a really good looking website. And I hope that you can take a lot of these concepts and these styles and bring them over to any landing page, any website that you have to build. A lot of good stuff here. Typography, grid, Flexbox, fun elements to make this design really pop off the page. So let's go down here to our footer. Let's see what responsive even looks like. Okay. We definitely don't want this to sit next to this, so let's drop the Flexbox class on right here on the top footer. Large is flex. That'll get that one done there. And then we're going to say on mobile space Y is maybe 6, and then on large, no space Y. So no spacing between the two sections on large. We can up that actually to like 12. Let's make sure that this text isn't stacking onto two lines, so we need to bring down the font size there. So let's say text 2XL, and large is text 5XL. Nice. It looks like our absolutely positioned circles are working out just fine, being absolutely positioned. Very nice there. Let's center all of these. So here is the newsletter. Here are the links on the right. Let's go text center, and then on large, text right. But notice how they aren't really centered in that entire div. That's because our Flexbox is what we're going to use to center it. So we need to do justify center. And that will center it. But if we go back to our desktop version, that looks out. Actually, that looks fantastic. Okay. I was wondering if we would need to add justify end when we got back up to desktop. It looks like we don't. And if we shrink this further, once we go down to a smaller screen size, we probably want these two to stack. And if you wanted these to stack, you could definitely do a removal of the flex class on small screens and then bring it back for maybe medium screens. And that would be down here. Let's see. Links. Only on medium are we at flex. Only on medium are we at justify center. And on space Y for mobile is maybe 8, and then medium is space Y of 0. And that just comes from the repetition of doing all of that stuff right there. Text center. And then on smaller screens, we want no space X. So on medium is only when space X takes place. And that's why we can stack them there. As we get bigger, goes to 3. So that's good for really, really mobile screens. And let's stack the bottom footer now. On large screens, on medium screens is when we want them to sit side by side. On mobile screens, though, we want them to be text center. So let's go down here. Let's do text center. And then on medium screens, we want text left. We want a little bit of spacing in between these on mobile since they are stacked. So let's do space Y of 4. And then on medium screens, let's go space Y of 0 because we don't need them to have spacing there because they sit side by side at that point. And if we grow bigger, there we go. Bigger screens, go smaller. And that looks good. And then on medium, which is kind of tablet sized, that looks good as well. Thanks to Tailwind's responsive classes, all we had to do was add a couple of those responsive prefixes all over the place, and we are in good shape. So I was just looking, kind of resizing it and moving things around, and I kind of realized something about how we do our container classes. I'd like to switch it up a little bit and give it a little bit more padding on the sides because if I right-click here, go to inspect, and this button right here in the top left of our DevTools, toggle device toolbar. If you click that, you can kind of move the browser around so that it becomes whatever size you want. So if we went to 1280 wide, and let's just do like, I don't know. Well, there we go. That's fine. So let's do 1280 wide and let's zoom it up to 50%. So this is what it looks like at 1280 pixels wide, which is pretty common for tablet-sized devices. And you'll notice that there is no really padding on the sides. And if we go up here to our container right here, there is no padding on the sides because at large screens, we said PX0. So we took away the padding on the left and the right for larger screens. And at 1280, it counts as a large screen. And at 1280, everything is bumped up right to the edges. So I'm kind of changing my tactics for container. While this PX6 and PX0 kind of tactic is a good one, you can even change that to extra large and see if that changes anything. But it doesn't really do much. What I would like to do though is just go to our code and here's the top. If we scroll down, here is container, MX auto flex justify between PX6 and large PX0. We have this all over our code. I hit Command F to bring up our little finding panel. And there's 9 of them in our code. I'm just going to replace that all with PX of 10. So we bring up a little bit more padding on the sides, and we're just going to say have padding on the left and the right at all times. So this is a really good solution because it gives us more spacing on the sides, and it also takes into effect the container class, which all it does is give us a max width of certain sizes. So if we do PX6, large PX0, I'm going to replace that with PX10. And I did highlighted here. I did a Command F to bring up the find panel. And then there's replace one right here, this little button. Or you can replace all. And I'm just going to click the Replace All button. And it's gone ahead and replaced all. In the side here, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 little orange spots are where it was changed. But if we go back, and I don't move anything around, we're still at 1280. There's now some nice padding on the left and on the right, and things are looking good. And then you can hover over here on the side and kind of shrink it, and it still looks very good. And we keep the spacing all the way through all the devices. So that's a good way to do it. I think from now on, I'm going to move myself to using container and PX10. Maybe even drop that to PX8, but removing the padding on that large screen and above kind of gets everything to bump to the sides at some random devices. So here, container MX Auto PX10 is going to be the good setup for moving forward. One thing I want to add to our site is that we have a really cool menu here at the top, but they don't actually go anywhere. So let's go ahead and wire these up real quick. If we go here, here's our header navigation. And if we find our nav, we have About. So let's just name these right now. We'll just go About. We'll go to Learn. We'll name this Pricing. And we'll name this FAQ. And by doing the hashtags, HTML will look for a div with the ID of this right here. So just like you could select it in CSS with the hashtag, you can do the same thing with our href in HTML links. So we'll go down here. I can see the little 3 equal signs right here. So this should be the hero section. Here we are at the overview, so we'll call this ID is About. And let's test this out. I'm going to go over here, click About, and it should scroll right to that section right there. So that works out nicely. Let's go to the next one. This was the About Me. I don't think we actually had a link for this in the menu. Let's check. What you'll learn. Yeah, so let's keep that out. What you'll learn. Let's do ID is Learn. And feel free to add all the links to your own site. I'm kind of just skipping certain sections. What we'll build. I don't know if we had this one either. Yeah, we had what we'll learn. We kind of skipped what you'll build. So we'll just do ID is build just in case we want to add it later. And where are we? We should be at the pricing section next. So that's ID is equal to pricing. And then the FAQ, I believe, was the last part of this. So ID is FAQ. And now our links should be able to link all the way to each section. So I'll say pricing right there. That goes to the pricing section. FAQ goes there. What you'll learn goes there. So that is looking really good and a lot of good functionality just by adding IDs and the hashtags in your links. Tailwind comes with a lot of amazing and very useful utility classes. But sometimes for our own projects, we may want to change them up a little bit. Maybe we want to change some colors. Maybe we want to add some more utility classes. So while you could go into your own CSS file and then try to override some of the Tailwind classes and colors, that's not really the best point to Tailwind, right? Because Tailwind's goal is to let us not write any custom CSS, or make us not have to write any custom CSS if I'm saying that a different way. We definitely want to keep to the Tailwind methodology of keeping everything in the utility classes, keeping Tailwind as clean as possible. So with that in mind, we have a lot of really cool tools. If we scroll down here under, let's go all the way to the top here, there's Getting Started section, Core Concept section, and then Customization. So this is something I think that some of us may never need to do, but it is useful to know of in case we do need to. So let's go into Configuration. And we already have a config file for Tailwind. It's the tailwind.config.js file that we created in the beginning. And if I open up this right here, let's go to our files. We have tailwind.config.js. And the only thing we've done in here is changed out this array for the purge so that we've added in HTML files so that we can purge any classes that aren't found in this HTML file. So this theme right here is where we can change out all of the default configuration for Tailwind. Now, a useful link here on this page, configuration, this is what we can do. We can change out our font families. We can extend the colors. We can change out what the cyan looks like. We can add some new utilities, and let's talk about those real quick. Here, the default configuration, click that, you can see the entire default config for Tailwind. So everything under theme is kind of what gets generated into our utility classes that we used all throughout this course. If you look at colors, there's 100, 200, all the way to 900 for each of the colors, and each of those are defined here. So if you wanted, you could go in and rip out all of the Tailwind colors and keep all of the classes in your Tailwind classes in your HTML, but you just need to change out one config file, and you've now changed out your entire color scheme for your website. All without doing any changes in your HTML. That's amazing. So let's see, there's a lot of other stuff. There's spacing. If you wanted something more than 64, which is something that we kind of wanted during this course, we wanted a little larger than 64, you can definitely create that right here. Background colors, you can change out all that good stuff. So let's do a little bit of this and see how we can change our own Tailwind configuration. So there's two really important concepts I want to talk about in here. So there's changing the theme outright and overriding Tailwind classes, and all of that is done outside of this extend object. So here you're going to have anything where you are going to overwrite Tailwind classes, and anything in here will add on to the Tailwind classes. So that's the difference between this right here inside of the theme object and the extend object right here. So what we can do here is we can say, okay, well, let's change out colors. Let's change out red for hashtag FF0000, which I believe is red. So if we do that, anytime you make a change to your Tailwind config, you got to cancel this out and restart. But I also think we have to go in here and into our files and delete this cache folder. If you don't see your changes taking place when you do an npm start, delete the cache folder and maybe that'll fix it. All right, so let's do that. It's generating a new one for us. Let's click here. So all of our colors are kind of broken now, and that's interesting. So let's go into our HTML right here. Body, let's go for class is background red. And notice how Tailwind CSS IntelliSense has picked up the new color that we added to our Tailwind config and thrown it in here. Okay, not a good sight compared to what we had before. So here we are going and breaking things. So we've added a new color here. What we can do instead is move this colors down into the extend. And let's just call this fake red, and I'm going to wrap that with a string. And we will need to restart all this stuff right here. Cancel that out with Control-C. I'm going to clear that, and I'm going to do npm start. And let's see if it takes without this whole cache thing getting deleted. Refresh, and it still looks like the red is still there, even though it shouldn't be. So let's go delete cache and cancel that, restart that. Okay, do your thing. Let's go over here, refresh, and our colors are back. But if we go over here to our HTML, let's change this to fake red. Actually, I should have called that fake blue. Refresh. It looks like it works, but if we inspect, sorry, it doesn't look like it worked, but if we inspect, there's a reason for it. If we have background fake red, the color is there. It's just that it didn't take because the gradient right here is in place. So if we remove the gradient from this one, the red shines through. So the gradient was overlaid on the red. So that's how we can extend colors right here. And if you wanted, you could do the whole red 100, and then do that 200 all the way down and recreate your colors or create your own color palette. One thing I like to do for these is a common configuration change for Tailwind is replace the opacity classes. So opacity has traditionally opacity 0, 25, and it goes in increments of 25. So 25, 50, 75, and I know there's this error right here, but I'm just writing wishful coding. So it does 0, 25, 50, 75. Sometimes I've wanted to have more control over opacity. So what you can do is do 0, 0, 20 is 0.2, which is going to be what Tailwind translates that to in the CSS. And then you can do 40, 60. So let's try this. Let's do 40, 60, 80, and 100. Actually, let's do that, 100, and then this right here. Okay, so now Tailwind is now able to give us opacity classes for opacity 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. That's a very useful one right there. Another popular configuration change is to add to our spacing classes. So for spacing, we already have in the default here. If we scroll down theme, screens, let's find spacing here. Here's spacing. That's our spacing scale. It can be useful to start to know all of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all those numbers, but sometimes we could get a little bit easier where we go over here and we can say, let's extend that object. So let's say spacing right here, and let's give it, say, small is 8 pixels. Let's go for medium is 12 pixels. So now we can do margin bottom small, margin bottom large, and that instead of having to rely on the numbers. So this is in addition to, since it's in the extend object, we're adding on to this spacing right here. So that's extras that we're adding on. And you can even add on like a 72 or a 96 or whatever you want there. So that's a really popular one to add to your spacing classes. And the spacing is going to apply to margin, padding, height, width, all of those spacing classes that Tailwind has. Another fun one to add is fonts. So here you can have fonts. Let's go look at the default font family. If you want to override anything in Tailwind, it's always important to look through the default config and find out what it's named, because that's the best way that we're going to go and rename it or extend it. So font family, we have sans, serif, and mono. Let's add another font family for, like, let's call it fun, and we'll use that for our headers. You don't usually want to say font header. The cool thing about Tailwind's approach is that it says sans and serif. It doesn't say header or paragraph, right? It lets us choose where we want to apply a certain style. So it doesn't make sense to say font header. It would make more sense to say font fun or font super cool or something like that, and then apply that wherever we need to. So to get us started on that, let's go to fonts.google.com and find a fun one. I've already prepped us. You can kind of scroll down and try to find a good one. If you search for better Tailwind right here, you can type that in. It renames all of the text previews. And the one I've been landing on is Varela, kind of a fun one. So I'm going to click Varela round. And feel free to switch this out for whatever font you want. It's all fun. Hit select this style. And then over here, I'm going to click embed. And this link tag is what I'm going to use to add to our HTML. So I'll come back over here, index.html. Inside of our head, paste that in. And notice over here, it says font family Varela round. So I'm going to copy that right there. And now, instead of going into custom CSS and saying, okay, well, H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 are font family Varela round, we don't want to have to write any custom CSS thanks to Tailwind. So let's delete all this, and let's add it to our Tailwind config. So we go to our Tailwind config. We want to add a new font, not overwrite all of our other fonts. So we're not going to do it here in theme. We're going to do it here under the extend object right here. So now we'll say font family. And let's say fun is an array for Varela round. And let's give it a fallback for sans serif. So now we have a font-fun class. And let's go ahead and cancel that out. I'll close that. I'll open up our thing right here, delete the cache file folder. And let's do an npm start. Okay, so that's running, but I don't think it is going to take because we haven't gone into index.html. And we need to go find that beginner Tailwind. I think that's, nope, that's the header. let's scroll down to the hero section, Beginner Tailwind right here. So this H1, let's say font fun. And if I hover it, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense is able to say, hey, that's Varela Round and sans serif that you're about to use. So really cool extension for VS Code. We'll go back to Beginner Tailwind and notice how Varela Round has taken for that. So now we have a new class called Font Fun that we can use wherever we want. And we can also use these opacity classes. Let's do opacity at 20. And if I hover that, opacity 0.2. And let's see, refresh there and notice that it is opacity 0.2. That kind of looks pretty good, actually. So just to know how to extend and configure Tailwind is very important, especially when we want to add our own classes or customize the default Tailwind classes. So definitely look through the configuration docs. All of these are very helpful. Definitely look through the GitHub repo for the default configuration object. But again, thanks to Tailwind's config file and Tailwind's absolute configurability, we don't have to write a single line of CSS again. Right now, I want to talk about something that I have been trying to avoid for this whole course, and that's the ability to move the classes away from being inline in your HTML and moving them out somewhere else, or trying to find a way to make our HTML a little bit cleaner. And the reason I'm avoiding it, we'll talk about in this video. But let's talk about the tactic first of how you can move all of these styles out of your HTML and into your CSS files. So if we go down here, scroll down, getting started, core concepts. At the bottom of core concepts, there's functions and directives. If we click that, there are what are called functions and directives that Tailwind provides to us. And they give us some functionality inside of our CSS files. So this @Tailwind one for Tailwind components, utilities, screens, this is what we added to our styles.css so that Tailwind and post CSS would say, okay, well, they need the Tailwind classes here, here, and here. So this is post CSS doing its work by looking through our CSS and saying, oh, that's a Tailwind function. Post CSS says, I will go ahead and inject all of the Tailwind classes here. There's another function called apply. And apply, what it does is it allows us to move all of the classes that we're using inline in our HTML into our CSS file. So to demonstrate that, we can go over here, and here's our index.html. Here's our background gradient to bottom right from gray 100 to gray 300. So let's cut that out, and let's actually name this something. Let's name it header-nav section. I don't know. So since we have that, we can now go into our styles and say header-nav section. Now let me zoom in for you all. And here we can use the @apply and then paste in our Tailwind classes. So I know this looks weird because it's not exactly CSS. It's Tailwind's format for using this apply function so that post CSS can say, oh, apply, let me read through the list of classes they want, and let me add them to this class. And now our HTML has this header nav section. And just to prove that it's working, let's go to Beginner Tailwind. Everything works the exact same, but I can go to styles, change this out to maybe a purple, and refresh over here. And our purple background is now taking. And actually, that doesn't look so bad. But let's talk about the reasons why we shouldn't use this. And to back me up here, I have Adam Wathan on Twitter, the creator of Tailwind. He says, confession, the apply feature in Tailwind is there to trick people who are put off by long lists of classes. You should almost never use it. And I didn't really agree with that at first, but the more I use Tailwind and the more I write my classes, the more I actually agree with this, because over here, this is the older way of doing CSS. It's a 3-step process. 1, you go into your HTML. 2, you name your CSS class here, and you add it to your HTML, and then you go into your styles, and then you build out your CSS here. But if you're coming over here, one of the benefits that Tailwind gives us is that we can look at our HTML and know exactly how something is styled immediately. Yes, we have to read through it a little bit, but here, if the class, we have another step. We have to say, okay, header nav section, where is header nav section? Styles, okay. And then we got to go find it in the CSS file. And if you have multiple CSS files across all of your project, this can be tedious. And this is something I struggled with my old projects that didn't have Tailwind. So I'm of the mindset, and I agree with Adam, that we should just do inline styles here. And you might be saying, well, Chris, this is still very unwieldy. This would not fly as my main project if I just handed in this HTML file to my boss or whoever. So the solution to this is normally we're not just doing HTML files for our projects, right? We have some sort of templating tool. And if we're in Laravel, we are using Laravel's Blade. If we're in React, we have components. If we're in Vue, we have components. So the idea here is to keep all of your classes in your template. But down here, let's say, where's our nav? Let me spread this out over here. Zoom out. So in our Vue.js projects, you would see this. Well, wouldn't it be cool if we just had like link and we would say URL is equal to FAQ and text is equal to FAQ. And that would be link 1, and we just keep making them. And that would be how we can extract all of these styles into a component. And then somewhere down in our Vue component, we would have our template tag and move all of this stuff in here over to here. And then we would have our, we would pull the props like this, right? We would say text. So now we're extracting all of our classes into a component, and we're still keeping the benefit of having Tailwind classes right there with the template, but we are able to extract it out so that our main HTML or our main templates or our main components look clean. So I'm a big fan of doing this approach of using components, but still sticking with classes right inside of our class tag. So just be aware that the apply function does exist, and you can definitely use it in your projects if you like that approach. But the more I used it, and I thought I liked it at first, the more I used it, the more I realized, well, I'm still jumping between HTML to CSS file, and this kind of feels like older CSS where I was doing it in Bootstrap or my own projects. The benefits of Tailwind, you kind of lost because now you have 2 files to manage instead of having everything in one tag. All right, I hope that was helpful. In the next video, we'll be talking about how to use Tailwind with a JavaScript framework so we can do stuff like this where we extract styles into a component. In the previous video, we talked about using components in either React or Vue or whatever framework or library you're using. We would use components so that we could extract the Tailwind classes out of our giant application and just move it into a single component. And by compartmentalizing all of these little components, we're able to keep our application clean. So for this example, we're going to use Vue, and we're going to use Vue's components in order to move all of our Tailwind classes into components and keep it clean. So to start us off, if you're not familiar with Vue, let's just follow along. It's not going to be too in-depth in Vue, and I'll do a little bit of explaining of the different parts. But if you are familiar with Vue, this is how you're going to use Vue and Tailwind together. And the process is going to be similar if you're using React or any of the JavaScript frameworks. And if you're using a server-side rendered templating engine, then you can just use your classes in Tailwind as you would normally. So to start us off, let's create a brand new Vue project. So I'm going to say npx at vue/CLI UI. Now there's 2 ways to create Vue projects with the CLI. I'm going to use UI, which is going to open up our browser and kind of let us do it through a GUI, a graphical user interface. The other way you can do this is npx at vue/CLI create instead of UI. And that'll do it from the CLI, from your command line. But here, I'm going to do it from the UI just because I think it's really fun to do. So we'll let this run. And just like we did with our application to build out our course page, we had Parcel.js come in and do all of that stuff for us as far as parsing Tailwind and adding Tailwind to our project. And in Vue, we're not going to do anything different. We're going to keep PostCSS, and let PostCSS add Tailwind to our project again. The difference is that Vue already has Webpack installed, and that's what Vue is going to use to build out their projects. So we'll just add PostCSS to the Vue CLI. So we'll hit create here. I have all these different projects here. I'm going to say create new project in my Batcave folder, which is where I keep all of my dev projects. Type a name, Vue Tailwind is what we'll call it. Package manager, we'll just keep the default and nothing else here. So I'll just click next. Super fun that the Vue UI lets us build out these apps like this. So I like showing it off. It's very, very cool. So here we have the default for Vue 2. Vue 3 is out in preview, which is really fun. So let's try Vue 3. We'll hit create project. And you'll notice that as this is creating the project, on the left, there's like a little log of what it's doing. It's pretty much creating a brand new Vue project. It's installing all of our package dependencies, and it'll get us up and running. Come back here, creating project still. All right, welcome to your new project. Really cool there. You can go into tasks, and you can actually manage your entire Vue project from this UI, which is fun. So serve is how we start up our Vue project. Let's go ahead and hit serve. Let that run. Here, click run right here, and that will run our task to start up our application, doing all its building stuff. Open app, and here we are, localhost 8080. Here's our brand new Vue project. Super fun. So we'll open up VS Code now. I'm going to create a new window with Command-Shift-N, and then up here in our folders right here, I'm going to go File, Open, and then we'll go into our Batcave folder and open up, what did we call it? Vue Tailwind. All right, so now we have all of this here. Let's get started. We have our Vue project. We need to install our packages. So we're going to say npm install, and I is a shorthand for install. We'll do Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. So I'll hit enter there. And what this is going to do is it's going to go into our package.json. And if I bring this down here, dependencies are going to be added, Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. All right, that's gone ahead and run. We have Tailwind CSS here. We have auto prefixer here. The next step, let's create our Tailwind config.json. So we'll clear this out, npx Tailwind CSS init, and that's going to create our config file. There we go, tailwind.config.js. Here we're going to do source /*/.vue. So that's any Vue files in our source. Anywhere in here, Tailwind's going to look through and say, okay, well, let me look through there, and then I'll purge any classes that I don't see in these files. Okay, that's good. So that's step 3. So we started a Vue project, step 1. Step 2 is installing Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. Step 3 is our Tailwind config file. And step 4 is making sure that PostCSS is here. And the cool thing about Vue is that PostCSS already is available to us. We just need to create a new, actually at the root level, new postcss.config.js. Now we can create module.exports is equal to plugins, and we're going to say require Tailwind CSS and require auto prefixer. And I'm going to add a comment here just so that we don't, so that we can have them on separate lines. Okay, so step 4, add PostCSS. And then step 5, all of the configuration is finally done. We can now add a style sheet to our application. So let's go assets, right click, new folder, styles, right click, new file, index.css. And now we can use those Tailwind functions we have at Tailwind base, at Tailwind components, at Tailwind utilities. All right, getting closer. So we have our CSS file now. Our last and final step, main.js, we're going to go in here and say import assets, styles, index.css. So now Vue is saying, okay, I'm going to look at our index.css, oh, check that out. It's some Tailwind functions. Okay, I know that post CSS is configured for Tailwind, so I'm going to go do all that for us. Let's see if we need to restart our app right here. Looks like we do. Let's stop the task. We can go ahead and rerun our serve task. That's going to build everything. All right, here we go. And we can go back to localhost 8080. And our app now has Tailwind. And I know it's hard to tell, but the font has changed. The formatting has changed a little bit. And just to double check, we'll go into our HTML for our app.vue right here. And instead of div ID is app, let's say class is equal to background red at 500. And there we go. There's background red 500. So that looks good. Now that we've done that, let's talk about how we can extract some styles into components. So if we go over here, and let's remove this hello world real quick, delete that, delete this import, and delete this in the components. And we'll remove this image right here. And we'll remove all the styles because we don't need styles. We have Tailwind. And we'll remove the background red right here. So let's do minimum height is screen. Let's go for padding of 20. And let's go for background gray at 100. Actually, let's do a nice blue at 100. Maybe even 300. And if you don't see Tailwind CSS IntelliSense working, make sure that you close your VS Code and reopen it. And make sure you quit out of it, not just close the window. So here, I'm going to actually spread this out just a little bit here. And notice how we have our blue background right here. So in the middle, I'm going to do some links. And let's say link, a tag, and let's do an href right here, or link. And I'll just do like 5 of them. So let's add some classes here. For class is, let's go for padding y3, padding x of, actually let's do padding 3 all the way around. Background of blue, actually yellow would be good, 400. Text yellow at maybe 800. Rounded shadow. Okay, cool. And since we're here, let's give it some spacing between all of those, space x of 8. Okay, so you might be thinking, well, Chris, there's a lot of code right here. And even if we wanted to add in our hovers now, hover, this CSS class right here for all of our classes is going to get really large. So let's see if we can't extract this into a new component. I'm going to open up our sidebar right here, components. I'm going to call it link.vue. We're going to have a template. We're going to have a script. And there we go. So our template in here, let's take all of this right here and extract that out into this link component. And then let's give this some props. So we're going to say props. We're going to have URL and text. So now we can use these two things over here. We're going to have bind href to URL and then bind the link right here to text. So now we are able to move all of our code into this one component. And it's called the link component. We know what the API is for URL and text. So we can go back to app.vue. We need to import it first. So we'll say import link from components link. And then down here in the components, we'll say link. And now we can use that here. So we'll say link right here, actually capital link, and we'll say URL is equal to, and let's do hashtag right there. And then text is equal to first. And I'll do a couple of these. Let me delete all of those now. And let's see if that works. Let's go for second, third, fourth. So now by moving all of those classes into its own component, this is really, really clean right here. And we're able to know exactly what it is because it's called a link, right? So if we go over here, everything works as it was. And now if we want to change this, we just go into the link component. Let's add a hover right here of hover background yellow at 300. And we'll say hover shadow 2XL and then transition and duration 300. All of that we only had to type in once thanks to our new component. We go back over here and all of the hovers work, all of the color changes work, and we only had to change one spot. So that's how we can use Tailwind in a JavaScript framework, just by configuring it, adding it to PostCSS, and then by using components to extract all of our classes into one singular location. And notice that we still didn't have to write any custom CSS down here or anything like that. So that's fantastic. The next thing I want to talk about is one of the official Tailwind plugins. And this Tailwind plugin is called Typography. It's a really cool plugin to add to our websites to make our typography, especially for like blog posts or any sort of long form content, look really, really good. So if we go down here and we scroll down to the bottom all the way here, at the very, very bottom, we have official plugins, typography. So if we click into that, we have the typography plugin gives us two things. One, we can use this pros class, and two, it gives us sized classes, so our fonts can be a little larger. So anywhere we have a pros class, it can surround all of these things and it will style the H1, P tag, all the stuff inside of it accordingly. The cool thing is that we don't have to go in and write our styles for the H1, the P tag separately, and this is really helpful if we get our data from a CMS and the CMS just spits out HTML. We just wrap all of that data and content that came from the CMS with these pros classes and we're good to go. So we have typography, heading styles, tables, lists, horizontal rules, all that good stuff. And if we go to the live demo, you can see this is what Tailwind typography will look like. So it'll be able to do our paragraphs for us, our spacing between the paragraphs. It will do our block quotes. It will do our code blocks and pre-tags right here. All of that really, really good stuff out of the box that we don't even have to write any classes for except for one. So to get this to happen, let's go back here. I'm going to go to the GitHub repo. I'll click this link right here. And inside of here, there's the instructions. So one, we can install with Tailwind CSS typography. And then two, we go into our Tailwind config file in our plugins array and just do require Tailwind CSS typography. So let's try that now. We'll open up our terminal, control tilde, npm install at Tailwind CSS typography. And let me just double check that's right. At Tailwind CSS typography, cool. And I'll just copy this right here and then we'll press enter there. Let that run. I'll close that. Go into our Tailwind config.css. Sorry, .js. And under plugins, we'll paste that in right there. And plugins are a really cool thing with Tailwind. You could even make your own plugins so that you can add your own classes to the Tailwind config. Let's double check that that's done here. It is. And then let's npm start to get us running again. All right, let's go over here and localhost, and we were at 1234. So all of this stuff looks good for us. Let's go to the bottom and let's see if we can't add some HTML down here so that we can see Tailwind typography in action. So we'll go to our index.html file, go to the very bottom, and I'll just scroll through the minimap right here. A lot of stuff we just did. Okay, so we'll go, where is it? Footer newsletter. Let's add a new section for typography test. And we'll do a div py24. We'll do background gradient. Actually, let's just do background gray at 100. Inside of that, a container. And now we do padding x of 10 and mx auto for the container. So we need some HTML here. Let's go over here. Let's go to the Tailwind docs, and you could take HTML from anywhere, really, but I'm going to go to the live demo since that's what they're using. Right click here, inspect, and then I'm going to take all of this right here and say copy outer HTML. So what that's going to do, copy all of the p tags, div, all of that good stuff, and I'm going to paste it right inside of our project. And then that's a lot of code, so feel free to not do this in your project, or feel free to undo it after we're done. So I'm going to go back to the top here, and let's delete all of this and delete this right here. So now we don't have any classes specific to this section, right? So we can go up here, go to our Beginner Tailwind, and this is what our HTML is going to look like. So not the prettiest. We could go into each p tag and start styling out each one and styling out this one, but that's not very feasible or scalable because we don't want to do that if we get data from a CMS. So what we can do now is that we have a div that surrounds all of this, or you could have done it on this div or this div. It cascades down. You can just say pros. And now by using this pros class, all of our styles look a lot better, and that's looking really good actually. So we have all of that stuff. We have our block quote is here, just like we did in the demo, and our pre-tag is here, HR is here, headings are here. And the cool thing about pros is it gives us a max width, because ideally when you're reading, you don't want to go character width over a certain point. And I believe that number is around 80 characters per line is the ideal reading experience. And that's what we did for Scotch.io. So since it is restricted on width, you can go here and say MX-auto. And now it's centered, and that looks really clean. So once we get down to the section, really nice. But it is a little small, and we are on a desktop, so we can go here and say large pros XL. Sorry, pros XL. And now it'll say, okay, on larger screens, let me apply these larger classes. And there we go. It got a little bit larger, and then as we shrink down to smaller screens, the text is going to get smaller. So there's even a pros 2XL, which let's do it for extra large, pros 2XL. And let's see what that looks like. And that is gigantic. I don't even know if I would use pros 2XL ever. But it is a good option to have. And let's say pros XL for large is a very good spot. And so these three together look really, really good. So the Tailwind Typography plugin, very helpful and useful to know about. Tailwind is an amazing tool on its own. But what makes it even more amazing is the community and the amount of resources that have been able to rally around Tailwind. I love packages that are able to build out a community and have that loyalty, because those extra packages and all of the love and tutorials out there is what makes a project even bigger than what it started as. And I feel like that's what Tailwind has become. A really awesome project, and it has a really great community. So definitely go down here and hit the community link and follow the Discord, jump in there, hang out with the team, and talk with them. There's the forums, the GitHub repo, the Twitter, all of that good stuff. And here, I wanted to talk about other projects. So Awesome Tailwind CSS is a really good place to have a list of other cool projects as far as plugins, tools, UI libraries, and components. I want to call out a couple of them, but definitely look at this link to learn more about the Tailwind ecosystem. Here, builtwithtailwind.com is going to solve a problem that a lot of people have. Is usually when they hear about a new project or Tailwind, they say, well, what's built with Tailwind? So this is a really good site to kind of show off what has been built with Tailwind. One of my absolute favorite things about Tailwind is that it doesn't lock you into a certain style, right? It just gives you utility classes so that you can build out your own style. One of my own is makereactapps.com. This is the other course I have where we build out 20 React apps, and this is all in Tailwind, but it doesn't look like Tailwind. A little bit of it does, but you can customize enough of it so that it looks good. And the other one that I really like is the Diablo 4 website built with Tailwind. So if we click this, check out how customized this website is, and it's built on Tailwind. Absolutely amazing. So this website is Tailwind. It's really, really cool. We can right-click, inspect, and see the Tailwind classes. All of that good stuff right there. So the cool thing is Bootstrap websites start to look like Bootstrap websites. Tailwind websites give us the foundation so that we can build out our own styles. So that's built with Tailwind. TailwindComponents.com is another good one. If you don't want to go ahead and create all of your components, you can scroll down here and find all these components and click through and get the HTML for them. Tailwind Toolbox is a really cool one. Another one I like to call out is called the Tailwind Builder. If you don't want to write out all of your Tailwind by hand, this is a cool tool where you can kind of click on components on the left, drag them over, and then it'll give you the actual Tailwind classes for how to do all of this stuff. Those are two really cool projects from the community. And one of the really cool projects that's coming from the Tailwind creators is called Tailwind UI. So Tailwind UI is a bunch of components that are crafted just for us from the Tailwind creators, Adam and Steve. And a lot of these are really great to see how they would build out components with their own Tailwind classes. It is a paid product, but you get a lot of value for your money. So if you go in here, and I'll just kind of give you a preview of the dashboard, you get all of these sections. So let's say we have a newsletter section here. You can click this. It gives you examples of what a newsletter section would look like. This one's really cool right here. You can click code and go ahead and copy and paste this all into your own projects and then customize it however you want there. So it is still the philosophy of Tailwind of we don't have components. You use your utility classes to build components, but being able to see how the Tailwind creators made certain components is really, really helpful and cool to have for your own projects. So again, those are some really great Tailwind resources from the community and from the creators. Awesome Tailwind CSS. This GitHub repo is fantastic for giving you more links to all of the cool stuff that Tailwind can do. So definitely join the community, join the Twitter, join the Discord, and hang out with everybody else that really likes Tailwind also. All right, we have done so much in this course. We've learned so much about Tailwind, and I hope that all of the repetition, all of the things that we've built in this course has helped to kind of let the classes seep into your brain and kind of take over how you think about CSS. And I hope that how we did the CSS and how we did our designs kind of helps you build out your own process for building out good looking designs. As I said in the beginning, I'm no designer, but I know what doesn't look good. So by following that process of building out your HTML first, building out your layout and your spacing, then doing your box properties for border, background, rounded corners, shadows, and then doing styling, and then adding in some fun element, and then doing responsive. I hope that sort of format and process helps you in your designs in the future. Again, thank you so much for joining me in this course. I had a blast, and I hope you did too. Join the Discord, hang out with me there. You can find me on Twitter, twitter.com/ChrisOnCode. And I'm always happy to chat and talk about Tailwind or any other fun web dev stuff. So have a great day. It's always fun to build something from scratch, but it's also super fun to be able to see what we built and look back and kind of just enjoy what we've built in this course. So we have a very good looking website with our nav, and any of this code, again, you can take and use in your own projects. The navigation code, any of the sections in here, feel free to just copy and paste the code over and use it for your projects. I also hope that a lot of the stuff that we did, the repetition of writing all of these Tailwind classes and being able to see them in action as far as going to building out our layout, moving things around for spacing, adding box properties, and then styling, and then adding in responsive. I hope that kind of format helps you on your journey when you're building out your own designs. And I hope that when we go to look around at other websites in your daily browsing, you can see something and say, oh, well, I would probably add some padding there with PY. I would add a margin bottom here. I would do a gradient here. I would text center all of this. And maybe down here, I would do background white, padding, rounded, shadow. So definitely look at different designs around the web and see if you can't build them with Tailwind pretty quickly. I think that's a super fun exercise to do. And overall, I think we have made some great progress in this course, learning Tailwind, learning the classes. Always make sure to go back to the docs if you need the classes. Don't feel ashamed to kind of go back and say, I don't remember those classes. I go to the docs often, and definitely having Tailwind CSS IntelliSense in VS Code helps a ton when I can't remember the classes. Thanks so much for joining me in this course, and we're going to go into a little bit more about going beyond the basics of Tailwind in the next couple videos. But again, I can't say how much I appreciate you joining me in this course and learning Tailwind and designing some cool stuff with me. Thanks again.